I've been wanted by the FBI and Interpol for 17 years. They accuse me of a kidnapping.
To show that
you're incorrect as
you
well.
haven't. No, wait. You haven't. Hold on. I understand what you're arguing. You're making an argument to back up a legal argument, but we don't know what law you're citing, where it says they can only do an emergency injunction.
He's a sovereign citizen, and of course he's not going to admit he's wrong.
No, I'm not a sovereign citizen.
It would implicate he's essentially a sovereign
citizen. Are you a civil litigator or a criminal litigator?
Listen, I came across your story when I was on Instagram. Don't tell me what I was doing on Instagram. That's, my business. But, I thought it was pretty cool. And I believe that your story should be heard. Could you give us an introduction as to who you are, please?
Sure. So I've been wanted by the FBI and Interpol for 17 years. They have tried to extradite me 3 times from multiple countries, and they've failed. All those countries did have extradition treaties, by the way. And they have extradited people in the United States before. They've tried abductions. It's just nuts what they've done to me. And the worst part of all this is that they accused me of a kidnapping at a time that I was not even in the United States at the time. And the alleged victim is 27 years old and has said no one ever kidnapped him, let alone me.
The alleged victim being your son, correct?
Yeah, but he's 27.
And who were you accused by?
I guess it kind of depends on which way you look at it, but I guess it all comes down to his mother, who I affectionately call Vecna.
So his mother accused you of kidnapping your son?
Yeah, and the thing is, I had full custody of him because she actually kidnapped him in 2004, so the judge transferred full custody to me and ordered him to live overseas. And when they charged me with kidnapping him on November 6, 2006, just a few weeks prior to that, the judge had taken him away from her, using police to return him to me in Europe because he was there on summer visitation, and she didn't want to return him after the summer visitation. So the judge had to use police to remove him. The judge put him on a plane to London using police, and then a few weeks later, the same judge laid the foundation for kidnapping charges on me.
Wait, Mr. Chad, could you do us a favor and, help these clueless viewers confirm whether you're saying the truth or not, because a lot of them, I believe, are kind of skeptical of your story. So you do have a red notice out on you, right? By Interpol,
yeah, there's an Interpol red notice, but it's unpublished, so you won't find it on the Interpol website. They normally reserve the unpublished ones for like real baddies, like terrorists and so forth. But of course, when I was in 5 Bulgarian prisons in Bulgaria, they called me the American Taliban. But I have court documents to prove everything. In fact, I've released the red notice. I've released the court documents. People can check Federal District of West. They can check the Western District of Pennsylvania Federal Court. They can check Tennessee court records. They can check Pennsylvania court records. They can check the Caribbean court records. They can check the records in Cyprus and Bulgaria. I mean, I have the court records to verify everything.
Wait, Lil Steve, could you verify this? Wait, somebody fucking verify this, you know what I mean?
Well, start at the website. The website has a lot of the extracts, and I can send you a lot of the court documents because you're going to have trouble pulling a lot of them. A lot of them are in Pacer, but because there's 2 states and 4 countries involved, and I have the official translations as well. So I would suggest starting at the website. There's a bunch of excerpts of documents there. I can send you guys more. I'm on the FBI website, but the FBI's search function is broken, so you can't use the search function to find me. You have to go to Google and then find me on the FBI website. But the FBI website's full of crap. First of all, it says I'm a former Titusville man. Titusville is a city that I've never lived in my life. Never even spent a night there. That's where my ex-wife ran to, and she kidnapped my son. And on the website, it just says I retained my son, which is not true either. But the actual indictment says I physically kidnapped him. And that's what they sent to all the press. And there are still some news articles on me about in the Associated Press and Reuters. Some of them are behind paywalls, but I have copies of everything.
When you were put in Bulgarian prison multiple times, and I assume Bulgaria has, extradition to the United States, why did they never honor it?
Because the FBI has no credible evidence. See, when you're trying to do an extradition, just a second, I'm chewing. So, need some watermelon. So during an extradition request, according to the treaty, the country that you're being requested from is not allowed to examine the evidence. They're not allowed to give you a trial. The only thing they're allowed to look at is the applicability and the credibility. And in my case, the claims were they were so insane that they didn't even meet the requirements, the minimal requirements of the extradition treaty. Because first of all, I was not in the United States at the time of the alleged kidnapping. That's a pretty big stinking deal.
I don't believe any of this, by the way.
There you go. That's what I was waiting on. Mr. Kenneth.
Just go. First of all, go check the website and then Google me.
Wait, hold on, Mr. Chad.
I find it really, really, really hard to believe that another country is going to critically analyze an extradition request for a relatively small criminal matter like that. That just seems really hard to believe for me. I guess it's possible.
Well, I have the court records and it's in the news. You can find me in the Bulgarian newspapers, and I have the Bulgarian court records, including official translations. So
link
court records. I don't know what to do if you don't believe official court records.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Chad. Could you link it to me? In DMs on Discord. Could you send it to me and I'll send it to Lil Steve here?
Yeah, or throw it in chat and have the chatters go over it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. First, can you go to the website? You'll see a lot of the documents at the website, and then I can send you individual ones if you want. Because if you want, I don't know if you want the official Bulgarian ones, but the website's the best place to start because most of the stuff you're going to want to start with is there.
What, the alexisnotmissing.com, that website?
Yeah.
Okay.
I get that you don't believe it. I mean, I the story's whack, but I have all the documentation to back it all up.
Okay. It might be real. Yeah. I don't know.
Could you send it to me? Could you send it, because I can't access the website. Could you send it to me and I'll send it to...
The website, I just checked it. It should load. The thing is, the website has a lot of information. I mean, if I just spam you with docs, it's going to be thousands of pages. There's no way you're going to get through it in the next hour. I have thousands of pages of documentation. That's why I'm really putting you at the website. I mean, there's got to be a way you can get to it. I just checked the website. It's up. It's running. I mean, you should be able to access the website.
Wait, Mr. Kenneth, could you visit the website?
No,
Alex is not missing.
Busy right now, okay? Yeah, but
what
just link it.
Fuck?
Literally link it in chat.
Called...
There's 5,000 people that will go over. Just link it in chat and have them go over it. I'm not going to fucking read everything right now. Go link it in chat. Link it in chat. Have them go over it.
Okay, you just said to this man, right? Little Steve, you just said to this man that basically poured his heart out, said that, he's been on the run for damn near the past 2 decades. Right? The his story is fake. It's bullshit. It makes no sense.
No,
right?
hold on. I didn't say it's fake. I just don't believe that particular thing about extradition. That's wild to me. But I mean, it could be true. I don't have any first-hand matters on this, but I wouldn't believe that out hand. But hey, it might be true.
I'm trying to load the chat here, by the way. When I clicked on, because I don't use Discord that much. But
no, they're already linking it. They're already linking it.
Okay, but I'm saying when I open it, it says messages failed to load, so I cannot even see the chat. So if anybody's text chatting, for some reason Discord is not loading it.
No, it's okay. It's not Discord as well. It's he was talking about his own website's chat. That's a complete separate thing. Okay, so Well, Steve, you believe his story. You just don't believe the part where he said, No,
I don't believe anything out hand. I would have to start reading through documents and shit.
Yeah, but don't you think it's a bit crazy for you to dismiss a crazy ass story like this based off of hey, I just don't think it sounds plausible whatsoever.
No, I think that's a really good reason to be highly skeptical of it initially. It might be true. I just haven't gone through any of the fucking docs or anything.
Yeah, but then you were presented the docs. You're like, I'm just gonna make the statement without actually going through the documents.
Yeah, you're not.
No.
Yeah.
You're not listening to me as well, though. That's the problem. I'm telling you right now. You just decided to make a statement, even though you were provided evidence, but you don't want to look through it. You sound. I'm not gonna lie. You sound like a Joe Rogan.
Okay.
Wait, you've been trying to get on the. Also, guys, I'm not getting paid for this. Wait, all of you guys thinking that I'm getting paid for this is crazy. Number one. Number two. Little Steve, I don't want to humble you or nothing like that, but I saw you trying to, clamor for the, the debate spot with what's his name? Whoa, where the fuck are you? Stop breathing into the mic, yo, Little Steve, relax.
You're talking to me? It's thunder in the background.
Holy fucking shit! Your mic is so sensitive. Oh my god, it picks up everything.
Well, no, the thunder is loud. It's
okay. It shouldn't pick it up. What the fuck? Get that Hasanabi mic. Okay, so by the way, Chad, Mr. Chad, Destiny over here. That's his name. You know what I mean? Destiny over here is one of those dudes that just loves the government. It's just one of those dudes that believes everything that the government does. 99.9% of the time, he just agrees with everything that they fucking do. So, don't feel some type of way about him basically dismissing, your struggles and all that sort of shit. You know what I mean? But at the same time...
Listen, I know my story looks whack, but I know that everybody who looks at the documents comes around. So I know he's going to come around once he actually looks at it. He's not the first person who's been skeptical of my story. It sounds batshit crazy, I get it. If somebody walked in and told me this without any proof, I would be skeptical too, but I would look at the proof. I mean, it all comes down to, Can you name anyone else they've tried to extradite 3 times? Because it's got to be a short list, and I can't find anybody else the U.S. has tried and failed to extradite 3 times.
Wait, to me, the thing that's insane about your story is the fact that, you know, all these extraditions failed, number one. Number two, that fucking Bulgaria, right? Listen, I don't know much about Bulgaria, but you know what I mean? Like, you're telling me that they sat there looking through you. Oh my God. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. I'm muting you till I'm done talking. You just made me tell. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, Mr. Chad, as I was saying, right? Fucking hell, that thunder or whatever the fuck that hurt my brain. Okay, you do know that it seems a bit insane that Bulgaria would do research and say, you know what, United States, we're going to go against you.
They're not the only country. Multiple countries.
Like, yeah, you're saying that the United States is going to go against, you know, or Bulgaria would go against, you know, the United States for Chad Hauer because they looked into his case in a way that.
The thing is, you have not even touched the weirdness of my story yet. If that's the part, and listen, I'm 100% with you. But if you think that's bonkers wild, your mind's gonna be blown the more you dig into my story. I've been picked up by the KGB over this. They actually have a court record of this too. The FBI contacted the Russian government and asked them to have the KGB come check on me, and that's in a U.S. federal court record, and I have a record of that. And they did come check on me, and I've been picked up by the KGB before, and I was in the KGB/FSB watch list. Yes, I know they're called the FSB since 1991, but it's just basically a rename, and few Westerners know it's called the FSB, so I'm calling it the KGB.
Okay, so the quote-unquote, the KGB, Interpol, FBI, they're all after you.
Well, the KGB's not after me. The KGB was interested in me. I was on their watch list, but they're not actually after me. They never bothered me. I did get picked up and questioned by them.
Wait, hold on. Why would they be after you for something that happened in the United States? A kidnapping case that happened in the United States?
Well, there's multiple reasons, but one, I lived in Russia in the early 2000s. I'm married to a Russian citizen whose parents worked in a military factory, and it seems that someone in the U.S. government had a wet dream and thought that I could get military intelligence secrets out of my wife's parents. And so I became a targeted individual. And I was in the KGB watch list because she was married to me and I lived in Russia. I had a friend that worked for the NSA in Washington, and he was married to a Russian, and she got put on the FBI watch list. That's standard practice. So that's how I initially ended up on the KGB watch list, was because I was married to their daughter.
Mr. Kenneth, thoughts so far?
None.
What?
I have to start going through docs and shit to see proof of this. This could be schizo ramblings or it could all be true. I have no idea.
Okay. Stop. I don't like how rational you're trying to be right now. It's kind of annoying me. So let's just say that all of this is true. Let's just say that, right? Just play into this for me, right? Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts? If all of this is true, what do you think about it?
Oh, it'd be pretty wild.
That's it? It would be pretty wild?
Yeah, it would be. It would be quite wild, yeah? You don't think so?
Okay, but that's like NPC commentary. Oh yeah, it'd be pretty wild. Like that's crazy, dude. Like that's totally insane. He's
still skeptical. He still doesn't believe it, so he's not going to form an opinion on something he doesn't believe yet.
I mean, I would understand his reason to be skeptical because I'm not asking you to send the thousands of pages. I'm just asking you to send like the specific parts that are very important. You know what I mean? Every document has those couple of pages that are super important. Like, that would be pretty cool if I could just have those from you and I could forward it to him and he might take a look at it.
You want my part of my Interpol file? I'm trying to see if we'll send it to the chat.
Or where's the part saying you got picked up by the FSB or the KGB? That would be interesting.
Okay. Upload failed.
Okay, wait, Chad.
Send it in the chat.
Chad.
Yeah.
Listen to me. Don't send it in chat. Send it to me in DMs. Also, could you send the document, if you have it, that said that you were picked up by the FSB?
I'll have to dig for that one, but yeah, I can get it. If I switch over to direct messages right now, does it leave me in the chat?
If you switch over to direct messages.
Yeah, I'm still there.
You'll still be in the call. Just
okay. Let me see if I can drag and drop here. Can I drag and drop into the DM, or is it going to make me use the browse function?
No. You could just drag the file into our DMs. It should work.
Okay. Hold on. So you can keep talking, but if I'm slow in the response, it's because I'm sending you stuff.
No problem. See, because at the end of the day, listen, Mr. Kenneth over here has the right to be skeptical, but if you could, disprove, or if you could help, clear some things up by you linking the documents that he's interested in seeing, and could forward it to him. It'd be pretty cool because you might have an ally in Little Steve over here. He's connected to what's her name, AOC. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
because he has a mutual friend called by the name of Alexander Stein. So and she's what is she, a congresswoman or something? I don't fucking know. Okay.
I'm digging some more stuff up too, so I'll keep sending you stuff because it's all in different folders. I'm trying to find the one about the embassy. I think I've got so much stuff here, but I'm looking for it. Give me. I'm trying to remember if that's in the FBI file or the Treybold file or where.
God damn.
You should really see if you can get to the website though, because the website lays everything out in an organized fashion. I'll send you a link in case you don't have the link right or something.
Fuck me, my monitor.
And it loads.
Listen, I'm sure I'm sure you know this since I assume you've told your story to plenty of people.
Oh my god.
A lot of people are.
Alright, I don't think I can play Diablo like this, because if my power goes out and my shit gets fucked, I'm gonna kill myself. Okay, we're done with this.
A lot of people are lazy, Chad. You know what I mean? A lot of people might not want to do the work, so if you're exposed to a big audience, sometimes you might have to put in you might have to put it and serve the information on a what's it called, platter. Okay, there you go. That's the word.
That's what the website does, but I'm still digging through some docs to send you because I have, even on my phone here, I just have thousands of pages of documents and I have them organized, but I'm trying to find the record of when they asked the Russian government to get involved. I was on the KGB FSB watch list from 2001 though, and they asked them to come check on me in 2007 or 2008.
Wait, what do you think of the shit that I sent you so far, Lil Steve? What do you think?
It just shows that I'm guessing this is an extradition request?
No, it's an Interpol file and some stuff from the FBI website. The extradition request is, it's a whole lot of pages. It's a whole indictment. I have that, but I'd have to get it off the other PC.
Why does it say United States is a requesting country? What does this mean?
The United States is the requesting country. The United States is the one after me.
Oh, this isn't an extradition request. This is a red notice, I think.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the extradition request is 20 pages or something. Right now, what I have access to is what's on my phone, what I use for TikTok and so forth. I'd have to go to the PC. I can go to the PC and dig that one up. I'm looking for the other thing you requested first.
Yeah, that would be great. By the way, do you actively have people after you, that are trying to arrest you and bring you back to the United States?
Yeah, we had a court hearing in September of last year, and they're still very much actively trying to get me. But since extradition's already been denied here in the Caribbean, and since they tried an abduction and a member of the U.S. Embassy was expelled over that, they were told never to come back here about me.
Well, wouldn't that be a big story if that were to happen? I don't know. I'm just assuming that
they bury it. That's the problem. And I have a legal record of that too. The thing is, the FBI buries most of the press I get a hold of. I've got a TV station been sitting on my interview for 2 freaking months. I talked to CNN for an hour. And they call the FBI, and the FBI tells them they can't talk to me because it's aiding and abetting, despite them talking to Snowden and Assange. But since I appear to be a small fish to them, they don't want to tango with the FBI. But I've been on Matt Cox, I've been on Sean Atwood, I've been on James English, hasn't released the podcast yet. So I've been on some of these bigger ones who have all, back-checked this stuff as well.
This is the guy you got for thicker feet, bro, and you insulted Steve last week, man. What is this nigga? Is he a pedophile or something? Why are you wanted? If it's not any of those things, why the fuck do I care? What the fuck is this, Quizny?
Okay, Chad, don't take it personal. Darius over here, you know what I mean? Listen, he's known as Pedo Pascal. He's just into little kids, so if you're not a fellow, PDF file, he's not interested in you.
This stuff. Steven, did you sign with Kick again or what?
I don't know yet. Damn, we haven't had our conversation yet. Chill.
Nigga, it's been 2 days. You said I'm doing it tonight. Nigga, you use everything you can as an excuse. It's so.
What do you?
crazy
Why
to
do you guys
other
give a
stuff.
fuck? What does it matter? You don't even involved in this. I can understand Q caring.
What?
I can understand Q caring. Why the fuck do you care? What are you talking about? The guy's Australian, okay? Our time zones are fucking weird.
First off, nigga, this is the first time I've asked you, and then second off, I just was curious. I'm just having conversation, man.
Okay.
Jesus, why me?
Hey, Darius, he don't know you like that, little bro. He don't know you like that. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say. I apologize, but he's like, why is this bitch ass nigga talking to me right now? Like, I know you, but I don't know you like that, little boy. That's
So, what did you commit a crime or something? Did you kill someone or some shit? Or what do you do?
Chad over here apparently was accused by his wife of kidnapping their son back in like 2004 or something. He's been on the run ever since then.
Yeah, but she's really nothing to do with it. She's just a pawn in all this, and I know how crazy that sounds, but she's been caught perjuring herself in court on numerous times, and I have the transcripts. I mean, she's just really the pawn in all this because all my troubles go back to 2001 when I moved to Russia. I left the United States prior to 9/11.
What the fuck? Are you on
I'm so
TikTok?
confused. Why?
People on
He is on
TikTok care about this?
Chad, that goes to you.
What is the average age person that watches like your TikToks?
TikTok, most of them are 18 to 24. It's a ton of Roblox players, and they're almost all dudes. My Instagram is a bit more diverse. I'm newer to Instagram, but I went from 1,000 to like 26,000 in the last 2 weeks on Instagram. And I have several viral videos on Instagram now that are up around 4 million. On TikTok, I have over 70 million views. But I mean, I do have an older audience too. It's just primarily I seem to be most popular with the young gamer boys. And I call them Roblox players, but they're not all Roblox. I mean, they're obviously playing older games too, Call of Duty and all this other stuff. But I seem to be most popular with them because they seem to love it that there's somebody out here sticking it to the FBI and getting away with it. They seem to love that angle of it.
Okay, not to be like negative or anything like that. These are all platforms that are very short form content, and you can make stuff very interesting in very short form content. But I'm not interested in the story, even in the slightest. What is super? Is it just interesting that you're like, I'm sorry, it's like you're against the. How even against the grain? I don't even know what you're doing. Like, are you just like not returning back to America? Is that just the bit? What are you doing?
Interpol red notice. Okay. First of all, I have serious chronic kidney disease, and I'm slowly and painfully dying here because I'm trapped on an island of 35,000 people in which I can't receive the proper medical care that I need.
What is your kidney disease? How long have you had it for? And why is there no way? What, you can't get dialysis on where you're at, or what?
I'm on an island of 35,000 people. I'm one of the smallest countries in the world, and our hospital is not equipped. We do not even have a functioning MRI machine or a cardiac unit, let alone the other procedures that I need. So I need ESWL, I possibly have MSK, and I can't receive it here. And because the Interpol red notice, I can't travel. The FBI is aware of this, and they're trying to kill me by keeping me here because they have prevented my travel. We made a surrender offer again last year, which was dependent on them allowing me to receive medical care or providing it to me when I landed and going to trial without delay. And they said no. They said the only option I have is either travel and be put into another prison during extradition procedures, would take months to years, or I can turn myself into the embassy here in St. Kitts. The problem is there is no U.S. embassy here in St. Kitts, and they knew that when they said that to the judge. They were just trying to get away from the judge before the judge asked too many questions, and they succeeded.
Okay, who do you think's behind all of this? Why are they doing it?
I only have some theories.
Okay, let's hear 'em.
And it's going to sound even wilder than that. So a lot of people suggest that this is just some big mistake, but if you look at the transcripts and the indictment, which is sealed, but I have a copy of it, it's clear that they knew they were lying from the beginning and that this is not simply just some bumbling, okay? And this is clear. I mean, the evidence is clear that this is not some bumbling. Somebody did this to me on purpose, and they knew they were lying. So that excludes that theory. And plus the dozens of people and the millions and many millions of dollars they've tried to come after me, it makes no sense that even if I was guilty of the custody charge, which I'm not, it makes no sense to come after me with such the resources, especially over a 17-year period. Everything points back to the fact that somebody in potentially the CIA was not very smart, a recruitment officer had a wet dream that they thought I could turn on my wife's parents because I lived in a formerly closed city. I mean, they swatted our house in 2002. The U.S. Embassy had the federal police of Cyprus swat our house on charges of drug dealing in 2002, despite me never even having used illegal drugs at that point, let alone deal them.
Okay.
So the best working theory we have, and I've talked to former CIA recruitment officers, I've talked to former FBI agents. In fact, a former FBI agent helped me escape Bulgaria once my extradition was denied because they were trying to capture me during transit because there's no direct flights between Bulgaria and St. Kitts, and I had to transfer to at least 2 airports, and they almost caught me in one of them.
Dude, has anyone ever seen the movie Bourne Identity? It's like Jason Bourne and he like gets his name and all that shit. This story is so much more complex. I didn't understand what the fuck was going on at all in that movie. But this is so similar, but this is like retarded. I'll be honest, I don't know how. Like, here's the thing, I'm fucking retarded, dude. And you're saying your audience is 18 to 24? I have no fucking idea what you're saying, and I don't know what the fuck is going on here. How are people watching? I'm trying to understand what the audience is taking from your content. Because I don't get what the fuck you're saying at all.
I have 172,000 followers on TikTok and over 70 million views.
What do they say though? What do they were commenting? Like, oh, I hate the government. What is like the? I'm gonna actually now just watch your content. I'll be right back. One sec.
Yeah, go check my pinned videos, especially on TikTok. The pinned videos, I would start with them.
Hold on. So where was your son at when you were accused of kidnapping him?
Living with me in Cyprus, he was in school. And just a few weeks before that, remember, it was the judge.
Wait. Okay, hold on. Wait. Real quick. Earlier, you said that it was ridiculous that you were charged with kidnapping him when you weren't even in the country. But I'm reading this thing by the FBI. The claim is that you retained him when you were supposed to get him back.
No. That's not what the indictment says. That's what I told you earlier that you didn't hear me about. The website, first of all, says former Titusville man. Okay? First of all, I have never lived in Titusville in my life. I've never even spent a single night in Titusville, so they can't even get my hometown right.
Okay.
Second of all, yeah, that's what it says in the website, but that's not what the indictment says, and that's not what they told the press.
Well, what does the indictment say?
I physically removed him in November. Let me dig up the indictment, and I'll send the indictment over. The indictment says that I physically removed him in November, and that's what they told all the press. So what's on the website does not even match the indictment, and I'm not from Titusville. I have never lived in Titusville in my life. I have never even spent a night in Titusville, and I've never even lived in the county that Titusville's in.
Yeah, wait, do you have the indictment? Wait, did you say the indictment is sealed?
The indictment's sealed, but I got it because during extradition requests, they had to unseal it. So hold on, I'll get you the cover page of the indictment, and then I can dig up the whole indictment. But let me get you the cover page, because that's the part you're really asking about right now. I'm just trying to find it.
Okay, as you're looking that up, what you want to do right now, and you tell me if I'm right or wrong, is what you want to do right now is basically get extradited, or just give yourself, like hand yourself over to the FBI.
No, they're trying to kill me. First of all, we have made surrender offers. We made a surrender offer again last year, and there are transcripts of all of this. They refuse to go to trial. All they're offering me is to lock me up in prison for years without a trial. And I know people they've done this to. And if you want to get into the speedy trials thing, we can. Yes, the U.S. Constitution guarantees you a right to a speedy trial, but it does not say what speedy is. It's kind of like when the U.S. Constitution said all men are created equal, but in invisible ink it said, except if you're a woman or black. The Speedy Trials Act was passed in the early 1970s and says 70 days. However, there are exceptions large enough to fly a fleet of cargo planes through, demonstrated by the fact that if it was 70 days, why is the average federal trial 18 to 24 months? They're doing everything they can to prevent me from going to trial, because if they go to trial,
just hold on, because
they're going to have to go before a jury. The reason why they're going to have to tell. Oh, they forged my son's birth state, by the way, as well. I forgot that part. They forged my son's birth state so they can involve Pennsylvania and create a conflicting court order.
Chad, let Destiny go. Go ahead, Destiny.
Well, I was going to say there are lots of reasons why trials take a long time, and it's because pre-trial can last for quite a while. There's a whole discovery process. Usually it's to the benefit of...
It doesn't matter why it is. The point is they refuse to go to trial without delay. If they have enough evidence against me, 17 years is enough to gather it, and certainly why have 3 extraditions failed? They're the ones who refuse and go to trial, not me.
Okay.
Wait, are you saying that they're trying to kill you by not letting you get the medical attention that you...
Yes. When we filed my medical report with them, the FBI said that people can live with 1 kidney, therefore my condition is not urgent, despite the fact that I have problems with both my kidneys, and despite the fact that they never even consulted a doctor, and that was done by the FBI lawyer, who simply said that people can live with 1 kidney, and then he cited a dead Mayo Clinic link article to the judge.
Okay, wait, hold on. You said, what's the thing called? The shit that you said was sealed, but you have it.
An indictment.
The indictment.
Yeah, the
indictment.
indictment.
Page. Oh, hold on. It tried to send to the chat.
Yeah,
I'm
could you send it?
switching over.
No, send it to me, and I'll forward it to you.
I'm sending you the cover page right now because the actual indictment is really big, but I'll send you the cover page, which says right here, prior in and around November 2006, and then elsewhere, the defendant Chad Zachary Howard did with the intent to obstruct the lawful exercise, remove a child from the United States and retain the child. It does not say simply I retained him. And even if I did retain him, remember, it was the judge that just a few weeks before, the same judge removed my son from his mother at the end of summer visitation and forced him onto a plane back to London. So I was not the person who removed him from the United States the last time he was there as a child.
Mr. Kenneth, I sent it to you, and I assume you have gone through it.
Yeah, well, no, that's just like the page 1 of the indictment. There should be, Jesus Christ. There should be a list of the indictment, or there should be in the indictment like a list of what they're indicting him with, or like a pretty clear like bullet point or something. Like,
well, that's the thing. That's the cover page right there. I have to go to the PC, and then you're talking dozens of pages. I can get that one. But
yeah, could you do? No, could you actually?
Hold on, wait. If the indictment is dozens of pages, that means that there's probably a lot of evidence listed in the indictment.
I'll bring it up. Hold on a second. Let me go get it.
Okay, because if you're talking a 20, 30-page indictment, like that's a decent length indictment.
I don't know. I'm mixing. It's several pages. Maybe it's 10. Maybe it's. Hold on. Let me go over.
Several. Well, 5 pages is a lot different than 20 or 30 or 40 pages. Dozens.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I have so much stuff. I have stuff in Bulgarian. I mean, I have thousands of pages of documentation.
Sure, but I would imagine the indictment is probably going to be one of the most important documents of your life, because the indictment is what a grand jury revealed that the FBI is charging you with particularly, and this is why extradition requests are being made. It's why a red notice would exist in you in Interpol. Like, this indictment should be the single most important document you have, I would imagine, because this is what all of your problems are stemming from, right?
Well, you would think, but that's not quite how it's working. But I'm working on I'm trying to find the indictment right now. This is.
Okay, please.
I think it's
find
in the indictment, for example. The indictment goes through, and in the details of the indictment, it says that I withheld him. That's what the details of the indictment says. But the top of the indictment, the actual charge, says that I removed him, which never happened.
Sure,
so
I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying that. Wait. Well, the lack of consistency.
Remember, they got a Pennsylvania order.
Yeah.
Saying they got a Pennsylvania to jump in and create jurisdiction, which has been since dismissed, by saying that my son was born in Pennsylvania, which he was not. He was born in Tennessee.
Okay.
Well,
and then they go on to cite that they say that I'm in violation of both Tennessee and Pennsylvania orders concurrently, but you cannot have two conflicting court orders from two different states that are both valid. And they say that I'm in violation of the Tennessee order, but no Tennessee court has ever found me in violation of an order.
Okay, so Chad, we gotta let people speak. You know what I mean? I understand this is something that you're highly passionate about, but at the same time, when
I'm trying to dig for the extra.
I get it. As you're digging, just quick reminder. You know when Lil Steve over here, aka Destiny, when he speaks, let him get off his words. You know what I mean? And once he's done, you could jump in. By the way, Lil Steve, you were saying something. Could you say it out loud again? Please?
Well, I'm just saying that the initially he tried to present the idea that it was incredulous that he could have kidnapped his son because he wasn't in the country at the time. But it seems like, my guess is as we read more about this indictment, the indictment probably doesn't have much or anything to do with him actually taking the child from the United States. It has to do with him illegally retaining the child in violation of a custody order in another country. That's what it sounds like the indictment is.
But look at the cover sheet of the indictment. You are right.
I would never. Hold on, wait, no. I would never read a cover sheet of an indictment. I would want to see what's in the actual indictment.
Yes, I'm saying that, but hold on, you're missing an important point here. Okay, I'm working on finding the indictment to send you the details. But the problem is that the cover sheet of the indictment clearly says that I removed him, and that's what they've sent to all the press. That's what they've sent to around
removing a child from the United States. Yeah, but in an indictment, removing the child from the United States could mean a variety of things. For instance, in the indictment, they could allege that you told the child to travel to you. Did you do that?
The judge removed him from his mother using police and put him on a plane to London. The judge did this.
Okay, well then I would have to see what they say specifically in the indictment, because the indictment is alleging just because you removed him doesn't mean that you physically did it. It could have been somebody or you telling him to buy a plane ticket to come and visit you. That could be the case.
First of all, you're missing the point again. He was not to visit me. I had full custody of my son by this point. He was visiting his mother for the summer. At the end of the summer, she did not want to return him, and the judge had to order him onto a plane.
Yeah, that could be possible, but I'm curious what the indictment alleges then. Because I imagine
we need to see the fucking indictment.
Yes, I'm working on it, but I'm also telling you that you're missing a massive point around the point of whatever the indictment says does not match the cover page or what they've told the press.
And I'm telling you, as somebody that's read too many legal documents at this point, unfortunately, as boring as all this shit is, like trying to make an argument from 2 sentences of a cover page of an indictment is wholly unconvincing and very boring. I'd rather just see what's alleged in the actual indictment itself. I would never go by the...
just sending the extradition document?
I don't care about the extradition document. I'm curious what's in the indictment.
The extradition document has the indictment in it.
Oh, it's 21 pages long. God damn, this is a lot of shit. Oh, sorry, my bad. Darius, you linked the TikTok. What's that supposed to be? Unmute yourself. He's deafened, dickhead.
And so the problem here is what the indictment says does not actually match the charge, because at header page, it says I removed him. It doesn't say I caused him to be removed. And even then, I was not the one involved in removing him at all. Even what's in the indictment, as you're going to go through it, the problem is if you go through and believe everything in the indictment, I mean, I can counteract each one of the points, but they have lied in so many places. If you go through my TikToks, you'll see much of this. They declared my son to be born in Pennsylvania so they could create a conflicting court order based on that jurisdiction. But that court order had no jurisdiction because he was not born in Pennsylvania.
Did you live in Pennsylvania?
No, I mean, I left in 1994, and I never lived in Titusville or the county that Titusville's in.
Also, don't go through his TikToks. I just went through. It's just people making fun of you because you look like Gru and you talking about your kidney stones. It's not.
I don't know which videos you've looked at, because I definitely most of the people are in support of this. I don't know which videos you've looked at.
I was looking at majority of the videos. You have a 100K plus viewed video where you say I'm not. I kidnapped somebody. I didn't kidnap my son or something, and everyone in the comments is saying this nigga definitely kidnapped him. And then
we get a lot of Roblox players, but I don't know which. I mean, I have videos. Gosh, I have like 14 videos that are 3 and 4 million. So I don't know. You pick just one out of there. Did you start with the pin videos?
I'm just going with like the big one. The pin ones are a little bit, like I said, there's a lot of jibba jabba. I'm telling you, it's really hard to understand what's going on with what you're saying because there's like 16 different stories and there's a story for everything, and it's always like complicated. So that's what I'm trying to say. How are people like liking you? And it seems like when I'm looking at here, it's because you look like Gru and you have kidney stones.
No,
and people
the Gru videos actually don't do very well. So I get very little off the Gru.
I could show you the Gru one. That's like I think it's your most.
Yes, I know. I'm the one
what
who
the fuck? Who's Gru? What is
Gru? I get very little traffic off the Gru one.
Minions, dude, minions.
Oh.
Banana. That guy. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Sure. Let me go look at it real quick. Hold up. I'll go post it in chat.
Okay, I assume you're going through the indictment, Lil Steve. Is that correct?
I don't know if
the indictment also.
I don't think the indictment is attached.
Normally, when they do federal indictments, they at least contact the attorneys ahead of time. I mean, you can look at Trump.
Wait, Chad, hold on, Chad. He
Yep.
says that he says that the indictment is not attached, or he thinks it's not attached. The extradition PDF file that you sent me right now, is it attached in there?
No.
It's not. So could you send that? Not
the indictment isn't. That's a PDF. That's what I'm telling you. If you look at that PDF, it's 21 pages.
I'm looking at the PDF. It's 21 pages. The indictment is listed as Exhibit A as part of the extradition request, but in this particular PDF you sent me, there's only the first page of the indictment.
No, the PDF. PDF. Hold on. Scroll down page. That's page 1 of 1.
I'm still scrolling. Unless it's down here, I'm still reading, but all I saw was the first.
Okay, Chad, could you lead him to the exact page you
Scroll
want?
Down page. I'm on page 12. Affidavit in support of a request for extradition. That's a copy of what they have there. That's their affidavit, and it goes on from there. And
yeah, so what I'm saying is the indictment that you had, this was submitted in front of a grand jury in Pennsylvania. That means that 16 U.S. citizens saw the indictment and agreed that the evidence supplied was good enough to issue an indictment for you and a warrant for your arrest.
How familiar you are with grand juries? You know they can indict a ham sandwich. You know grand juries, they just want to go home. They'll indict anybody.
That's fine, and that might be the case, but that's why I'm curious what you said you had a copy of that indictment. I'm starting to think
within the extradition request.
Okay,
that's
I don't think
you don't regarding the indictment.
So, okay, so you don't have a copy of the indictment. You don't have a copy of the indictment.
Wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Chad, if you have a copy of the indictment,
he does not have a copy. He does not have a copy of the indictment.
That's what I have.
Yes.
That's what they gave me. I'm looking for everything I have is just basically small copies of that. So I don't have, other than what's in there, but I was told that's basically a copy. But I mean, if you look through, I understand how skeptical you are, and I understand how many thousands of pages of documents there are, but you're missing the forest for the trees here.
Do you still live with your son?
He's 27. He lives nearby.
I'll be honest, I went through his whole TikTok. I can't see a single thing with you and your son. Do you still talk to him? Like, are you homies?
He's on the news playlist. If you go on my news playlist, he did some news interviews, which are also my website. And the problem is that he grew up, I mean, the FBI tried to kidnap him when he was 13. And yes, I have a legal record of that as well. He got so much publicity after the second news story that he's changed his hair. And he's gone out of public view. He's sick of being recognized. His life has been just traumatized by this, so he's not doing any more publicity at all.
Okay, so I'm reading this extradition thing, okay? So it's saying that on point 5 here on page 13, that I'm guessing your ex-wife moved with your son from Tennessee to her home state of Pennsylvania. So if that's true, wouldn't that explain why there's a court order in Pennsylvania relating to custody or custodial reasons?
No, because she didn't have full custody, and she lost custody because when she went to Pennsylvania, it fails to acknowledge that she kidnapped him and didn't tell the Tennessee court where she was going at all. And we had to hire private investigators and things to find her, and he was returned to Tennessee, and custody was transferred to me, full custody, after she did that.
Do you have any court docs proving that?
Yes, I have all of that. That's why I'm telling you. If you go to the website, you'll see the basics of that.
Well, can you just send me a court doc showing full custody being transferred?
Yeah. Just a second. I'm sending them as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, please send that to me. You know the
yeah, definitely read these ones. Okay. This should be everything here. Hold on. Okay, there's a bunch more coming. I mean, I have way more stuff, but if I send you everything, you're not going to find. So I'm trying to send you exactly.
Who just screamed? What?
Okay. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Wait.
Okay. So when you were granted, hold on, I'm seeing this in extradition order. So when you were granted custody, she still has co-parenting time, yes?
And that's why I sent him in the summer of 2006.
Okay, the custody also means full contact information as well, right?
And which is why in December 2006, she disconnected her phone again and disappeared on me again so that I couldn't contact her so she could charge me without contact. And I'll send you a copy of that letter right now from the lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
The only picture of your son is like a screenshot of a YouTube
No,
video.
there's a video of him in my news playlist. And if you go to the website and scroll to the news section, there are 2 news videos of him on YouTube.
Him hanging out with you, or is it a screenshot from a
no,
news article?
It's a video of him talking. If you look at the WBET interview from 2021, it's a video of him talking.
Oh, it's a video of him talking on another platform, right? Not with you. I was talking about, has he ever hung out with you? Like, do you have any pics with him?
Well, I have photos and stuff. Yeah, he lived with us till he was 25, but he's asked me not to distribute them anymore because, listen, guys, the FBI tried to kidnap him. The media has been hounding him. He has basically gone underground. I mean, he does not want to be bothered anymore. He lived with us till he was 25 years old, and now he lives nearby.
So he doesn't want to do contact with you. So you hang out with him.
Contact me. No. Do not change my words. He has contact with me. He does not want to be contacted by the media anymore because he does not enjoy the media attention. He's not a public person. He's basically our neighbor. He was here a few days ago.
Wait, so do you just have like a picture with him the last 2 years that's not like on the internet or something?
Let me try and look at the photos here. Let me try and find where the photos. What drive is that on? And
why do you have so many? All right, I guess never mind. I don't want to ask.
Photos. Let's see.
Wait, Lil Steve, thoughts so far?
I'm reading through the extradition thing.
Okay.
So, Chris, what was the thought? Like, did someone send you TikTok Fugitive, or did you
I stumbled across his content on my Instagram. I was like, yo, this shit looks cool.
This is the type of content you recommended. Okay, so
I'm enjoying this back and forth right now. By the way, I don't know fuck what everybody's saying. I'm having a lot of fun listening to this.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching Destiny talk to Ben Thorpe as well. That was interesting combo.
Come on, dude. This is okay. I'm sorry, but this is way fucking better. Okay, come back to me when fucking Ben Thorpe is wanted by the FBI. Okay. Okay, dude, go fucking mute yourself. What the fuck?
You watch it and you were like, this guy's on the lam. This guy's on the lam. I got the next Snowden, Steve. I got the next Snowden.
Listen.
Or did you think this was going to be a schizo content? Because if you think
No.
it's a schizo, hats off to you.
No, listen. I mean, it's coming across as like schizo content currently. It is coming across as schizo content, but I thought it was like just fucking interesting. I looked at his TikTok. I looked at his fucking Instagram. I said, okay, this guy's fucking.
Okay, hold on.
going
Wait.
up.
Where? When did you get accused of having your son when you weren't supposed to?
May 2009 is when they indicted me in a secret grand jury in which they never even notified my lawyers. That's what I was
Hold
gonna tell you.
on.
It's
So at
normally
this
as a
point,
grand jury,
yeah, okay, you're good.
normally as a grand jury, they at
Wait,
least
Chad,
contact.
stop. Chad, stop.
Okay,
Listen, go
so
ahead.
at this point, it seems like you didn't actually have custody of your son. No?
No, I did. That's what I'm telling you. If you look at the August 12th, 2005 order, I had full custody at that
Okay,
point.
but
and
I'm
the
saying,
Tennessee
but
order
apparently
was
there was a hearing that you missed. It seems on December 27th.
No, that's not true. The
Okay,
hearing in which I was
hold on,
not
wait, let me just read
hold
this.
on.
Okay.
No, hold on, because you're totally wrong. You're going down the wrong path.
Wait, can I just read this? I can just read this and tell me what's wrong about it. It says, during a hearing in 2006, the judge, blah, 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 issued an order granting, I guess, your ex-wife custody of your son and further ordered you to relinquish custody to the mother until such time as the court could conduct a full hearing in the matter. But then it seems like you missed that meeting, and then a year later there was a bench warrant issued for you, and you missed that as well.
Okay, first of all, I left the United States in early 2001. So I was already living overseas at that point. Second of all, that's the same judge which took jurisdiction based on the fact that he said my son was born in Pennsylvania, which he was not.
Sure,
And he
I'm just
said,
saying that. Okay.
Hold on, wait, you're going to let me finish. And he said it never attended the hearing because we sent lawyers as well. It's not like I blew off that hearing. He had no jurisdiction. I was living overseas. So if you're right now, I'm assuming the United States, if China right now says you're to attend a court hearing in a week and you have a job and you send lawyers, did you skip that court hearing? And by the way, the judge says your son was born in China.
So for typically these hearings you aren't given just a week notice. Usually it's like a month or more.
I was given very short notice.
Okay.
Pennsylvania had no jurisdiction.
That might be the case, but number one, number two. Yeah, okay.
By the way, she owes me over $40,000 in child support, which the state of Pennsylvania is blocking. And the FBI paid for her. They overrode her passport block. Tennessee revoked her passport.
Yeah.
And the FBI overrode her passport block and gave her passport back and paid for her to fly down here to the Caribbean. The entire time they listed my son on the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children website, saying they didn't know where he was, despite him trying to kidnap, despite his wife, despite his mother being here to visit. And even as an adult, he asked them to remove his poster.
Wait,
they said
Chad,
you can't remove
Chad,
without a
Chad.
court order,
Yeah.
and they only removed him after I did a viral TikTok.
Okay, Chad.
I think he's ranting because he knows he's not correct on all of this. I don't think.
No, you're not correct because you're not. Look, the thing
Well,
is,
so you literally
Wait, Chad,
tried.
let him talk.
Apparently, you tried. This is also including the extradition. I wish I had the indictment because I think that would probably have a lot more damning information. But it lists in here that you did try to appeal Pennsylvania having jurisdiction over this matter, but that they ruled that it was unappealable. No, you're denying that never happened.
Because it's a temporary order. You see, interlocutory orders are temporary orders which are unappealable in the state of Pennsylvania. Furthermore, temporary orders in the state of Pennsylvania have to have expiration dates, which they never put on there, and it has to be resolved by the original court of jurisdiction, which they never did. And by the time we were allowed to appeal, because you only have 30 days to appeal, they delayed it. We couldn't appeal because it was too late. By the time I got permission, it was 2 years later, and they denied the appeal because they said it was untimely. But they prevented us from appealing, and interlocutory orders in the state of Pennsylvania are unappealable on their face.
So what you're saying might be okay, but you've given me like quarter truths up to here. So Pennsylvania does have jurisdiction according to the courts.
Chad, stop. You have to let fucking Destiny talk, please. Destiny,
and
go
he
ahead.
has to let me talk too.
We will let you talk, I promise. Just don't cut him off.
I'm just saying that like at the time that this happened, it seems as though your ex-wife did have custody. It seems as though
she did not.
Chad,
Okay,
for fuck's
according
sake,
to who?
I beg you, stop. Chad, stop, please.
Tennessee said I had custody.
Chad. You could reply once he's done talking, okay?
I mean, it seems like the court in Pennsylvania issued a court order telling you to relinquish custody to the mother.
Yes, based on the fact that they said my son was born in Pennsylvania, which he was not.
Okay, so
And
you
the
can
Tennessee
argue.
order and
You can dispute
on
the
top of
underlying
this,
facts,
CCCJA.
but there is a court order saying.
UCCJEA
Okay.
UCCJEA says they must contact the former state of jurisdiction, which they did in the past, but they did not in this case. Tennessee still exerted jurisdiction until the child was 18. So how can you have two conflicting states? So according to Tennessee, I had custody. According to Pennsylvania, she had temporary custody. That is not legal under UCCJEA.
Ooh.
I mean, you're saying, ooh, but nobody agrees with you. Like, it seems like legally, you can argue that the court was corrupt or they didn't give you time to file something, but it seems like you missed hearings, you didn't file the appropriate paperwork, and she did have full custody, and she's going through the appropriate motions in the court system to try to get her child back. That seems like what's happening. That's
part of my son was not born in Pennsylvania. Do you not understand? Do you understand that order that gave her temporary custody? Again, temporary custody was based on the fact of him taking jurisdiction by stating that my son was born in Pennsylvania in the court order, which he was not born in Pennsylvania. Without that bullshit,
okay, let's talk about this part. Why does him being born in Pennsylvania, what does any of this have to do with anything?
Because that's the basis for which he took jurisdiction. My son never lived in Pennsylvania. My son was raised in Tennessee. My son was born in Tennessee, raised in Tennessee, and I got custody in Tennessee. Then he lived overseas, and he was already living overseas for several years. So if any court had jurisdiction other than Tennessee, it would have been the European court, not a Pennsylvania court in which he went for a summer visitation, which does not count for jurisdiction under UCCJEA, which requires 6 months of permanent residency.
Why would a European court... Wait.
I thought you were not going to cut me off. I thought you were not going to cut me off.
You're rambling on some shit that doesn't make any sense. The wife was in
Pennsylvania. Because you're not listening, because you're talking over me. That's what I'm telling you. UCCJEA governs jurisdiction. You continue to tell me that Pennsylvania had jurisdiction, but you're not paying attention to UCCJEA or the foundational facts. UCCJEA makes it very clear that when there are custody disputes between states, a child must live in that state for 6 months continuously under permanent residency, at which my son did at no time. And Tennessee continued to exert jurisdiction until the child was 18. So Pennsylvania only stepped in by lying about where my son's birth state was, and even if that was true, they still would not have jurisdiction over this case.
Do you have his birth certificate?
Yes, I do have his birth certificate.
Okay, can you show me a document? Can you show me a document showing that the state's interest in this was established just because of his birth state?
Yep. Just a second.
Okay, send it to me, please. I'll forward it to him.
I'm in the wrong file here. Hold on. Let me get out of the pictures.
Because I don't know why. I don't know much about this, but I don't know why the birth state of the child would matter. Like, if my kid's mom moved to Iowa and took my son with her, I imagine that there would probably be new child support or custody things would probably be arranged through the state of Iowa. Why would I still pay into Nebraska?
Okay, you're missing a critical point here.
Yeah.
Okay, in 2006, in September 2006, when the judge put him back on the plane, who had full custody? I did. That custody order in which she, quote, gained temporary custody was November 2006. So when the judge put him back on a plane, he already confirmed that Tennessee...
Wait, hold on. She was granted custody in December of 2006, yeah?
Well, no, it depends on how you look at it. It's either November or December.
Okay, I'm just reading the text that during a hearing on December 27th of 2006, that's when the judge awarded...
No, they've got the dates wrong. It's November 6th. It depends on how you look at it.
Okay.
Wait, Chad. I'm so confused. How does it depend on how you look at it if it says it in text that it was in December?
Because, listen, these are the same fuckers that say my son was born in Pennsylvania. Do you understand they have no idea how dates work at all? There was a court hearing on November 6th as well. The December 27th was when he issued the original bench warrant. These guys have, I mean, you understand, this is the FBI who says I'm from Titusville, and I've never lived in that city in my life, ever.
Hold on, wait. You say that they claim that he was... Wait, you say that he...
Cutting me off. Okay. They have no idea for facts.
He's asking you a question, Chad.
You said
was answering something.
Your son is born where?
In Tennessee.
Okay, that's what this affidavit says.
It's not what the Pence order, which that's based says.
Okay, the affidavit says that your son is a United States citizen who was born in the state of Tennessee on June blah 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 and blah blah blah. So I'm curious if you have a
Pennsylvania order.
Yeah, let me see if you've got a record showing something different.
Yeah, please send it to me.
The whole federal thing is based on the state order, and the state order, 2006.
By the way, do you have your child's birth certificate?
Yeah, it's all over. It's on the website. If you guys, I mean, I'll send you that too. Give me a second. I'm trying to get one document at a time here.
Okay, no problem. No pressure.
I need to
I'm going to send you just a whole bunch of... Well, let me see if I can find the one. It should be in this one.
Dino, she was a piss Andy. That's crazy.
I don't know. I've been looking at this whole TikTok thing. I just want one picture of you with your son. I can't find a single image.
Well, I was trying to find them, but then you asked me to go back to court documents because I have
don't
thousands.
worry. Yeah, don't worry about the kid thing. Don't worry about
Okay.
that. Like pictures.
Look
with
at
him. Don't worry about
2006
it.
0905, which I just sent you, and this is the whole thing the federal court order is based on. And if you look at, first of all, a lot of the stuff the judge writes down here is completely false. But there's a spot in here which he says the child was born in Crawford County, Pennsylvania, which is absolutely not true. And he posts a whole bunch of other things in here that are absolutely not true as well. I mean, the judge is just literally senile.
It seems like there's a lot of mistakes, according to you, in your case.
These are not mistakes. That's what I'm telling you. These are way too big to be mistakes. And I know how
So
crazy.
you're saying it's purposeful. You're saying it's done purposefully. Them fucking up the whole Titusville thing. Them fucking up
Yes.
where your child was born. Them fucking up like a
Yep.
whole like the fucking dates according to the November December shit.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, to be clear, nothing in the affidavit seems to be contradictory. Now, maybe it's contradicting other things, but the affidavit for extradition seems... It's only
Well, for one thing, if you look at the top of the affidavit, it says that I removed him and I didn't. In the affidavit, it even says I haven't been in the U.S. since June 2006. And when I was in the U.S. in June 2006, I was not in Pennsylvania. I was in Boston.
you're giving
for
me
1 week
information
for my
that's
stuff.
outside of the affidavit. I don't know. I can't... I'm
Well, it's
saying...
in the extradition. It's in the affidavit. It's in there. It talks about how I was not in the United States. The FBI testifies that I was not in the United States. It's in there. If it's not in there, it's one of their documents, but I believe it's in there.
Which part of this affidavit said that you were in the United States?
Hold on. I can find me.
Because I feel like I read it. It's just 21 pages. I read this. It doesn't... But, okay. Or, sorry, keep looking for whatever you're looking for.
What were you interested in looking at, Destiny? What were
Let
you
me try and
interested
find
in
the
looking at?
extracts so you can see them. Let me try and find. I can send you the
Wait.
extracts and you can try and find them.
Yeah. Also, if you have like the whole birth certificate thing, because that seems like something that you're harping on that they fucked up. They're saying they got your child's birthplace wrong.
Well, let me send you that. I'm gonna send you some of the stuff has a few blackouts because some of the stuff's from my TikTok file, but I'll send you that. It's enough to see anyways. So that's the birth certificate and the Pennsylvania.
By the way, Lil Steve, you better enjoy me calling you Destiny. I'm only doing that because Chad over here knows you as Destiny.
Okay,
Actually,
so
Chad,
here I sent you a screenshot right here. It says their son, heiress Charles Oberlander, born in Crawford County, Pennsylvania. That I believe is from the September 5th order, which I also sent you.
Both forwarded, by the way.
This is saying that in I'm reading one of the court opinions from 2005. This court opinion is stating that your ex-wife did give notice to the court that she was intending to move.
No, you'd have to bring it up. She was served with an injunction. She did not give court. I'm not sure which thing you're reading.
I'm just reading. I know you're telling me no, but I'm just reading.
Are you reading Pennsylvania or Tennessee? You got to tell me which one
is in
because she did not,
2005.
and there was an injunction against her, and the court found against her and found that she didn't show up and found her in contempt of court.
Okay, so in 2005, March 14th, I'm just reading the notes from the court. It says, starting in February of 2004, your wife gives notice that she plans on moving. I think the statute requires that she says where she's moving.
No, she did not give notice to the court.
Okay, then everybody's
She gave
like,
notice
okay,
to me.
I'm bored. I'm good. Here you go. You can go there, Connors. I'm good. I'm bored of this.
Chad.
She gave notice to me, which she was
Chad.
moving, but she never said where.
Chad.
And she was found in contempt.
Chad, you want your story to be out there. You want people to listen to your story. You want to bring attention to it. One of the ways you could, fuck that up is by constantly interrupting the guy that could possibly make that happen on a scale that.
Well, Connors, wait. Why don't you investigate? You read through some of these.
Oh, first of all, you've done a lot of fucking reading. So far, right? To go back to you, Chad, please. As I've said, right? You have to let people go, and once they're done, again, I know you're super passionate about it, but at the same time,
get Pisco in here or Esports Batman. There's our actual lawyer people. There we go.
Yeah, I was curious about Pisco. I don't think isn't his does his fucking lawyer whatever the fuck? Because I know there's different fields, or like there's different fucking types of lawyers. Does he specialize in this type of shit?
No, but
I mean, if
for court stuff like this, you don't need like a heavy specialty. These are just like pretty basic like court proceedings and stuff. What are these people on the map? Why do they not fight me or do anything? Why does he just stand here and die? Is this guy like,
I mean,
glitched?
listen, Pisco, I see you in DGG chat. You know, feel free to come in here and ask chat. But as I've said, chat, listen, some of the rants that you're going on, it's all cool and stuff, but you have to not cut people off, let them talk. I get it, but Lil Steve, I got a question for you. So far you've read a whole bunch of the fucking shit that I've sent you from chat. What do you think, like, TLDR?
My guess is he probably wanted his son and didn't agree to the custody arrangements that were set up by the court, and so now he's trying to like hold on to him in another country, assuming that there's no way for the wife to like get the son back or extradite back, and he's just like fighting because he doesn't agree with the court orders. He doesn't like the custody arrangement. That's my guess, but I mean, I don't know.
And have you read through the Tennessee orders that I sent you completely yet? And why did Tennessee have jurisdiction until he was 18? If I'm in violation of the Tennessee order, then why are there no Tennessee orders saying that I'm in violation of any Tennessee custody order?
I'm going to be honest, I got really bored of reading through everything when you said that every single thing I was reading was a lie. So if everything you're sending me to read, you're telling me that it's all like made up and a lie, then
you're misinterpreting. You said that she notified the court. She never notified the court, and the court clearly said that she was in contempt of court for not only not notifying the court, but disappearing under injunction. She was served with an injunction not to leave the state of Tennessee until she showed up to court, and she took off.
Okay. I mean, if you want to show me that link, I guess I can read
did.
that.
I sent you all of this, but you're not reading all of it.
Because every single thing I was reading, you were telling me it was a lie or not true. So I was like, okay.
Because the points you were reading were not true. You were taking them out of context. She notified me that she was moving, but she never said where she was moving to, and she never notified the court or appeared before the court to transfer custody.
Pisco, could you please unmute yourself, Chad? This is the resident lawyer of this community.
Happy Juneteenth.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, is that like black people stuff?
Whoa.
Whoa, what do you mean, whoa? I'm just curious, because, please do not put that filth onto me. I'm a proud African, okay? Shout out to my good brother, Dr. Umar Johnson, Pan-African Movement.
Jesus Christ.
Any dark melanated queen, listen, if you got a slight bit of melanin in you, you are my sister, and I can't bank my sister. So, shout out to the South Koreans. But Pisco, could you please go ahead and, because I assume you have a lot of questions for Chad over here, correct?
Oh yeah, I don't really know what's happening. I just had people sending me Avatar, and that's usually my cue to ask questions.
Okay, Lil Steve, could you please kindly,
Okay, so basically, this guy's claim is that he has he's basically got like a custody dispute kind of with a son, and the FBI essentially they did a grand jury, they got an indictment for him, but it's all based off lies and misinformation, and they're trying to use this to extradite him from another country because they claim that he was withholding his son from the mother, but he says it's all based on lies and misinformation because somebody is trying to capture him because they couldn't flip him into like, I guess like a Russian double agent or something. I'm not sure what the rationale was there, but
that this is like a pretext. That's the claim.
Basically, yeah. And there was a red notice on him by Interpol, and he says it's all based off of.
Is a red notice still?
Is it current?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay. So yeah, just why don't you tell me something about that, like the timeline of what occurred and what court orders are relevant here, and do you have those documents?
Yes, I have all the documents. There's thousands of pages. Let me give you the short form of it. My son was born in Tennessee in 1996. We were divorced in Tennessee in 2002. In 2004, she got up and disappeared without telling anybody where she moved whatsoever, whether the court or me. We found her in Pennsylvania. They sent her back to Tennessee. I got custody in 2004 in Tennessee. And then she got him for another 2 months, was supposed to send him for summer visitation in 2005 to me. She didn't, so they sent it back to Tennessee again because that's the only place my son had ever lived. And he was born there, divorce was there. They gave me full custody until the child was 18 and sent him overseas to live with me in 2005. In 2006, she had moved to Pennsylvania, so I sent him back for a summer visitation. At the end of 2006, she didn't want to return him. So she went to the court, and the court said my son was born in Pennsylvania, so they could take jurisdiction in the case, which they had no jurisdiction because my son was not born in Pennsylvania, and he had never lived in Pennsylvania for the prerequisite 6 months. He had only been there for the summer visitation for under 3 months, which doesn't count towards the 6 months anyways. And then she didn't want to return him, so the judge had police remove him from her for this at least a second time, put him on a plane back to
make
London.
sure I understand real quick. So you think that the court didn't have jurisdiction to enforce an order from the Tennessee court?
They were not trying to enforce it. They were not trying to enforce a Tennessee order. They made their own conflicting order and tried to enforce their own order. Meanwhile, the entire Tennessee order still stood.
Oh, okay, so they didn't give full faith and credit to the Tennessee
No, they
order.
did. That's the problem. They did, but then they created their own conflicting order.
What was the Pennsylvania order, and how did it conflict with the Tennessee order?
They created a temporary order in November of 2006 granting her temporary custody. But first of all, according to UCCJEA, they need to contact the court of previous jurisdiction, which they never did. They have to put an expiration date on it, which they never did. And then they use a temporary order to issue a bench warrant, because I left the United States in 2001.
Okay.
And then they issued a bench warrant. She got him listed on the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and then they went and got a grand jury without notifying any of my lawyers or anything and put it out an Interpol red notice for me. They've tried to extradite me 3 times from multiple countries. And they tried to abduct my son as well from a foreign country. And yes, I have some legal...
When did that happen?
And he talks about that. That was in 2009 while I was in Bulgarian prison.
Oh, yeah, but that's like 4 years. So that's 4 years after the initial Tennessee order of custody, physical custody?
Yeah.
Okay. And when does she go to the Pennsylvania court for... What is she seeking from the Pennsylvania court when she first goes there, and when does she go?
Which time? When she went to Pennsylvania courts in 2004, 2005, or 2006?
Yeah, first time, second... give me so yeah, so I thought the Tennessee court was the first court that made a determination about custody.
They did.
Am I wrong? Okay.
Yeah, they did.
But that order was given in 2005, but the proceedings started before then?
There were lots of proceedings that happened on and off, because in 2004, she just got up and moved and never told anybody where she was going at all. And we finally get a letter postmarked Pittsburgh that says basically she's somewhere in that kind of area. And then we had to find her, and the Pennsylvania court sent her back to Tennessee multiple times, and which resulted in me having custody, because she had him in Pennsylvania, but she had him in Pennsylvania illegally, and she only had him in Pennsylvania for 2 months at a time, and he was there illegally. So
she was there illegally?
Tennessee. She got sent back to Tennessee, and Tennessee transferred full custody over to me in 2005 and sent him overseas.
And then she started another proceeding in Pennsylvania?
Yes, in 2006, the end of 2006, that would be August.
What was she seeking? What would she file, like a petition for something?
Yeah, she said that Europe was a dangerous place and all kinds of stuff like that, and she didn't want to return him at the end of the summer. Let me pull it up. I sent it to the chat there, but let me pull it up again. Let me pull up. That's 2005, 2006.
So this is basically asking for her to have custody because...
let me pull up the exact thing.
Yeah,
so,
petition
for custody, yes. It is dated 2006-08-15, and I did send it to the group already, and it says...
To the group? I don't know if I'm in that...
No, I couldn't send it to the group. I sent it to the... Gosh, I'm trying to switch between a zillion windows here. To the guy with the mask. Quarantos.
Oh, Quarantos. Could you send that over to me?
He's looking for the 2006-08-15.
Yeah.
I'll send you everything he sent me. Give me a second.
Cool. But basically, what it sounds like is like she's asking for custody because of changed circumstances related to where...
No, she just makes up a bunch of stuff. She says Europe is a dangerous place, and she's literally throwing anything at the wall to see if anything sticks.
Okay. So you're saying it's embedded.
So she cites things like the father is typically not available to care for the child. The child is not receiving an appropriate education. The child's communication has been sporadic. Cyprus and the nearby country of Lebanon surrounds are not a safe place, and neither is Bahrain. I don't know where Bahrain came from. The child is residing in an apartment.
Real quick, as an aside to this too, for that, her claims that the child's not receiving a good education. My understanding, based on the quarters I read, is that you're homeschooling the child as well, right?
No. She homeschooled the child.
She homeschooled the child.
He was in a private school. I worked for Microsoft at the time. He was in a private school which cost $15,000 a year at the time.
Okay.
Okay, so this is... I'm looking at the opinion. There's no viruses here, right? Okay. Please... Before the court is the respondent, Chad Howard. Sorry, just give me a second. So this opinion of the court in Pennsylvania in 2006 says that petitioner, that is your ex-wife or former wife?
Yeah. Ex-wife.
That she moved with the child to Pennsylvania in 2004.
In contempt of court in doing so, and she was found in contempt of court, and that's why I had full custody. Because when she moved to Pennsylvania, she did it under... The court had actually sent her an injunction requiring her to appear. Once we learned that she was moving, the Tennessee court issued her an injunction, which she was served for and she did sign for, and ordering her to appear before the court within about 3 weeks. Instead of appearing before the court, she got up, disappeared, and told no one where she went.
All right, one step at a time, okay? Thereafter, the respondent, you, sought to modify custody. On December 22nd, 2004, this court entered an order compelling the petitioner to, the mother, to relinquish custody of the child until the Tennessee court had resolved the issue of custody. On March 19, 2005, the Tennessee court determined that the petitioner's move to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and enrollment of the child in public school was a material and substantial change in circumstances which required a modification of the custody arrangement. The past custody arrangement was changed to permit the petitioner to have primary custody. The petitioner, that is your ex-wife, the past custody arrangement was changed to permit the petitioner to have primary custody of the child during the school year. And in the summer, after the school year was complete, the respondent was to have custody of the child. On June 9, 2005, the petitioner filed in this court a petition to modify custody. She asserted that during the time that the respondent had custody, she was unable to communicate with the child. She also asserted this court should assume jurisdiction in the matter. The respondent filed a motion in contempt with the Tennessee court because the petitioner failed to transfer the custody of the child in pursuant to the Tennessee court order of court. Okay, so you guys had split custody depending on the year, right? Or depending on the time?
Well, if you're talking about the March order, what happened was in December, I got custody and I moved back to Tennessee, and he moved back to Tennessee. We enrolled him in a Tennessee school. That was pending the March hearing. In March, they didn't give me custody because they weren't ready to send him overseas. So they gave her custody, but they gave me visitation rights in the summer overseas, which I did not have prior. And the judge, you really need to read the transcripts as well. What you've read in the court order is accurate for what the court order says, but you also need to read the transcript.
I'm just following the so yes or no?
Yeah, I'm trying to answer your question, so I'm getting there. So in March, they did give me visitation rights overseas in the summer, and the judge explicitly told her that he better be on the plane come June. Okay? But then she said she couldn't apply for his passport. We had to get a special order ordering her to get the passport. She fiddled around, and then June came and she never put him on the plane. And the judge told her that if he was not on the plane for summer visitation, that he would change full custody. He would change custody to me. So in August, she didn't put him on the plane. So in August, the judge did give me custody. Now, she refused to abide by that order again, so we had to go to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania had to order her back to Tennessee in October again and bring the child. In
October, going off the races, and you want to talk about everything all at once?
Sent him overseas.
You want this to just be like everything all at once and like us talking about everything up in the air? I'm doing everything step by step. And so you going to August isn't helpful for me. It's not helpful for me to jump to August and what's going on and for you to talk about things that I'm not asking you about because I don't think it's good for me to like get understanding because you're just telling me a bunch of additional facts that distract me and don't let me understand.
Oh, that's March. Yes, in March, she gained custody. Well, she had custody, but what changed was I had visitation rights overseas during the summers.
Okay, but just to be clear, at the time in March 19, 2005, when the custody arrangement was changed to accommodate the fact that she had moved to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, it was understood and it was the case that the child was living in Pennsylvania with the mother pursuant to a changed and modified custody order, correct?
Only from March forward. So she only had him in Pennsylvania from March until June. And that's why
that's not true as a matter of like where the child was, right? This order is acknowledged.
In March, he was in Tennessee, enrolled in a Tennessee school. At that court hearing, he was transferred from me to her, and he went to Pennsylvania in March.
Okay, so in March of 2005, he is pursuant to a court order, the Tennessee court order, the changed custody arrangement. He is living in Pennsylvania pursuant to what you would agree is a valid custody arrangement.
Correct.
At least legally valid. Okay. So then, on June 9th, the petitioner, that is your ex-wife, filed in this court a petition to modify custody. She's claiming that that during the time, so this is presumably as soon as you take custody in the summer, right?
No, she never sent him in the summer. That's the thing. See, in June, she was supposed to put him on a plane, and she never did.
Okay. And so at that point, what is she citing when she says that when you had custody, you were unable to communicate with the child? Is she referencing previous times or previous moments?
She's just making stuff up because she regularly disconnected her phone and she hid. And I have so many records of her moving and hiding. So she would disconnect her phone and then say she didn't have communications with her child, but because she disconnected her phone. And I did send one of those letters to it's 2007 January, I believe January 10th.
Okay, so you filed a motion in contempt.
From her, all kinds of things.
You filed a motion in contempt because she didn't transfer custody the way that was part of the original order the modified order from the Tennessee court in 2005, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and ordered. The respondent also filed with this court a motion to dismiss the petition, modified. Yeah, got it. On August 12, 2005, the Tennessee court determined the petitioner was in contempt, that is, ex-wife, for failing to abide by its previous orders. The Tennessee court changed the custody order arrangement to the respondent having primary custody during the school year and the mother having custody during the summer. Okay, so that changed. No one's ever had sole custody, right? At this point, it's always been split up to now, right?
I've seen in the court orders it's saying custody with the other person having co-parenting rights. I don't know if you can have like sole custody and the other person having co-parenting rights, but
yeah, it sounds like one of you has custody during some time and the other has custody during another time. That's what it looks like so far, up to 2005.
Well, there's visitation rights, and it depends on how you define custody. And even in the law, custody can be defined a variety of ways. But if you look in the final orders, you'll see that the court sent him overseas to live with me. The court held jurisdiction until he was 18, and the court authorized him to travel under the sole discretion of me and for me to apply for his passport. So did she still have some?
I'm only worried about legal custody as Tennessee law defines it, where presumably where they're living with you.
She had some co-parenting rights and she had visitation rights.
Okay.
They did not terminate her parental rights, if that's what you're asking. But I had custody.
Got it. Mother failed to appear at the August 12, 2005 hearing. That was the hearing in determining contempt. On August 19, 2005, this court entered findings of fact and order deferring jurisdiction to the Tennessee court so long as the Tennessee court held a hearing where the mother's statement would be heard and a best interest analysis would be entered on the record. On October 11, 2005, the Tennessee court entered an identical order to its August 12, 2005 order. The judge in the state of Tennessee relied on the record established there and did not hold an evidentiary hearing where the mother's or the child's interests were heard. The Tennessee court also concluded that it had exclusive continuing jurisdiction in this matter until the child reached the age of 18. On August 11, 2006, the petitioner filed the present petition for modification of custody. She asserts the respondent is now moving from Cyprus to Turkey, and she has been unable to communicate with her child. She requests that this court assume jurisdiction over the case. A hearing was held in this court on August 2006, where both parties entered evidence and arguments were heard. At the conclusion of the hearing in open court, we've entered findings of fact on the record which are incorporated by reference. A court of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania may assume jurisdiction to modify a custody order of another state court, except as otherwise provided in Section 5424 related to temporary emergency jurisdiction. A court of this Commonwealth may not modify a determination. Okay, so a Pennsylvania court must also determine the original state. Okay.
Now, the Pennsylvania court, when assuming jurisdiction for that temporary order, by the way, stated my son was born in Pennsylvania, which he was not, which was one of their foundational aspects of supposedly taking jurisdiction.
Okay.
In Tennessee, it continued to exert jurisdiction until he was 18, and we had court hearings as late as 2012.
Pennsylvania law defines the home state of a child as the state in which a child lived with a parent or person acting as parent for at least 6 consecutive months immediately before the commencement of a child custody proceeding. In the case of a child 6 months of age or younger, that doesn't apply. The term, a period of temporary absence of any of the mentioned persons is part of the period. So the
he was there for summer visitation, which does not count towards the residency, and he was there for less than 3 months.
State in which a child.
And another point to point out is Pennsylvania law and UCCJA treat foreign countries as states. So if Tennessee didn't have jurisdiction, which I agreed to because I didn't feel it'd be fair for her to litigate overseas, but if Tennessee didn't have jurisdiction, then Cyprus would have.
Got it. So in the last 6 months from the filing of that petition, the present petition, that is August, you go August, July, June.
He'd been in Pennsylvania 2 months and change. 2 months and a week, 5 weeks.
No, from March to...
No, you're mixing up the years. That's 2005. In 2006, he was with me, and he went back to visitation. So he arrived to her in early June 2006.
Pennsylvania Commerce original state. No longer... Child messenger. Oh, okay. So, but she hadn't been... The child at no point was living in Tennessee at the time, right?
He was not in Tennessee, but he was not living in Pennsylvania. He was already living in Europe by that point.
But in the last 6 months, he hadn't been living in Tennessee, right?
No, but he'd not been living in Pennsylvania either.
But I know that. I'm just asking a question. He wasn't living in Tennessee, correct?
No, correct.
You would agree under the law of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, he was not. It was not his home under the Pennsylvania state statute, right?
Well, neither was Pennsylvania. I guess you could say it wasn't his home. Yeah, I guess
you agree under Pennsylvania law.
If you're asking under Pennsylvania law, if he was in Tennessee for 6 months, no, he was not. But he was also not in Pennsylvania.
Okay. I'm just asking a question. So under Pennsylvania state law, you agree, and I think you answered that yes, he was not. His home was in Tennessee, right? All we're doing is this is determining jurisdiction, right?
Yeah, no, it was not at Tennessee at that point.
Okay. The child moved with the petitioner to Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in September of 2004. In December, so there. By the way, none of that law doesn't say you have to be under a custody order living in some place for 6 months. It just says living in 6 months. And so they're including the time since September of 2004, it looks like, right? The child moved with the petitioner in 2004. In December of 2004, the court compelled the mother to transfer custody to the respondent who was in the state of Texas. In March of 2005, the Tennessee court gave the petitioner custody of the child, and she remained the prime. What's that?
You said Texas.
Sorry, Tennessee, my bad. In March 2005, the Tennessee court gave the petitioner custody of the child, and she remained the primary custodian until the Tennessee's court order in October of 2005. That October 2005 order that's being referenced is which order?
Sorry, say again?
The October 2005 order is what order? Do you know that?
Oh, October 2005 is the second court hearing in which I gained custody. I gained custody in August 2005, but she refused to show up to the court order. So she was told to show up to the August 2005 court. She didn't. So the judge in Pennsylvania wanted to give her another chance. So he convinced the judge in Tennessee to give her another chance, and he held another court hearing in October. But he already said I gave the father full custody in August.
Huh. Okay. Cool. Give me a second. This is like a twisted tale, huh?
Oh, you barely touched the tip of it.
Yeah,
the
I know. I'm trying to
wrap my head around it.
This is. I'm most interested in the jurisdictional question.
Okay, but the jurisdictional. Let me get this point across to you because it's important. This thing about 6 months. First of all, I don't have it in front of me right now, but it does have to be legitimately 6 months. They have to be legally in that state. And they were found when they were in there from October to December 2004. They were there illegally because she kidnapped them. And they did transfer custody back to me in December 2004 until March 2005. Then when she was...
You say kidnap. Kidnap assumes that what happened was a crime as opposed to violation of a custody order, right? I don't know that you...
It depends how you define kidnap, but they're charging me with kidnapping over a custody order. So if you want to play with...
Listen. I think that the line between that, it's, whatever you want to say between kidnapping and violation of the custody order,
Well, she disappeared, and she gave no forwarding address to the court or me. Let's put it that way.
Well, I think the difference is when people are talking illegally. So, for instance, like if I could break a custody order with my son, or actually, I don't even know if we can because we don't have a formal arrangement. But like you could break a custody order, but that's different than having like an indictment saying you're being formally charged with the crime of kidnapping, right? One is Go ahead. Sorry.
The common law definition of kidnapping is defined, I think, as an unlawful restraint, and I don't know that. Maybe it would apply. I'm not sure, actually, and I shouldn't speak out of turn of not knowing the kidnapping law of Pennsylvania or of any state. So just let me continue on to the jurisdiction.
Sure. I'm just saying I don't think the mom had ever been charged with kidnapping. I don't think that was the thing, unless it hasn't been brought up yet.
So the Tennessee court gives permission to be in Pennsylvania at the time. The respondent became once she remained the primary custodian until October of 2000. Wait, so was she? He was in Pennsylvania until October, right?
He's still in Pennsylvania.
Sorry, she was with your child in Pennsylvania until October 2005.
Yes, but only because she was illegally holding him, because she was supposed to appear at the August court hearing, but she didn't.
And she had never given you the custody in June. Fair?
Yes, correct. So what happened was the Pennsylvania judge told her that she had to go to Tennessee with the child after she failed to appear at the August hearing.
At that time, the respondent became the primary custodian. However, the respondent no longer resided in the state of Tennessee, but at an unknown address in Cyprus.
That's not true. She had my address.
In June of 2006, the child returned. Did the Tennessee order give permission for you to be out of the country?
Yes, not only did it give me permission to be out of the country, I left the United States in 2001. The court knew this, and the court sent him. If you look at the Tennessee order,
Okay.
it says that they ordered the child to go live overseas with the father. The child, and Tennessee holds exclusive jurisdiction until the child is 18. And the reason we did that is because of the history of the case, and because he was born in Tennessee. All the history is in Tennessee. Everybody knew in Tennessee. He was born there, divorced there, grew up there, and I didn't feel it was fair to have her come litigate in Cyprus. So I agreed with the judge to hold it in Tennessee until he was 18.
Gotcha. Okay, so this whole thing doesn't matter because he wasn't there for 6 months, and they find that. So the home state, we find that the commencement of the current controversy, the child does not reside in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for 6 months. Got it. Bingo. Though the home state is the preferred jurisdictional analysis for a custody matter, it is not the sole means by which the court assumes jurisdiction, citing this case from the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, looks like, or Superior Court, I don't know. The court is required to continue the analysis to determine whether the child has significant connections with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, citing Dinser v. Dinser. Before addressing the child's significant connections to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we will address the second part of the analysis for jurisdiction on the initial determination of custody, which requires the court to determine whether another state is the home state. We conclude that no other state in the United States is the home state of the child. The state of Tennessee has not been the home state of the child since March 2005. Since March 2005, the child has either resided with the petitioner in Pennsylvania or with the respondent in Cyprus. The child has only traveled to the state of Tennessee pursuant to the court orders and custody exchanges issued from that state. That's since March of 2005. Got it.
Okay, what he fails to analyze there is that according to the state law in UCCJEA is that foreign countries are treated as states, and he failed to even analyze the foreign countries that the child lived in.
Gotcha. And so what you're saying is, do you know the provision of the uniform? What does that say?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's in there. It does treat foreign countries as states, number one. Number two, in the September 5th court opinion, the Pennsylvania judge stated that my son was born in Crawford County, Pennsylvania, and used that as one of his bases as well.
Okay, well, we're going to find that then, huh? But I guess you would agree that Tennessee is not a place that is the home under Pennsylvania law, correct? We already talked about that.
I would say that it's not. I mean, Tennessee did hold exclusive jurisdiction until he was 18 in the court order. But did he physically there? Did he pass the physical presence test? No. Did he pass the significant connections test? Yes, because he was born in Tennessee, he grew up in Tennessee, and that's where the divorce was. So he passed the significant test connections, although not the physical presence test.
But you would argue that Tennessee court didn't even have jurisdiction.
No, I mean, I agree because they had the significant presence test. Sorry,
You're not going to be able to. Are you really going to say that as a statutory matter, Pennsylvania didn't have jurisdiction, but Tennessee did? But even though he had spent so much more time in recent years or in recent months?
It depends. If you're going to go by the significant connections test, then Tennessee would have that. If you're going by the physical presence test, then Cyprus would have it.
Any significant connections that's true of Tennessee surely is true of Pennsylvania.
No, because he was born in He was born in Tennessee. He was raised in Tennessee, and Tennessee was where he grew up, and that's where the divorce.
But he moved. He was living in Pennsylvania for months.
No, he was in Pennsylvania 3 times. The first time he was there illegally, she was found in contempt of court. Custody was transferred to me. The second time he was there, he was legally for 2 months, and then she illegally held him. I got full custody. And the third time he was there in a summer visitation, which does not count towards the physical presence test under the UCCJA. Neither does the time she was there.
Law.
So he's only been there under the Pennsylvania test, under law, from March until June 2005. That's the only time he was there legally.
And you're okay, but your source of discounting illegal or I guess not appropriate.
It is in there somewhere. I don't have it off the top of my head, but if you look into the law, it does say that as far as the physical presence, it has to be legitimate presence.
I hear you. What you're saying. You're saying that there's only a couple valid times, and so we should discount all the connections made in a state, even if it was like, let's say that he was there for 5 years in Pennsylvania, if some aspect of it was not in accordance with the custody order, either because they were in a different part of the state than they were supposed to, or they were supposed to be in a neighboring state and not in the state in question. You would discount all that time, no matter how long, no matter how significant, no matter how many friends he has there, no matter how many, the fact he's going to school there for 5 years. Nothing of that time counts if any part of a custody order is not complied with in those years. Is that true? Is that what you're saying?
According to the law.
Okay.
Well, first of all, you're talking about 5 years. We're talking about a few months.
No.
Okay.
But it's the principle, right? What you're saying is that no amount of time of residence and home presence in a state counts towards residence for purposes of the jurisdictional tests. It wouldn't matter if it's 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, no matter how serious the connections are, no matter how deep that a child's presence in a state that is in some aspect in violation of a custody order doesn't count towards their jurisdictional test in Pennsylvania.
Well, according to the law that I've read, if the legal time doesn't count, temporary visits to summer visitations don't count. But I think you're doing two different apples versus oranges, because 5 years versus a few scattered months, especially when the first time that you're citing, she took him illegally and was found in contempt of court, and he was found to be there illegally.
Okay,
that's a pretty big difference.
That's a legal question. That's a legal question that can be found out.
Wait. Can I ask a quick question regarding this? So I keep hearing that, for instance, like she was in contempt of court, she had him illegally, she kidnapped him. Are there any court docs that like state that?
Yeah, I've sent them to you. That's what I said. If you look at
Pisco, have you seen those court docs?
Look at the transcripts. Yes, I've sent them. Again, the
March opinion that I'm reading right now references
March, August, and October 2005 documents, especially the transcripts.
Wait, hold on real quick. I'm not asking if your opinion is it happened. I'm asking, was it the court's opinion that this happened?
It's in the court's opinion. You can find it in there.
Okay.
The court is referencing the fact that there was a contempt hearing, and that after that, custody was ordered transferred to the respondent, which is him.
Okay, gotcha.
So, yeah. The petition from so we're going back to the jurisdictional test because that's what interests me.
Cyprus. That's where he lived. That's where his full time was. That's where he's enrolled in school. And as I've said, foreign countries as states.
Okay, don't short circuit the argument. I mean, don't short circuit it. I mean, I know that this is a very personal thing for you. I understand, and I respect that you have strong feelings and that you feel that you've been, violated by the federal government and state governments and all that stuff. But let's just do it one step at a time. I think that's a good way to do it. The next step in the analysis in assuming jurisdiction requires the court to determine the child and at least one parent has significant connections with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and there is substantial evidence within the jurisdiction concerning child care, protection, training, and personal relationships. Significant connections must be applied flexibly, taking into account the unique circumstances of the particular child or children. The child's connection to the jurisdiction are determined only from the time before commencement of the current proceedings. The analysis does not balance the child's connection to one state over that of the connections with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The petition for modification of custody was filed on August 11, 2006. We are only permitted to view the significant connections made by the child and the petitioner before that date. First, we find the petitioner moved to the Commonwealth because her parents reside there. The petitioner, as of September 2003, had no reason to reside in the state of Tennessee.
By the way, he gets that wrong. He says they reside in Venango County, her parents, which they do not.
Is he saying that he was born in Pennsylvania?
Yes, he says that as well, which he was not. That's what I'm telling you.
But where does that?
September 5th. And I sent a screenshot and excerpt to him as well. So if you want to pull the screenshots right there, okay. But it's somewhere in the September 5th one.
It's not in this order though, right?
You're still in the August one. I don't believe it's in the August one.
All right. We find the petitioner, as of September 2003, had no reason to reside in Tennessee. By that time, the respondent and she had acquired a divorce order, and the respondent was working overseas. We find that the petitioner moved back to be near her extended family to create a more stable financial setting for herself and her child. Finally, the petitioner has not relocated her residence outside of Pennsylvania since her move in September 2004. Thus, we find the petitioner, that is your ex-wife, is a resident and has significant connections to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We also find that the child has significant connections to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. His mother and both his paternal and maternal grandparents reside in Pennsylvania. He also attended public schools in Pennsylvania during the 2004-2005 school year. In the summer of 2006, he resided with the petitioner, and at the August 28, 2006 hearing, the child's court-appointed advocate asserted the child desired to stay in Pennsylvania with his mother. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is also the location the evidence can be acquired to the child's care, protection, training, and personal relationships with family, teachers, and schoolmates. The third portion of the analysis on whether this court has jurisdiction to determine the initial custody is that the original state must relinquish jurisdiction. The Tennessee court, who had original jurisdiction of this matter, has not relinquished jurisdiction to this court. In fact, the Tennessee court has stated the contrary when the Tennessee judge asserted that the state of Tennessee had exclusive continuing jurisdiction in this matter until the child reached 18. Our analysis does not end there. If the original state will not relinquish jurisdiction, then this court must determine whether the Tennessee court has jurisdiction over the matter pursuant to Pennsylvania statutes. We conclude that the state of Tennessee does not have jurisdiction. As stated above, the child's home state is not the state of Tennessee. The child has not resided in the state of Tennessee since March 2005. In addition, neither the child nor either parent currently resides in the state of Tennessee. Neither the child nor the parents have significant connections with the state of Tennessee. Respondent works and resides in Cyprus. The petitioner works and resides in Pennsylvania. The child resides with either party during the year. The state of Tennessee has no evidence of child care, protection, training, or personal relationships provided to the child from that state because the child does not reside there or receive any of those services. Finally, the only states assuming jurisdiction in this matter is the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the state of Tennessee. The court is not relinquishing jurisdiction to the state of Tennessee. How is that unreasonable?
He was not, first of all, he skipped the analysis of Cyprus's home state because by that time I had the custody of the child. So basically he's saying, well, the child's
between Pennsylvania and Tennessee, how is that unreasonable?
Between Pennsylvania and Tennessee, I see your point there. Okay, if that's your only point there. But he fails to analyze that Cyprus is considered a state under the conventions.
Okay, so
you can't just, for example, let's say that I took the child and I moved to Alaska and she had custody and the child came to visit me for a few weeks. I can't just say he's in Alaska all of a sudden. That's not how these court orders work. And if he did, if you continue to read the orders, he does affirm and enforces the Tennessee order.
I hear you, and this is a jurisdictional question. It's not a merits question. It's, can I even hear this case? That's what it means in jurisdictional. It's like,
well, he's completely. First of all, he does enforce. If you keep reading the later orders, I'm not sure which exact.
He doesn't enforce it is not the question. The question of the jurisdictional stage is, can I even hear and decide the case? Not what am I going to decide? It's, do I even have the power to enter an order for this child? Right?
Well, he purposefully ignores, while citing Cyprus, he fails to analyze Cyprus as a possible home state as well, which is under Pennsylvania and UCCJA to be considered.
Oh, okay. I hear you on that. Let me, full disclosure, I'm not a family lawyer. I'm not, I don't practice in Pennsylvania. I'm just here to sort of walk through what I'm reading as someone who has some passing interest in like reading orders and that kind of stuff. But
I would say that Pennsylvania doesn't have. I would say Pennsylvania doesn't have the connections as well, because first of all, if you look at the law, the law, as far as the residency of 6 months, okay, it has to be a legal residency, of which he never had. He only had one legal residency in Pennsylvania and one visitation, and visitations are explicitly prohibited from being considered under the significant presence test. And on top of that, his significant connections were all.
You could be right. You could be right. It sounds like the significant relationship test is a very totality of circumstances test, is what it sounds like, right? It's pursuant to the unique circumstances with it's always going to be this kind of stuff, bro. And let me tell you, this is just from I've done a guardianship proceeding in New York, and so I know it doesn't necessarily apply, but almost always it's like best interest of the child. It's very weird to me, and it would seem very weird that you would not analyze even jurisdictional questions with connections based on things like that, those kind of ad hoc reasoning or legal reasonings that doesn't have any connection to the welfare of the child. That's just my perspective. The reason why I think Cyprus is not analyzed here is because as part of the Pennsylvania test, they only consider the jurisdiction of another place if that place has assumed jurisdiction of the case. That's why they analyzed Tennessee, because Tennessee had in fact assumed jurisdiction in the matter, right? They'd assumed a jurisdiction, and so they needed to analyze Tennessee's connections with the child, right? Because there was a conflict in jurisdiction. But if Cyprus has not assumed jurisdiction of the child or of the custody matter, then what would be the need to have an analysis of Cyprus? Then the only question is, does Pennsylvania have a significant connection with the child sufficient to assert jurisdiction in this case?
The need was the fact that he was in my custody. He was enrolled in school in Cyprus. That's where his friends were. And in fact, in Pennsylvania, this county where she moved to is not the county she's originally from. So she's not saying oh, we've moved back where my family lives and he has cousins and stuff. No, this is a different county that's 2 counties away. So she's moved a couple counties away. So any significant...
It's the same. So that's I mean, is that relevant?
But Pennsylvania is still required to analyze. If you're looking at physical connections, he had been living in Cyprus already and was in school from the previous year. That's where his friends were. That's where his school were. And that's where his custody had sent him.
But he was going to come back to Pennsylvania, right?
Only for summer visitation.
No, with custody, right? You guys exchanged custody.
No, see, that's the thing. This is August. I still have, even by Pennsylvania, by August, I still have full custody. He's only in Pennsylvania at that point for a summer visitation, and he's due to return to Cyprus September 2nd.
Okay, let me see if I understand this. You had primary custody during a certain amount of months, and she had primary custody during another set of months. Correct?
She had visitation. She had summer visitation. I had primary custody. She never had primary custody during that period. She had summer visitation.
Are you telling me that the latest order at the time of this 2006 petition is put deprives her of any custody?
The order I'm referencing is the August 2005 order, which said that I have primary custody and he is to live overseas with me, and that she has summer visitations. And at this time in August 2006 or August, I don't know if it's
Can
August.
You send me that order?
Which particular one?
That's the 2005 October order that you.
Yeah, I've sent all of them. I've sent them multiple times.
Okay, that's is it part 2 or part 3? I see one part 2 and one part 3.
Well, there's August 12th, 2005, which is the initial order, which she didn't show up and she ignored.
I don't have that one. I don't think. Or hang on. Let me just.
I sent it. You're also going to want to read the transcripts. The transcripts, you really need to read the transcripts from March and October because they're really illuminating. Not just the orders, but the transcripts.
Okay. August remains in effect. Okay, so August 18th, 2005. So
just tell me each time what you're reading. Tell me the exact file name so I can open it and read along with you.
So I'm looking now at an order in October 11th, 2005. What I'm looking at is what the actual orders are as an initial matter. I understand
you're looking at 2005 1011 TN order. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a TN order, and it references an August order in August 18th. So I
just want to make sure that I have whatever open, so I have the same orders to look at. So when we're talking about the order, I'm talking about the same document. But I would encourage you, after you read the order, please look at the transcripts for this order.
Okay, sure. It's incorporating and by reference an August 18th order.
Yes.
I may not have that one.
Yeah, I sent that. It may be dated the 12th. Let me see.
Oh, okay, got it. Thank you. Cool. Okay. While he is in the mother's physical custody. Okay.
Which part are you reading? I have the order open.
This is,
what point?
Paragraph 6.
Paragraph 6.
Yeah. So
paragraph 6, father shall provide all contact information. Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, and then mother shall provide all contact information when the child is in the mother's physical custody.
Yeah, which she routinely disappeared. There's a 2000.
Okay, that's not relevant. I'm just asking what the order is.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So at the time that this has occurred, the mother, it is explicitly envisioned by that order and understood that there are going to be times when she has physical custody and that custody will occur in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Fair?
Yes, that's summer visitation.
Whether you're construing it as custody or visitation,
it is written down. Okay, but it's written down that there is she gets him during summer visitation. I don't know if it's in this order, but she has him during the summer visitation in Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But okay. Let's just be real here, just for a second. Let's cut the bull crap. Let's cut all the legal speak. Everything. At this time, before this petition is ordered or is heard, and before this order on jurisdiction is made, there are 3 conceivable locations where jurisdiction over a custody determination could be thought of, right? Or would place. That would be in Cyprus, in Pennsylvania, or in Tennessee. of those places before this, only one has claimed jurisdiction. Tennessee.
Correct.
Right? Pennsylvania is considering all the facts before it. And it knows that Tennessee has established jurisdiction or has claimed jurisdiction over the matter, but it does not note for the record that Cyprus has jurisdiction, because I'm assuming you didn't have a custody proceeding in Cyprus, right?
No, because there was nothing to have, because the court here ordered him overseas to Cyprus.
Okay, the only question, therefore, isn't to analyze Cyprus's valid claim to jurisdiction over the kid or not. It's to analyze whether there is a significant connection with Pennsylvania for Pennsylvania to make the initial, to make a custody determination. They've determined, I think fairly, right, that what business does Tennessee have in determining the welfare of this child at this point in time, right? That doesn't make sense. Like, imagine that the first place that you get a custody determination forever had jurisdiction over anything that might arise. And let's say that 10 years down the line, you've been living in Alaska for all your life, and something happens in Alaska with the people involved, and the first place you had a custody determination was in Florida. Does it make sense for you guys to fly every week to Florida for your custody hearings? No.
No, but again, we're not talking about 10 years, and we've talked about...
I know, but it's not something that's like...
But there's that 6 months, which never occurred under Pennsylvania law even, because the 3 times he was in Pennsylvania, none of them qualify according to that physical presence test, because first of all, none of them were 6 months, and 2 of them were illegal.
What the court is representing is that is not the exclusive test of jurisdiction. That's one test for home for deciding if someone is, quote, at home in Pennsylvania. But there's other findings a court can make, citing case law, that would make them liable to jurisdiction of a custody proceeding. That's what the court is saying. The court is saying that
lying about my son's birth date? Yeah, I mean, if he was born in Pennsylvania, then they might have at least...
Hang on. At no point in this order about jurisdiction are they, for the jurisdictional analysis, have they cited, for purposes of significant connections, have they cited the fact of his birth, right? And it would
not
actually be...
You're right. In August, they did not cite his place of birth yet.
So all we're doing is we're analyzing the court's decision to take jurisdiction. And in the jurisdictional analysis,
doesn't take jurisdiction in August.
What's that?
But in August, if you look at the later August orders, he upholds the Tennessee order.
Whether he upholds the Tennessee order is not a question of jurisdiction. You're contesting jurisdiction, right? That's an initial step. The question is, do I even have the power to affirm or not affirm or decide whether to affirm a previous order? That's not that's a question that's separate from the merits of affirming, reaffirming, not affirming. You're taking issue with the fact that they're hearing this case at all. You say this case should be dismissed for want of jurisdiction. There shouldn't even be a determination. That's your argument, right?
At that point, I would have to see which court order, but basically, yes.
Okay, so then if you're contesting jurisdiction, don't talk about whether they affirmed or didn't. Step one is to establish that there is jurisdiction over the custody proceeding. That's step one. And in that determination, if I'm speaking to you in a kind of common person sense, I think it makes perfect sense for Pennsylvania to take jurisdiction. That's where the kid is. The kid's going to be there in the future because the mother's going to see him. That's pursuant even to the Tennessee custody determination. The kid's been living there for a while. That's where the mother lives. That's where the family lives. That's where the connections are. And
no,
they don't have to... What's that?
Well, first of all, it's not necessarily true because, first of all, he cites that her parents live in Venango County, which is where he is. Her parents have never...
About Pennsylvania's connection, not about any particular county. Pennsylvania.
But I'm pointing out the factual errors he makes along the way. Okay?
Well, when did he specify county?
Venango County. Well, because Venango County is the county that the judge is in. So he's trying to establish connections to his specific county as well. And yes, Pennsylvania...
No, he's establishing connections to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
I got you, but facts either matter or they don't. And if a judge states something that is relevant to the case that turns out to be factually incorrect, that's a pretty big deal.
Sorry, I guess I'm not seeing it. Where is he specifying where?
I believe that's in the September 5th one.
Okay, so we're analyzing the jurisdictional analysis. All right, we're analyzing jurisdictional analysis.
You're at 2005, 08.
No, this is 2006.
Why am I taking so much damage in this dungeon?
August
These things are destroying me.
Oh, this is September 6th of
I'm in the wrong year, 2006.
This is 09, 06, 2006.
09.
But I think that's September 6th, 2006.
Okay, so there's an 8:30 order. So do you have the August 30th order?
No, I'm
Flies
only
are super
analyzing
dangerous.
the court. I'm not
Lost code
analyzing the
amendment.
substantive
Oh.
orders right now. I'm just analyzing the court's jurisdictional analysis. Okay?
Okay, but which file are you looking at to do that? That's what I'm asking.
September
Which file?
6th, 2006, the one in which there's an order that it's considering whether or not it has jurisdiction, whether it's going to assume jurisdiction.
Okay, so I have that one dated the 5th. Okay, but yeah, that's the one. If you look in the first paragraph, in the parenting plan, the parties agreed upon a custody arrangement with their son, Eris Charles Oberlander, born in Crawford County, Pennsylvania. He was born in Hawkins County, Tennessee.
Oh yeah, but that's not factoring into their jurisdictional analysis as I read it. Where he's born. That's just he's wrong about a fact at the start. Okay.
As far as the rest of it, though, as we've read the law and our lawyers have been through this, the thing is he completely fails to mention that Cyprus. And I understand that Cyprus court didn't take it, but as far as
no custody proceeding in Cyprus, right?
No, because there was no need because the Tennessee order was upheld. Cyprus recognized the Tennessee order.
Did you ever go to court in Cyprus for anything related to custody?
No, because she never filed against me.
So Cyprus never assumed jurisdiction over the custody proceeding or any kind of custody proceeding.
She never filed against me. I would have no way unless she files against me. I can't go to.
Let me paint you a picture. Suppose that he spends 50% of his time in Pennsylvania and 50. I'm not saying that's the facts, but suppose that he spent 50% of his time in Pennsylvania and 50% of his time in Cyprus. Do you think that it would be okay for and at time equals 0, there's no custody proceeding? Which state, either Cyprus or Pennsylvania, should have jurisdiction?
50% is a big different question than say 2% or 5%, whatever it is. These are not apples.
50-50.
If it's 50-50, it'd be up in the air, but it's not even the same.
Okay, so what I'm saying is
that's like comparing an electric car to an EV for gas mileage.
Okay, so all I'm saying is no court has, in the eyes of the Pennsylvania court, has yet assumed jurisdiction. Or properly assumed, right? Because Tennessee has assumed it, but for reasons that Pennsylvania speaks about, which the court speaks about, which in my mind are totally reasonable, that no one is living in Tennessee now, neither you, nor the mother, nor the child, nor any of the family members. He's not going to school there. He's not getting services there. It makes no sense for Tennessee to have jurisdiction there.
Well, Pennsylvania also explicitly deferred to Tennessee on 2 occasions well after that as well.
If you're saying they deferred on matters of substance, that's different than saying that they shouldn't have jurisdiction.
Well, they submitted jurisdiction to us I'm sorry, I'm not going to have the right word here. Twice they sent her back to Tennessee, confirming Tennessee's jurisdiction on this. And if you're talking 50-50, that's completely different than the summer visitation because, again, under the physical presence test, summer visitations are explicitly not to be counted under the physical presence test.
I don't see that in this court's analysis of whether or not.
He never brings it up, but it's in the Pennsylvania UCCJA law. That's what I'm telling you. Just because a judge didn't mention it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
You're construing it as summer visitation and in a way that excludes it. That could be true. I don't know the Pennsylvania case law on summer visitation. I don't know if
visitations are considered temporary visitations and are not towards permanent residency under jurisdictional issues.
I don't think this court is.
And they are there illegally. So the only time he was there legally was from March 2005, the mid-March 2005, until early June. So less than 2 months was the only time he was there legitimately in Pennsylvania under the physical presence test. And the physical presence test explicitly requires 6 continuous months.
But the connection, no, it's saying that there are multiple tests. One test is the statutory test of under Section 5421A, that statute that he's referencing. Where the state in which a child lived with a parent or person acting as parent for at least 6 consecutive months immediately before the commencement of child custody proceeding, that's like the default place where the custody is, right?
But even if that's the case, he was not there for 6 months with the parent at that time anyways.
Okay, yeah. So the court says they fail that test, right?
Okay.
The court agrees with you and says under this test, the child has not resided for 6 months. So you can't bring that up again because the court has acknowledged that point and said, you're right, he hasn't been there for 6 months. Okay? So are you going to not bring that up again?
Okay, if you don't bring it up, I've kept this. It sounded like you.
I haven't brought it up. I've acknowledged that test was failed for the petitioner. Okay?
Okay.
And here's what the court says, and you tell me how you respond to it. Though the, quote, home state close quote, is the preferred jurisdictional analysis for a custody matter. It's not the sole means by which the court assumes jurisdiction. Do you agree with that or not?
Well, it's not the sole means, but I'm going to have to see what else you're going to cite, because the judge keeps leaving out a lot of things conveniently.
Well, hang on. You can either, do you agree with that statement that there's other means of assuming jurisdiction, other tests?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there are. That before.
The answer is yes, I agree with that. And the next sentence is, the court is required to continue the analysis to determine whether the child has, quote, significant connections with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, close quote. And they're citing a case. And they state the test, right? The state that this is a question about whether there's substantial evidence within the jurisdiction. The significant connections, and the evidence they use for that are things that you would expect, like the fact that he goes to school there, the fact that the mom lives there, the fact that
he's not there at that point. He's there for summer visitation. He's enrolled in school in Cyprus.
He only went in school there for the 2004, 2005 years.
He was school there in 2006.
Yeah, those are. Is there anything? Why should they discount that, right?
Because they're talking about the current time right now. They're saying he is enrolled. He is not enrolled in school in Pennsylvania in 2006 at all. He was enrolled in school in Cyprus in 2006, both before and after summer visitation. He is not enrolled in a school in Pennsylvania in 2006. The last time he was in a Pennsylvania school was for a month and a half in early 2005.
It says that the child's connection to the jurisdiction are determined only from the time before commencement of the current proceeding. It's not looking into the future. It's a past analysis. That's what the court said.
A month and a half of school in Pennsylvania versus well over a year in Europe.
Well, then the next sentence is, and he's citing case law, and the analysis does not balance the child's connection to one state over that of the connections with the Commonwealth. That it's not a balancing test. It's just, are there a threshold? Do you meet a certain threshold? That's what the court says.
Well, he's reaching.
I don't know if it's a reach. If he's citing the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision about what Pennsylvania state law is, you're not citing anything, right? You're not citing that it's not a balancing test. You're not citing that it is a forward-looking test.
A month and a half enrollment, a year and a half before, even if it applies by the law, that's a pretty big reach. I mean, if you can't admit that a month and a half in school versus where he...
This is the evidence that the court... This is what the evidence the court used for the significant connections test. All right? And you tell me what you disagree with.
And that's what I'm telling you. A month and a half in school, 18 months prior.
I think also... Wait. Can I interject for 1 second here? Because this seems to be a problem. And you can tell me if I'm wrong, Pisco. So it feels like... Chad, right?
Yep.
Isn't it? Yeah. So it feels like you have a lot of problems with how the court has decided things, which is fair, but if the court's made a decision, the court's decision is the court's decision. When you're moving forward to future decisions, you can't reference a disagreement that you've had with a prior decision that's been made. You have to go with whatever decision the court's made, and that becomes the foundation by which future custody agreements or court orders or whatever thing else are built upon. Any argument or disagreement you have is moot, right?
No, because he's basing on invalid facts, and not only that.
No. Wait. Hold on. Let's say, for instance, I was convicted. Wait. Hold on. Let's say that I get convicted of a DUI. I'm making some stuff up. Let's say I get convicted of a DUI, and that's like 11 points on my driver's license. Okay, but let's say I don't think I was really drunk, and I think that the breathalyzer was bullshit, and the cop lied, and I know he lied. I know for a fact he lied. Let's say that I go to the station, they do the shit, they file the paperwork, I go through the whole course, and I plead guilty, and I've got that conviction. Let's say later on I get a speeding ticket where they give me 1 point on my record, and now my license is up for revocation. I can't go, hold on, the DUI on my record, he lied about that. That was bullshit. They're going to say, it doesn't matter. We've seen what the court has filed. You have a conviction. That's it. You're done. You can't bring that back up again or argue about even if you're saying there are underlying facts of the matter, then you have to contest that particular motion or conviction or judgment or whatever. You have to contest it back there. You can't go forward and say that these prior motions or these prior convictions or these prior statements that were ruled on, that these are like not valid because of some underlying fact of the matter. That needed to be contested at the time.
First of all, we did contest. Second of all, I've not been convicted. Third of all, the charge was done in a secret closed-door grand jury in which I had no chance to defend myself at all. So again, your comparison there is not even analogous at all. I've not been convicted. We did contest it, and my indictment was done in a federal grand jury of which my lawyers were not even notified prior beforehand of the grand jury even happening.
Why hold on, where is this idea that you have to be notified before a grand jury or an indictment happens?
You don't have to, but it's typical standard procedure unless there's cases of terrorism and so forth. Even in the Trump case, I'm not getting into whether it's right or wrong, but I mean, they were talking to his lawyers beforehand. And that's general practice unless there's a specific need not to notify them. It's the manner in which it's done.
It sounds to me...
Grand juries are extremely rare. There's only a few countries in the world that have them at all, and it's only the U.S. that uses them like free candy.
Okay,
Do they use them like free candy or sparingly?
Oh, the U.S. uses them like crazy. They use grand juries for everything. Look at the statistics of federal grand juries in the United States versus the few other countries that have them. And the few other countries that have them use them very sparingly, and they only typically use them for terrorism and mafia cases, whereas the U.S. uses them as like everyday routine operations.
Okay, so are you being targeted, or is it just like it's part of the natural state of America's secret indictment policy?
I believe I've probably been targeted. I can't prove that, but I don't want to go down that route right now because we need to stay on the focus of this.
Oh, well, yeah. I do want to. I want to figure this out, and I want to tell you. Tell me what facts of these you don't agree with that the court is determining.
Let's continue to go step by step. I think that
This is.
I will keep reiterating that the state law in UCCJ does require them to consider foreign states. They never looked at it. Cyprus had jurisdiction because he lived there. Do I have a court order? No, because it's the same reason that I don't have a court order against her for a violation.
There was never a court
for non-violation. She has to file against.
There was never a court proceeding in Cyprus.
There was never a need to be.
Okay, so then Cyprus did not have exclusive jurisdiction over the custody proceedings.
They don't need a court proceeding to declare that. That's the point. Is the only way that it would have happened is if she came against me for a violation. But first of all, I agreed to the Tennessee jurisdiction, number one. And number two, I can't file against her for something that she hasn't done or I haven't done. That's the same thing.
Why are you okay with Tennessee jurisdiction? I'm just like a purely like...
Because if you look at the history of the case, you go back prior to even 2004.
No one lives there. You don't live there. She doesn't live there. Nothing happens there.
You asked me a question. You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it. Okay? If you look at the history of the case, even prior to 2004, there were a lot of court cases in Tennessee starting as far back as 2001. There were court cases every year. And the Tennessee court explained this. This is why you need to read the transcripts. The Tennessee court said the reason they're holding jurisdiction is because the extensive history of this case. This is where the child was born. This is where it was litigated for years on end in Tennessee. He lived there. That's where everything happened until basically he was sent overseas to me in 2005. Except for a short stay in Pennsylvania, he did live in Tennessee he was in Tennessee until March 2005. So, except for 2 months, he was in Pennsylvania.
Let me get this right. If she had moved to, you know why she probably didn't go to Tennessee, right? Why do you think that?
Yeah, because the judge told her she would be in jail if she came back because she was in contempt of court twice.
No. I mean, like, let's be a little charitable.
No, he said that. He told her if she came back to Tennessee, she'd be in jail because he had already been in contempt of court twice.
Why do you think Pennsylvania is even considering saying that Tennessee doesn't have jurisdiction?
This is the route I don't want to go down yet because it
doesn't. Listen, I'm just going to tell you. I'm not going to make you answer anything. It's because it doesn't make sense, right? As a matter of public policy, statute, benefit of the child, right? If there needs to be a custody determination, let's say it's an emergency custody determination or something, and some court somewhere. What's that?
Which is what it was. It was an emergency one.
Let's say that it's an emergency custody determination. It doesn't make sense, right? If you're a faraway state, to make whoever needs that relief in that family court to go all the way to some far off state. There are reasons why they're questioning Tennessee's jurisdiction. And when you think and look at it and be like, does this make sense? It makes complete sense. It makes just because there's nothing, and you even mentioned, right, that Tennessee, like, that they probably incorporated some of Tennessee's orders. There's nothing preventing the Pennsylvania court from, like, reading the proceedings of Tennessee or getting the history of what's going on in Tennessee.
Under Pennsylvania law,
jurisdiction,
under Pennsylvania law for emergency jurisdictions, they have to put an expiration date on the order, and they have to allow the original court of jurisdiction to resolve the case. None of which.
No. This is not an emergency custody determination, from what it looks like, right?
Temporary, but it's an interlocutory order, and even
this order says that the Tennessee court does not even have jurisdiction. The Pennsylvania court is saying Tennessee has no power over over this proceeding?
He upholds it at the end of August, so I'm trying to tell you. He upholds.
No, that's sorry. That's a different question. That's like the substance of the order. We're talking about jurisdiction. The power of the court to determine the proceeding.
He's reaching to find some way to interfere here. And again, if you look at her claims, none of her claims were found to be founded.
Forget about the claims. Forget about the merits of the claims. We're only talking about the power of the court over this matter and over these litigants, namely you and your wife and the child. Does the court have the power to reach the determinations that it does? And what you're telling me is Tennessee, on a forward-going basis, can deprive any future other state from hearing any future claim related to kids in their jurisdiction just because it says that we have eternal jurisdiction, even if years down the line, right, or months down the line, there's absolutely no connection with the forum state that you're talking about. And in this case, right, no one's living in Tennessee. Why would it make sense to make everybody go to Tennessee? No one lives there. All the facts are in Pennsylvania, right? If there are facts about his welfare and witnesses that you want to bring to talk about how the child is doing, they exist in Pennsylvania. If you want to get the school records, they're in Pennsylvania. They're all.
No, they're not. He's enrolled in Cyprus schools.
For the relevant period that they're referencing. That is
going back to school. What school records do they have? A month and a half of him, the 18 months prior.
Don't just latch on to
versus he's been in Europe for over a year.
Oh,
this is the thing. Okay, if you're talking about knocking down Tennessee, the Tennessee thing, and again, I've gone back to this, has to do with the significant connections. Okay,
you agree? There's no significant connections to the point that the petition's filed there. There's none.
No, I don't, because he was born in Tennessee, and the court has a long history of the orders.
Those are facts about. Those are litigation facts. Those are facts about the litigation and facts of court proceedings. But of course, that there's no significant connections between the child and the forum state that you're talking about.
Well, he was born there. That's where he was
born there. Because anywhere I'm born, the courts there are liable to have jurisdiction on custody proceedings there. Just because I was born in that state, I could be born in the state of of Tennessee by mistake. And someone was just traveling there, and then they take me back to their home. Are you saying that therefore that Tennessee has jurisdiction in those cases? That doesn't make sense. We don't want to make people travel to those
jurisdictions forever. But I'm saying that, for instance, if you have kids and your ex-wife or your wife or whoever just runs off or you send them for some visitation, according to Pennsylvania law, they've already. I mean, we're kind of going in circles here, but for him to take any jurisdiction, if he can do it legally, he has to do an amazing stretch, especially by discounting Cyprus. And you can't just say that Cyprus didn't have any court hearings, because that's not necessarily how the jurisdiction works. It was a registered court order in Cyprus, and he stayed in Cyprus, and he was ordered to live in Cyprus.
Did you go to court in Cyprus?
Did not have. There's nothing to go to court for Cyprus for, because
then Cyprus has not assumed. You agree then that Cyprus has not assumed jurisdiction over a custody proceeding.
There's a difference between whether the court gets involved or whether they have jurisdiction.
Has a Cyprus court assumed jurisdiction over custody of your child?
To assume jurisdiction, I would have had to have her file against me or me file against her.
I'm not asking what you would have had to do. I'm asking, has the court assumed jurisdiction?
A court, no. But by law, yes. And the embassy, I mean, he's on a summer visitation, okay? So August 12th, when she filed this, she legitimately has him on summer visitation. I have nothing that I can go to Cyprus and say, because she has him legitimately for summer visitation. And at the end of the summer, the judge forced him back to Cyprus. So then again, she's not in violation of the order. So even if when I register it in Cyprus, I can't go against her because she has not violated the order.
Yeah, you have to. That's one of the risks attendant to having this kind of arrangement, is that you're liable to, and the same risk existed for her if you were to file some petition in Cyprus and the child's there, that she would be hauled to court in Cyprus. So there's parity on that level. Like you would be hauled to court in Pennsylvania if there's a determination there. I'm not saying Cyprus wouldn't be able to assume jurisdiction over the custody proceeding in that case if you filed something there, but you didn't, and she did in Pennsylvania. And it seems like Pennsylvania has at least significant connections in the sense that, I really want to deal with these facts, and I want to see which one you disagree with. This is what the court is citing to establish significant connections. I want to deal with this. I just want to deal with these facts and see which one of these you disagree with.
You keep saying school, but he was in school for a month and a half, 18 months prior.
Hang on a second. Just tell me if you agree with these facts. His mother and both his paternal and maternal grandparents reside in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. True? At this time.
Not where he says they resided, but they do reside in the state.
Wait. So that statement that I just read was true, right?
They reside in Pennsylvania, but they do not reside in the county that he says, and they never reside.
There doesn't need to be a proviso there. We're just talking about the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The only thing that you need to...
But my point is also important because the judge has stated things that are not true. Are they in Pennsylvania? Yes. However, he stated the wrong county. He stated his county.
Is there a reason why you don't want to answer the question?
I did answer it. I said, yes, they were in Pennsylvania.
Okay, yes.
But I also said that he stated invalid facts regarding that point.
No, he just said that they resided in Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You agree that in that paragraph he didn't cite any wrong facts?
In that order, but later on...
This paragraph in the jurisdictional analysis, is he stating any wrong facts so far?
Not as far as where the parents live. It's not really a significant...
Okay, we're moving on. He attended public schools within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania during the 2004-2005 school year. Is that true?
Yes.
In the summer of 2006, he resided with the petitioner, ex-wife, and at the August 28, 2006 hearing, the child's court-appointed advocate asserted the child desired to stay in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with his mother. Is that true?
I can't state that because I was not there, and they're not allowed to assert the child's opinion until around age 13 or 14, and at this point, he had just turned 10.
So, what you're saying is that that this was improper for a court-appointed advocate to assert a child's desires?
At that age, they're not allowed to consider the child's opinion at that age as to where they want to live because they're not considered of a raise of maturity, and they can be manipulated.
Citation needed? What's the cite for that?
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know, but you can look into the law. There are laws regarding about when you're allowed to consider a child's opinion as far as value into the statement. And in Pennsylvania, it's 13 or 14.
Okay. So this is the court's being lawless by considering the child's desire at age 10?
Yes.
Okay. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is also the location that evidence can be acquired to the child's care, protection, training, personal relationship with family, teachers, and schoolmates. True?
That's not true because he was with me full time. You can't decide what his care is like when you're deciding where he's only in the summer. You would have to evaluate how his care was when he was with me, which was not in the state of Pennsylvania.
You can get evidence of the child's care in Pennsylvania, right?
You can get evidence of the child's care in Pennsylvania, but not the child's care while he was in my custody because he was not in my custody in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, no.
So
I don't mean to be rude, but no shit, right? Like obviously
while he's there with her, but not evidence of his care while he's in my custody.
I don't think the court is saying that you can get evidence of his care in Cyprus when he's Pennsylvania. They're talking about the care in Pennsylvania.
Then what's the relevance? Are they going to say that he has a fantastic life there what's the point of bringing that up? How does that even help?
What do you think the relevance is? I mean, just be real with you. You don't think it's relevant to determine custody, right? How they're getting along with the mother, how they're getting along with other family members, whether he has friends. You don't think that's relevant to custody matters?
In this case, because they're to change custody, they would need to prove of some sort that he's not being cared for in my custody, which are in her allegations. If you go back and look at her reason for petitioning,
is it relevant? Yes, or is his care in?
No, I don't. So because if you look at her petition, she's claiming that I'm not taking care of him.
Who's going to buy that? Who's going to buy that it's not relevant?
Any questions about his care? But that's not the point. Her petition never mentioned that she takes better care of him.
All right. So if it's not relevant, would evidence
take care of him? And they have no ability to examine my ability to take care of him from Pennsylvania.
If you're saying it's not relevant, this is what it means. It means that if you had evidence of her smoking crack that existed in Pennsylvania, that wouldn't be relevant.
But that was never brought up in the petition. We're not talking about that because that was not part of the petition.
I'm talking about the category of thing called evidence of care, right?
Not part of the petition.
I'm sorry.
It's not.
If you had evidence, this is jurisdictional. This is. Don't worry about.
But we might as well talk about his relationship to his brothers and sisters or non-existent brothers and sisters.
Is it relevant how your ex-wife treated your son in a custody proceeding? Yes or no? Is that relevant?
Not in this case, because if you look at the petition of what she's claiming, it's irrelevant to the claims.
That is preposterous. I mean, that's a conversation stopper. What you're saying is so ridiculous.
So what you're saying is that she can come in and say that I'm not treating him adequately, he's not enrolled in a public school and everything, and all she has to do is prove that she's.
This is a question. This is a threshold question of relevance. This is a threshold question of relevance. Relevance is a low bar. It's like, does it have any does it make anything more or less likely that's at issue in the dispute, right? And
this
in
new
this case, in a
crossbow
custody dispute
isn't good,
it
right?
is
I shouldn't be
highly
using
relevant how a kid is doing under one parent versus how a kid is doing under another parent.
The damage doesn't matter for reasons I don't use both skills, right?
Because if
acknowledge that is discrediting.
Pennsylvania does not have the ability to determine how he's treated in Cyprus, which is his home state. The relevant forum would therefore be Cyprus.
I'm going to repeat it again.
Where he lived.
I'm going to repeat again, and it is a conversation stopper because it's totally discrediting for you to say something like it's not relevant how he's treated by her in Pennsylvania and in determining the appropriate
Core
custody.
skill is big.
Because look at the accusations. That was never
I've got
brought
core
up
skill
anyway.
damage already.
Whether or not it is factually brought up in a proceeding, that's a question after jurisdiction, right? Jurisdiction happens before. Before you assess the facts, you have to know whether or not you have the power to assess the facts and come to a determination, correct?
This is relevant to the petition which was filed August 12th.
Okay, I'm asking the same question again.
Wait,
is
that bow is
the care
100%
of your
better?
Child, with her
It's got
mother,
less
whether
vulnerable
that's good
damage,
care or bad care or mediocre
less
care,
core skill
is
damage.
that relevant to a custody determination? Yes or
Why?
no?
Why would you say it's better?
If you're stripping it completely away, but the thing is you're not looking at what this decision and case is based on. In a custody decision, both sides would have to be
It hasn't
evaluated.
been upgraded?
Yes,
Okay.
of course. So
Hold on.
True,
If you
true,
want to
actually.
evaluate the
Hold on.
care of custody, you have to evaluate the care and custody of both parents.
Of course. That's all I'm saying. And it took forever for you to say
his
that.
primary residence was in Cyprus, which is where the courts would have knowledge.
The court is not saying that Cyprus does not also have evidence of care. The court is just saying that Pennsylvania has evidence of care. Is that true?
The non-custodial parent.
I'm sorry. Even assuming that what you're saying about summer visitation not counting for purposes of jurisdiction, which you haven't.
And it's got 4 fixes. Yeah, you're right.
And it may be the case, but the order that you reference in Tennessee, the amended order, says that
I can't imprint a
the
second
mother will
thing
have
onto this,
some
though, can I?
envisions of the mother have some physical custody, and it uses the word, in fact, custody, physical custody.
Representation.
Okay.
Can you please do me a favor? Read the March and October transcripts, please. Because you're getting so stuck in the same point and you're missing everything else. The March and October transcripts are going to illuminate a lot for you.
Well, I don't think we even agree on the base of relevance and what is and what's not at issue in a case.
We've had multiple Pennsylvania lawyers, we've had multiple federal lawyers, and they've all been through all of this. And they're not coming up with the same conclusion you did because the judge was stretching, and in later things, he flat out states things that are completely factually incorrect.
Wait, can I ask?
Shows that he's not even working with the proper facts.
Can I ask a question, Pisco? Mm-hmm. If something is being filed and there is an actual incorrect statement of facts, couldn't you file a motion to dismiss based on that, or no?
Well, we have numerous.
I just filed a motion.
All of you guys, and they just block everything.
Wait. How can they? If they block it, wait. Hold on. Wait. If they block it, doesn't that mean that the judge disagrees with you based on the merits of the motion? Then?
No, it doesn't mean at all. They block on technicalities. For example, on the federal and first of all, the state case has been dismissed. Second of all, the federal case, when we try and file things, and even in the federal court, they say that I'm in contempt of court, I'm a fugitive, and they don't have to accept any filings whatsoever from somebody who's in contempt of court or a fugitive.
Okay, that might be true, but I'm just saying on the initial, for instance, let's say that Rachel says Stephen, beat the shit out of his kid, and then she files that. Can't I have my lawyers file a motion to dismiss if we disagree on the facts, or if she says Stephen lived on the moon for 10 years?
It's called a motion to strike.
Okay.
And you can do a motion to strike. The other day, I had in family court for my proceeding. The judge put something incorrect on an order, and we emailed her to change it. And she did, and she did an amended order based on some facts, because it can be important, right? You don't want something that's untrue.
Yeah,
being
to be
on the
record. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But so I just don't understand what I'm not understanding, and I'm asking you, Pisco, because this guy talks a lot. I'm just asking you, and maybe I've missed it. If he keeps saying that he's saying there's so many incorrect facts on all these court orders, wouldn't I be looking for where are the motions to strike, or where is the communication that this fact is wrong, this fact is wrong? Why would all these be allowed to stand in all these court orders?
Yeah, but that's why I'm walking. Yes, I think that you would. I would hope that you would be disputing facts on the record that are just not true, right?
Well, not hope that if you don't, you have no case. If you allow all these facts to stand, then at some point you're almost going to be begging the question, where it's if this fact and this fact and this fact all stand, of course.
The factual differences you pointed to so far weren't relevant in what the court is analyzing, right? You pointed to one fact, which is that incorrectly says the date of birth, right? The court doesn't consider that, and it's
not the date of birth. The location. The location.
The location. Sorry, the location. The court is not considering it. As I'm reading the jurisdiction analysis, it's not using that point to great effect in its analysis at all. It doesn't even cite it at all so far in the jurisdictional analysis. As I read the court's jurisdictional analysis, it's not citing different counties and explaining some relevance of the counties. So you're pointing to incorrect facts that may be true, but is it a fact of consequence? Is it affecting the jurisdictional analysis in some way that we care about? And the answer so far, right, is like you're not disputing the fact that he was attending school at that time. You're not disputing the fact that
he was not attending school at that time. He was attending at the school 18 months prior.
2004 to 2005. That's what the court said, and you agree with that. And you think that it should only be relevant to school when he's in Cyprus. But I'm just asking you whether you agree that he was
attending. I'm not saying it should only be in Cyprus. What I'm saying is, first of all, the 2004 and 2005 were both extremely short term, one of which he was there illegally and she was found in contempt of court for enrolling him into school there. And even the Pennsylvania court agreed with that. Okay, so they're citing their own, even though they even say...
Was he in school then, yes or no? It's about connections with the child.
But a month and a half here and a month and a half there, 18 months before, is not a significant connection to his state. The judge is going through an extreme reach, especially compared against the evidence of him being enrolled continuously for the whole entire prior year in Europe, just prior to this.
Yeah, but
so
then that sounds like that's
you're coming back to 18 months prior, even to before I had custody.
So
he's referencing a time before I even had custody.
If that's your opinion, that you disagree with the judge's ruling, all you can do is appeal the opinion, right?
He did, and this is what I'm trying to explain to you. Not only did
what you're saying is so ridiculous. So this is what you're saying, and now having read it and understanding it, I think it's crazy. What you're saying is that court should dismiss the petition about this custody dispute in Pennsylvania.
They did, by the way.
Hang on, I'm referencing the 2006 thing. Are you talking about a different petition?
Dismissed.
Okay, for want of jurisdiction.
No, it was originally dismissed, but it took a long time because it took us almost 15 years.
What you're saying is that it should be dismissed for want of jurisdiction, and to do this court proceeding, everyone should be required to haul ass to Tennessee where no one lives and nothing's happening. That's what
I'm
you're
not
saying.
saying that they have to go to Tennessee. She could have come to Cyprus. It was a more convenient forum.
More convenient for you? But where's the child going?
I'm living in Europe. How is it more convenient for me to go to Tennessee versus Pennsylvania? It's only more convenient because that's the court that is familiar with the case, and that's what the judge said.
You realistically,
Pennsylvania judge
want
the same thing as well.
So the child.
I mean, this is such a stretch. You're saying the child was twice. Okay, so out of the child's entire schooling, he spent years in a school in Tennessee. He spent years in a school in Europe.
No one's there anymore.
Okay. But you're trying to say...
Why would you all go to court in Tennessee?
Please, just one time, can I finish the response? You keep citing his citation of the fact that he was in Pennsylvania schools for a total of about 3 months. But you're completely neglecting the fact that he was in Tennessee schools for years and overseas schools for years after that point. And both the times that he was in Pennsylvania were prior to me having custody.
Yeah, but it sounds like hadn't they already moved from those states?
Yes, no one was going to live in Tennessee.
If nobody, why would
either according to the presence test? That's the whole thing. You even said the presence test. Okay. So you can't cite something in the presence test and say the presence test has already been shot down. But I'm citing the presence test by citing school connections. That's not a significant connection to have a child in school for 2 months.
Simple question: why would they move the jurisdiction of this back to Tennessee if nobody lives there?
They didn't have to move the jurisdiction. The jurisdiction was already being held in Tennessee unless someone moved it. And when you move jurisdiction, you have to contact...
So I'm asking, so that's what I'm asking. Do you think the appropriate course of...
But when I get a chance to answer a question, it would be appreciative if I could actually answer the question. So,
you're not answering my question.
Order. Pennsylvania confirmed the order multiple times.
Talking about jurisdiction, not the order.
They confirmed the jurisdiction multiple times too. Even in August 2005, he confirmed.
2006 I'm asking you, do you think the appropriate course of action would be in order to have any issues with the custody, determine anything related to the custody, that everyone who's relevant to that determination haul ass to Tennessee, where no one lives there anymore. The evidence isn't there. You don't live there. The mother doesn't live there. The child doesn't live there. None of the family lives there. And nothing since the time in which he moved to Pennsylvania has happened in Tennessee since then. You think the appropriate course of action was for her to go to Tennessee to file this?
According to the jurisdictional laws, it should have been Cyprus.
So you think that the appropriate course of action would be for her to travel with her child and file a petition in Cyprus using foreign law for a country that she's not a citizen of, her child is not a citizen of, and to do the custody determination, the issues that she has in Cyprus.
Well, and actually, wait. Actually, wait. Even on that, even on that,
I'm a resident of Cyprus. The law says it would be Cyprus.
Okay, on that. Stop repeating the same thing. Stop. You're repeating yourself. Stop. Okay, even on that, maybe could it not have been the case that Cyprus could have actually been a place where you could have gotten jurisdiction of, but you didn't file for it there?
You didn't file, yeah.
I can't file because the way it works is you can only file when somebody's in violation. That's how you get before the court. And in August, she was not in violation of the Tennessee order, which was registered in Cyprus. Cyprus cannot hold a court hearing unless somebody's in violation. And in August, he was not in violation of the Cyprus order. But Cyprus was, even in the court orders, they said he was going to Cyprus. And by UCCJEA, foreign states are treated. You're coming up with this idea that, he's not a citizen. That's irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you're a citizen. If you live in a country or not, that doesn't mean you don't abide by the country's law.
I'm just asking you the propriety of what you're proposing to me. I'm not saying the citizenship is relevant as such to the custody determination, although you seem to think that the place of your birth is extremely relevant, and so I would think that citizenship and the rights you have in a particular place and how much.
In absence of other things, the place of the birth is very relevant.
And you're saying citizenship cannot be considered in custody determinations or in jurisdiction determinations?
No, you're the one who said that we don't have citizenship, therefore, so it doesn't matter in Cyprus. You're saying that...
No, what I'm saying is...
Hold on. You're saying it's not fair for her to have to come to Cyprus to file emergency jurisdiction against me, even though I have full custody, but somehow it's fair for me to have to go to Pennsylvania, a state he's never lived in, and a state which has 3 times affirmed the Tennessee orders and jurisdictions prior to this. And she's making it, but you don't think it's fair for her to go to Cyprus?
Given what you're saying, right? And the fact that the child is in Cyprus a lot of the time, I don't necessarily think that it would be.
He resides there.
I don't necessarily.
He's in Cyprus over 9 months.
Did I say anything wrong?
Yes, you make it sound like he's just visiting Cyprus.
Is he there a lot of the time? Wait. Is he there a lot of the time? Yes or no? Is he there a lot of the time? Yes or no?
He's there over 9 months. He's enrolled in.
So was he there a lot of the time? Yes or no?
Yes, he was there most of the time.
Wait, so you agree that I just said nothing wrong, right?
In Cyprus, he was there most of the time?
Do you agree that I just said nothing wrong when I was making
that statement? Make sure we're getting it right, because you seem to be trying to get...
Do you agree that I just said nothing wrong when I said he's there a lot of the time?
He's there where?
In Cyprus. You agree that I said nothing wrong when I said that, right?
He's there in Cyprus.
Do you agree that I said nothing wrong when you just interrupted me? Yes or no?
As far as Cyprus, I don't know how to be more clear.
Do you agree... I'm sorry, I'm going to ask that question again. When you just interrupted me and said... that I had gotten something wrong. You agree I said nothing wrong and that you interrupted me for no reason and that you were wrong, right?
First of all, you keep talking over my answer, so it's very difficult because you ask me a question and I get one sentence in and then you talk over me before I can finish the answer.
Do you agree that I said nothing wrong just now when you interrupted me?
You're going to have to repeat exactly what you said so that I can say.
I said that at the time, he was there a lot of the time. And you interrupted me.
You're saying there.
Do you agree that just happened?
There. No. If you're going to go down to the semantics, you need to be specific as to where there is.
Cyprus. No, I was specific at the time. I said Cyprus. Do you agree that you interrupted me when I said that? That just happened?
That he's in Cyprus a lot of the time? That's a pretty vague statement. But yes, I've said yes a million times he was in Cyprus.
So, hang on. I'm asking you about my statements. Do you agree that I made that statement and that you afterwards interrupted me?
I don't remember what it was because you keep interrupting my answers and I'm having to talk.
Are you saying right now that you don't remember what I said like 10 seconds ago?
I'm saying that you constantly interrupt me when I'm trying to provide you answers, so I can't tell who's
interrupting. Do you remember what I said yesterday?
Now. See, you're doing it right now.
Remember what I just said?
An answer, and you continually talk over me.
Do you remember what I just said when you interrupted me?
When you're talking over me again?
No. Before, when I was talking about whether you were there a lot of the time.
There's no traffic control here. You ask me a question, you give me about 4 words in before you interrupt me again. I'm all fine, but again, you're doing it right there again.
Do you agree? Because you're not answering my question, right?
I have answered your question numerous times.
Did you interrupt me before when I was talking that your son was there a lot of the time?
You mean when you interrupted me answering your question?
When I was making a factual predicate and saying that your son was in Cyprus a lot of the time, you agree that you interrupted me at that moment, right?
I don't know because you keep interrupting me.
Are you saying you don't remember whether you interrupted me or not?
Listen, you have interrupted me so many times.
Do you remember whether or not you interrupted me at that time?
Sure. Exactly
you
right
remember
there.
that, okay. So you remember You remember interrupting me. I just want to hear you admit you were wrong one time. You remember interrupting me, right?
Whether or not I interrupted you has nothing to do with...
Did you interrupt me, yes or no?
See, you're doing it now again.
I interrupted you just then. Did you interrupt me back then?
We've both interrupted each other because you keep talking over me.
So the answer is yes, right? Can you answer a simple question?
I don't understand how it's relevant that we're interrupting each other because you keep talking.
Okay, so you agree that you interrupt me, right?
I agree that you should allow one person to talk at a time, including yourself.
So, do you agree that you interrupted me?
I don't agree that we didn't interrupt each other because, again, you're focusing on a point that is completely irrelevant.
You don't agree that we didn't interrupt each other?
Doing it again. Either make a statement or not. Whether or not we interrupted each other is irrelevant to everything, especially considering how many times...
I just want you to acknowledge one time...
That's what you're doing there.
I just want you to acknowledge one time that you interrupted me when I said nothing wrong. And I want you to say that that's true.
Interrupting has nothing to do with it. If you want to make a statement for me to agree or disagree with, that's one thing. Interrupting has nothing to do with the facts of the case.
I just don't want you to, object when I'm saying nothing objectionable. And I think it's really pathetic that you're unable to answer a question, yes or no, and be like, yeah, I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
Can we have a traffic light that I can actually know when I'm allowed to respond, and do I have a time limit of 5 seconds to respond to each time?
I don't want you to interrupt me when I say nothing wrong.
I don't want you to interrupt me when I'm answering the questions.
Okay. So your son was with you a lot of the time in Cyprus, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you had asked me, is it fair for me to go all the way to America when I'm in Cyprus? Is it any more fair for me to be there than her to be here, right? That's what you asked me, correct?
You're defining a lot. His primary residence was Cyprus. It's where he was enrolled in school.
Did you not ask me? Did you not ask me about whether it would be fair for you to travel
again there? See, that's the problem right there. I am answering your question. You did not allow me a chance to answer my question, and you talked over me. And it was clear I was not done talking because I was in the middle of a sentence. If you want to have a debate, proper debate allows people to exchange ideas, not to continually talk over me like 3 words in. If you're going to ask me a question, and I'm in the middle of a sentence, that's not the time for you to speak. That's the time for you to listen, and then ask me when I'm finished talking.
I have a question.
Okay.
Did you ask me whether it would be fair for you to travel all the way to America, given the fact that you lived in Europe?
I said based on the fact that he also lived in Europe and that was his primary residence, because that's where the court of jurisdiction works with custody cases, is where the primary residence of the child is. And it was clearly in Cyprus because he was enrolled in school there. He spent the entire year there, except for summer visitations. It was clear to all courts involved where his primary residence was. And when it comes to custody determinations, that's how it gets resolved, is in the court where the child primarily resides, not where the child had attended school 2 months over the previous 2 years.
Can I ask a quick question?
What? No, stop.
Okay.
What did I just ask you?
You asked me an open-ended question, and I answered it.
Do you remember what you asked me? What I asked you, sir?
You asked me if I asked you if it'd be fair if he goes there a lot, and that's not the question I asked you.
So, are you saying that you didn't suggest that I answered? Are you saying that you didn't say, why is it fair for me to have to come to America? You saying
that's not what I said in that context. You cut me off. I said because of the other reasons. Because the court of jurisdiction is determined where the child primarily resides and where the primary custody is, which is not Pennsylvania. I was making a custody comparison between when you decide when you have to go for custody disputes, the jurisdiction is where the child primarily lives, which was Europe at that point and had been there for significant amounts of time. So if we had some sort of dispute in Cyprus would have easily looked at it and said, listen, the child is a resident. The child lives here. The child's been enrolled in school significantly here. The child only goes to the United States during summer visitation. It's clear that Cyprus was the court of jurisdiction if it were to be changed.
So are you saying it was the appropriate course of action if she had a dispute about custody for her to travel to Cyprus and have the petition there?
Yes.
Where was the child at the time the petition was filed?
He was on summer visitation with her in Pennsylvania, which is a temporary visitation, and again, I've explained this to you, is not valid for a jurisdictional determination because it's a temporary visit. It does not, and even the judge said it didn't apply. You even pointed out yourself. You said the judge couldn't pass the physical presence test.
Are you aware when we had an agreement that you wouldn't bring that up because there was an alternate test? Remember that?
except you brought up something relative. You keep saying, where was the child? And if it's valid where the child is, then how does the physical presence test...
Did I bring up the physical presence test that the court is describing?
Okay, but the court has turned down a physical presence test, and you brought up, was the child in Pennsylvania?
Sorry, did I bring it up or not? Did I bring it up?
You mentioned what? Yes,
did I bring up the physical presence test? Yes or no?
By mentioning where is the child, I mean, isn't that a physical presence test?
Is mentioning the child's physical presence the same as mentioning the physical presence test?
I'm not ready yet.
Yes, because it's establishing basis that the child is there.
If I ask where the child is, I'm talking about the jurisdictional physical presence test by necessity.
You know where the child was. I've told you this numerous times. The child was there until September 2nd when the judge affirmed the Tennessee order and ordered him back overseas and had police take him away.
Do you agree that the child's physical presence is relevant to more than just the jurisdictional physical presence test?
In matters of jurisdiction, no.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask that again. Is the child's physical presence relevant to things other than the physical presence jurisdictional test?
Other things, yes. Jurisdiction, no.
Okay. So you agree then that me talking about the child's physical presence isn't bringing up the physical presence test for jurisdiction purposes, correct?
No, that's not what I said. In fact, that's the exact opposite. So you threw in an extra thing there. That's not the same question you asked me before. You asked me an open-ended question, basically, is the child's presence relative to anything under the universe? And I said, yes, it is, but not when it comes to jurisdiction. And then you turned around and said, you're saying...
You have no idea what I'm going to use this physical presence
over me
for,
again.
Right?
You're changing my words and you're talking over me. You're trying to put words in my mouth, which I was very careful not to say, and then you talk over me again. The original question was, does the child's physical presence have any relevance under anything under the sun in the universe?
Yeah, that's my question. Yes.
But then you turned around and said that I said that it has to do thing with physical presence and jurisdiction. It does not.
So my point is, by me bringing up the physical presence of the child, I am not, by implication, bringing up the physical presence test. There are a million things I could be talking about with respect to his physical presence that do not implicate the jurisdictional test.
Except that you turned around and said that I said it applied to jurisdiction, which I did not. And second of all,
you brought up the physical presence.
You're not talking about other things other than jurisdiction. That's the whole court case here.
You don't know what I'm going to say. So then why don't you not make assumptions? Because what I'm going to say is something different. It has nothing to do with the physical presence test for jurisdictional purposes. Okay?
That's not
what I'm going to say. What I'm going to say is your proposal that your ex-wife travel. I don't know what language they speak in Cyprus. What language they speak in Cyprus?
English and Greek.
Okay. What are the court? Do you know what the official language is in court proceedings?
English or Greek is your choice.
Okay. So what you're saying is it's reasonable to you that to file a petition with respect to custody proceeding where there has been no other custody proceeding in Cyprus, that it's reasonable for you that she be required to purchase 2 international flights to Cyprus to start a family court proceeding that could take who knows how long in the country, to stop working, to take the kid out of school and
He's not in school. He's in school in Cyprus. I'm sorry. Hold on. And I'm cutting you off right there. No, you can't take him out of school. In fact, if we went to Pennsylvania, I would have to take him out of school and take him to Pennsylvania. How fair that I would have to fly to Pennsylvania and take the child out of school where he's in Cyprus to take him to Pennsylvania. I mean, this is insane. You said it right there. He's in school in Cyprus.
Game of Thrones. Okay.
Out of school.
I take back the school aspect. But
holy crap, dude.
To purchase 2 international flights.
Okay, let me just cut you off because I know where you're
No.
Why is it fair for me? Why is it fair for me to take him out of my job? Why is it fair for me to take him out of school and fly him?
I'm going to finish this. So you think the reasonable course of action is that she be required to purchase those international flights, that she be required to get a lawyer in Cyprus who understands Cyprus law, to travel with the child on this big adventure, to not go to work in America, and to have the incredible burden that it is an incredible burden to travel all the way to Cyprus to initiate some dispute relative to the petition.
Okay, first of all, yes, but let me finish before you cut me off.
That's absurd.
So you think it's reasonable? First of all, she doesn't work because she's on welfare. She doesn't have the child because he's not in school there. So you think it's unreasonable for her. You've mentioned 2 tickets. She needs 2 tickets. So you think it's unreasonable for her to file against me in Cyprus court.
She's on welfare?
I'm still talking. But you don't think it's unreasonable for me to take off of my job and remove him from school to take him back to Pennsylvania where he does not live to go to court. That's more reasonable in your mind than her buying a single
You're an
ticket.
American, aren't you? You're an American. Also, by the way, the child is there. That's a factor. It's not true there. Also, you had no dispute.
Not at the time of the court hearing. Nope.
Also, you had no dispute. And second of all, wait, I'm responding to your question. Let me respond. You had a question. I'm responding to it. Also, what you're not considering is you just said that she's on welfare. And so what you're saying, if she's on welfare,
next
how the hell is she
caller,
gonna
bro,
afford
this guy's
international
whole
flights
life's work is being
to go conduct
pissed on
custody?
right now. This guy's been working on these court docs
Wait,
for
wait, can you answer
like
that
15
question
years.
first?
You're basically saying that we
Hold
should
on 1 second.
ignore the law where Cyprus has jurisdiction because she's on welfare.
No,
because
I am not
chooses
conceding
to
that.
work.
Hey, sorry. I'm not conceding that the law has been broken at all. And I think that what you're saying about Pennsylvania not having jurisdiction in this case is preposterous. And the fact that you are okay with Tennessee having jurisdiction shows that you don't care about traveling to America. You would be perfectly willing to go to Tennessee and have this dispute in Tennessee. And so you saying, "Oh my God, it's such a burden to go to Pennsylvania."
Wouldn't have to go to
Really?
Tennessee.
You were okay? You were okay with going to Tennessee? And
Wouldn't have
this
to go to
person,
Tennessee.
the ex-wife, you just admitted that she's on welfare, and so she's effectively barred from going to have any dispute about custody if she's required to buy 2 international flights to Cyprus to contest it.
Oh my gosh.
makes sense to you?
So she files an affidavit or a petition, whatever you want to call it, full of things that are completely unfactual, and you think we should just all...
Well, we're not talking about jurisdiction. We're not talking about the substance.
Because she's on welfare, because she chooses not to work, even though she's completely in the wrong, and she lies to the judge. By law, jurisdiction is in Cyprus at this point.
So they
Had she gone to... I mean, this is just...
if jurisdiction... If jurisdiction is in Cyprus by law,
the law clearly says. The law clearly says that foreign states are states.
if jurisdiction is in Cyprus by law, then you wouldn't be okay with Tennessee jurisdiction, correct?
If they had actually transferred it.
Wait. Or would you be or would you not be okay with a Tennessee court proceeding on custody? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you're okay traveling back to America to have a custody proceeding, yes?
You're not listening to me. I would not need...
Wait. Can you answer that question? Would you be okay going back to America writ large to have a custody proceeding?
Yes, but we also had property.
Don't act like it's
in Tennessee at the time.
Don't act like this is a humongous burden that's unthinkable. You're the one who's saying that Tennessee would be appropriate.
I'm saying I would agree to go to Tennessee. And Tennessee, remember, in their order, Tennessee had said they were holding jurisdiction until the child was 18 because of their history with the case.
So that's totally incompatible with what you just said about Cyprus. If what you're saying is the Tennessee court was
by
able
the law, Cyprus would have been, if we're looking at the physical presence tests.
So Cyprus can deprive Tennessee of its sole and exclusive jurisdiction?
They would have
but not Pennsylvania.
Follow, because whenever you do a transfer, you have to contact the court of prior jurisdiction and transfer it. None of which Pennsylvania ever did.
Under your version of it, you're not even allowed to file a petition in Cyprus.
I can't file unless she violates.
No. Assuming you had some dispute, could you file something in Cyprus? And would that be appropriate?
I could.
But it's not appropriate. So it's appropriate for you to not go to Tennessee, but it's not appropriate for her not to go to Tennessee. That's what I'm hearing?
I never said I wouldn't go to Tennessee. You're twisting my words again.
No, but would it be legal for you to go to Cyprus if you had a dispute and have a petition there?
That's where the child lives, so yes.
So yes, but it wouldn't be appropriate for her to go to... Wait, I just want to finish. But it would not be appropriate for her to go to a non-Tennessee state to file a petition. It's only appropriate for you to do that.
That's not what I said. In non-Tennessee could be Alaska. But no, it's not appropriate if she files during a summer visitation, which is illegal under those own state laws, to try and transfer jurisdiction.
We're talking about jurisdiction. We're talking about the power of the court to hear it. And you're saying Cyprus, you're fine with you filing in Cyprus, that's totally okay, or you filing in Tennessee or her filing in Tennessee, but you're not okay with her filing in Pennsylvania, even though you can file in Cyprus if you wanted to.
Because Cyprus is where the child lived. You're omitting facts. Cyprus is obvious. I mean, listen, I did not run off to Cyprus and file there. The child already lived there under a court order to do so. I was not hiding out in Cyprus. I was not there disappearing with the child, hiding with him as she did. Okay? So, I was not jumping into a court during summer visitation. I was going through the appropriate channels.
You said that she's on welfare, right?
Jurisdiction until 18, so I was abiding by that. But if I needed to file anything, then I could have done so in Cyprus as well. But the only time you file custody disputes is when there's material change in circumstances. And there was no material change change in circumstances from the last time Tennessee issued the order because they are the ones who ordered him to Cyprus and they knew where he was.
Yeah, you're talking about whether or not you had like a basis.
There is no court action.
You're talking about whether or not you had a substantive basis to file, but we're talking about jurisdiction. I'll keep repeating it to you, and we're talking about which court has the power. So, like, whether or not you had a valid claim or not.
They never had any power because everything they were doing was based on violation of their own laws.
Okay, but what you agree that you said that your wife's on welfare, right?
You moved on to the other thing. You're saying now about fairness, about she's on welfare, so we need to take pity on her because she has welfare, and I should be the one that has to take the child out of school. So you state that it's somehow more fair for me to take the child out of school, take time off my job, fly to the United States, but it's not fair for her to have to come here with it where the child actually lives and where the child is in school.
Wait, you said you're okay with that. If she had filed in Tennessee, you'd think that's appropriate.
Because that's where the previous order was, and that's where the existing order was.
Don't act like it's not something that you clearly envisioned and expected when you went to Cyprus. You knew that you could be hauled back into Tennessee, into America. You knew that.
It's not about America. You're missing the point here. You are trying to defeat Tennessee, but Tennessee had an order in which they said they held jurisdiction until the child was 18.
Everything about what you just said, every burden you cited, right? Every burden you cited about the fact that you'd have to get out of work, the fact that you'd have to travel all the way back to America, the fact that you'd have to take him out of school. Those are all things that you signed up for when you knew the Tennessee court proceeding was in place in America, and you unilaterally took a move to, which is your right to do. You unilaterally decided to move to Europe, and now you're saying she should face the consequences.
No, because the difference was the child.
Now you're saying she should face the consequence of your decision to move to Europe after this.
No. That's wrong. That's wrong. No. I moved to Europe in 2001. See, here's the problem. You are so focused on trying to find any sort of reasonability behind this that you're not looking at the facts. I moved to Europe in 2001. The Tennessee court, where he was still living in Tennessee. Legally, he was still living in Tennessee. They transferred jurisdiction to me 5 years after I'd already moved to Europe. The courts had full knowledge of where I lived. And when
did you get a divorce?
2002.
Okay. And you had moved to Europe in 2001, correct?
Yes.
To Turkey or Cyprus? What do you consider in Europe?
There were a bunch of different places I lived. At that time, I was living in Russia.
Okay, so you're living in Russia. You are saying to me that because you live in Europe, after having...
No, let me cut you off before. Tennessee court, the child lived in Tennessee. The child lived in Tennessee until March of 2004.
Yeah, but you knew that, and you knew that the court proceeding occurred in Tennessee. You knew that she lived in America, and she was going to Pennsylvania.
These are state level things. When you're dealing with the states, it has nothing to do with whether
we're talking about the relative. We're talking about the relative burdens. Hang on. We're talking about relative.
The relative burdens don't enter into this at all. First of all, the child lived in Tennessee until March 2004. So, of course, all the court hearings were in Tennessee, except when she ran off and was sent back to Tennessee.
Just repeating, in fact,
you don't get that the child lived in Tennessee until March 2004.
No, I don't know why. Did you hear me dispute that?
You keep mentioning that it's not fair to go to Tennessee, but Tennessee was a court. Even Pennsylvania confirmed. Even Pennsylvania. Okay,
you don't even. What am I saying?
In 2005, the Pennsylvania court confirmed in a court order that Tennessee still had jurisdiction in 2005. Okay? And then they confirmed the court order in Tennessee in 2005, which gave me custody and sent the child overseas. Pennsylvania agreed with the jurisdiction and all of those orders.
You're off to the races. We're only talking about
Tennessee
jurisdiction.
Clearly had jurisdiction all the way up until the time which I was granted full custody in 2005.
You're off to the races. I'm only talking about one thing at the moment, right? Or the relative burdens. I'm not talking about anything else.
Relative burdens were never brought up.
You want to talk about
orders. Relative burden does not affect jurisdiction. There is no law that says relative burden affects jurisdiction.
No. The reason I'm bringing it up is to show you how totally unfair it would be if the law said what you said it would be. It was, and why?
Fair. Since when is the law fair?
That law.
Since when is the law fair? This is not a point even in law. You're not distracting things that have nothing to do with the law. The law has nothing to do with
You're the one crying about interruptions, right? Were you the one crying about interruptions? You really want crying about interruption?
Yeah, I've given up because he keeps talking over me anyways. There is no traffic light here. I've already figured that out.
Okay. So what you're saying, and you're not citing any law, by the way. What you're saying is there's no significant connections with Pennsylvania for some reasons because what? Because there was some disagreement about what the custody order said, and therefore there's no connections to Pennsylvania. Point me to the law that says that.
The significant connection that he cited are the fact that his grandparents lived there, but he didn't live in Pennsylvania near his grandparents anyways.
Point me to the law that says that the 2004, 2005, that time in the school in that moment was irrelevant.
You're gonna have to look up the UCC-JEA. I don't have it in front of me, but if you look up UCC-JEA, you'll see a clause about 6 months permanent residency, and that summer visitations and temporary visits are not counted in that. You can look at it. If you're a lawyer, you should go look it up yourself.
Do you think that Pennsylvania law should be applied at all?
The Pennsylvania should apply its own law when determining its own cases.
To determine its jurisdiction. Yeah, right. Like the Pennsylvania court has jurisdiction to determine whether or not it has jurisdiction, right?
It has to abide by its own laws, so it can't cite where a child is in violation of its own laws.
Something very simple. Does Pennsylvania have jurisdiction to consider its jurisdiction?
Every country has its own state. You're asking me open-ended questions that make no sense at all.
No, it's a direct question. Do you have jurisdiction?
It's not a question that makes any logical sense.
Christo, do you know the answer to that?
What's that?
He's asking an open-ended question. He's saying, can a court determine its own jurisdiction? Of course it can.
Of course
but
it can.
Also if it violates its own laws, then the determination of jurisdiction is invalid.
So what element of the court's test, its significant relationship test, do you disagree with?
That it did not evaluate, as required by Pennsylvania law, foreign states for significant connections. It failed to evaluate that his brothers and sisters were in Cyprus.
So it cites an opinion precisely on that point. It says
never
that
once
it's not.
mentions his school.
The case is Dinser versus Dinser, 701A second 210, pin site 215. It appears to be from the Pennsylvania Supreme Court in a decision in 1997. It says that the analysis does not balance the child's connection to one state over that of the connections with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's what it says in the Pennsylvania state law, is that it's not a balancing test. That's contrary to what you're...
I'm concerned that you're jumping over steps, because what is the process of actually transferring jurisdictions of court over custody cases?
The procedure for transferring jurisdiction from one court to another?
Yeah, so for instance, if let's say the court of Ohio has jurisdiction over a custody case, and then the child moves to Pennsylvania, what's the process of changing the jurisdiction?
I could answer that.
You can start your own. There's no reason why you couldn't start your own petition in that state. If the court determines in that state that the previous state has no jurisdiction, that's what this state is doing. That's what this court is doing.
That's not.
I don't practice in family law. I don't know the correct motion that is required to assess whether or not the particular transfer. But I know this court determined that there is no jurisdiction in Tennessee. Are you saying that that's improper?
Well, Tennessee would also be allowed to evaluate, whether or not the Pennsylvania court was correct in their evaluation of their jurisdiction in that state. Furthermore, with custody cases, it's just like, right. So
they blocked our appeals. I told you
that. Is there anything you think that the court did improper here?
Yes, I've been telling you that the whole time.
I'm asking this person. I don't know actually who it is.
My name's Lauren. Nice to meet you. I'm not an attorney or anything, but I was just...
Did the court do anything improper from what you've heard?
Yeah, well, from what I heard, yes. Based off what he is saying, you would need 6 months, as he is, from just reviewing my notes, you would need, so you have a home court, and in order to change your home court with significant connections, you would need to have at least 6 months in the new state, and then...
Did you hear the part where the Pennsylvania court analyzed that component and said that was one test, that the home test was but one test to determine whether or not Pennsylvania had jurisdiction, and that didn't stop the inquiry? Did you notice when we read that part?
I did hear that, but okay, let me go back to my notes, because I was reviewing my notes. So, a court has jurisdiction to initially enter...
Do you recall when the court said that the 6-month test was not met by the petitioner?
I think they looked at the test wrong, because you have to have the child. So just like with change of jurisdiction in civil court, you would have to like you would have to have the home.
Do you know what I asked you?
The intent to change, and you'd have to be physically present. You would have two separate tests, and you would need to do both in order.
Do you
to
recall
get
what I just asked you?
You keep interrupting her, by the way, as well. Should you let her speak, maybe?
You just asked me if that court had analyzed that test, and I think it's possible that the court analyzed it improperly.
What conclusion did they come to the test? Do you know?
Well, you're saying that they came to the conclusion that they did, in fact, have the right to jurisdiction. No, well, then they came to the correct conclusion.
No, they determined under that test that they did not have jurisdiction under that test.
Okay, right. I would agree.
So do you still agree that they misapplied the 6-month test?
So let me just read what I'm seeing for change of jurisdiction. A court has jurisdiction to initially enter or modify custody change or visitation order if a state is a child's home state.
As we talk right now, are you aware whether they misapplied the test?
Can you let her speak, please? Please, for God's sakes, please let her speak.
Was the child's home state within the past 6 months and the child is absent from the state, but the parent or person acting as the parent guardian continues to live in the state? So I think they may have misapplied an or an and, unless you're saying that they came to the conclusion that they didn't have jurisdiction because the child wasn't in, away from.
Let's just start basically. Imagine this is a moot court, right? Or whatever. It's an oral argument you're practicing for, right? And I'm a judge. We're analyzing the order below, the lower court. And the lower court said, the judge asks you, did the lower court consider whether or not that the child met the at-home test?
So you are coming at an advantage by looking at the papers in front of you. So if I were in moot court, I would ask for the papers that you have. I'm currently.
Well, then I don't understand the basis of criticism. You're saying that you're unable to substantiate any criticism. I don't understand why there is criticism of the court's opinion. If what you're saying is you think that it's something wrong, how could you say that if you can't even read the opinion?
Because just by listening to this argument for a really long time, because it has been going on for a very, very long time, this father is saying that he had custody over his child. He allowed his child to visit for the summer. The mom kept the child against both the court's will and his will beyond the 6 months, which was allowable. And then under that, she was able to change jurisdiction of the court. That just based off the basic facts at hand, that doesn't seem correct.
Okay. What do you think is the basis of the court determining, and then I'm talking about the Pennsylvania court, that it has jurisdiction?
I wasn't. Well, I don't have the papers in front of me. Why don't you tell me?
So what's the court is arguing is not that there's a 6-month at-home rule to apply to determine,
You're saying it's significant connections test, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the court, in determining whether or not there was a significant relationship or connections with the state, considered some facts. It considered the fact that in 2004, the petitioner moved to Pennsylvania, and so that's where the petitioner lived. It's considering the fact that that's where the related family lives. It's considering the fact that for the 2004 to the 2005 school year, the child attended. You heard all this,
what
right?
I'm saying is that I think, from my understanding, and I'm not an attorney, from my understanding, you need the 6 months prior to determining, before applying the significant connections test.
So,
and they already failed the 6-month test, and ergo, they fail overall.
So you're saying that the 6-month test is required?
Yes.
Under Pennsylvania state law?
In order to transfer jurisdiction, so the jurisdiction wasn't in Pennsylvania in order to transfer the jurisdiction. You would have to transfer the jurisdiction from the original court in which the jurisdiction sits.
Do you transfer jurisdiction?
Yes.
Is that how you understand jurisdiction in the true?
They did not do the transfer, and Tennessee continued to exert jurisdiction until the child was 18, including child support, and there were court hearings as late as 2012 in which Tennessee continued to exert jurisdiction. Pennsylvania never contacted the court to initiate a transfer.
So I'm gonna read from the opinion for you, and this is where it starts.
Can I have that?
Yeah, I don't know your thing. Ask Quarantos for the link, but I can read it.
Lauren, I'll send you whatever you want.
To determine whether this court has jurisdiction to make an initial conclusion on custody, the court must find that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is the home state of the child on the date of commencement of the proceeding, or that the Commonwealth has been the home state of the child at least 6 months before the proceeding. They quote the statute, that's section 5421 sub A sub 1 of some part of the compiled statutes in Pennsylvania. And then they say that clearly we find that at the commencement of the current controversy, the child has not resided in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for 6 months. So do you think that they have misapplied the 6-month test from what I've just told you?
No.
No. Okay.
It sounds like
Then
she's
they go on to
saying.
say,
It sounds like she's
though
saying
the,
that's a
quote, home
prerequisite.
state,
Oh, I'm fucking
close
muted.
quote, is the preferred jurisdictional analysis for a custody matter. It's not the sole means by which the court assumes jurisdiction. Do you have a reason to believe that the Pennsylvania court is wrong about that?
Yes. I don't know why they would have, because
What is your basis for thinking that the Pennsylvania court is wrong about Pennsylvania law?
they would then be saying that their jurisdiction is stronger than any other state's jurisdiction, and they would be overstepping. So if Tennessee believes that they have jurisdiction over the case, Pennsylvania is then saying, well, actually, we have jurisdiction.
It's citing a
Despite
case. It cites case law. Do you have a reason to think that that's a misstatement of law?
I would just need to do a bit more deep dive into this. However, based off the facts at hand, it seems ridiculous that a mother would be able to keep her kid, violate court orders, and then keep jurisdiction.
You know what seems ridiculous to me? It seems ridiculous that people could say that, that Tennessee is the proper place to have a custody proceeding in this case where no one lives there, neither parent. The child doesn't live there.
Are you an attorney?
I am an attorney.
And are you a prosecutor?
No,
Are you a defense attorney?
I'm a litigator.
Okay. Is it possible that you came into this with the idea of battling, and you're battling a non-attorney, and basically
They asked me to come on.
And I appreciate that.
So you're saying that it's like...
Are you even considering his point of view?
Of course I am. I'm listening to everything he's saying. And you're saying it's in bad taste to have me on. And you're saying it's unfair. If what you're saying is like it's bad taste to even have me on, and that I shouldn't be here, and I shouldn't be rating this person, that's one thing.
I'm just saying that you're coming on a bit strong as like an attorney. And TikTok Fugitive, are you an attorney?
No, I'm not, but I've been dealing with attorneys and all this for a very long time, so I'm quite familiar with the laws of the case. We've had dozens of attorneys from federal to state.
What do you think that I've said that's wrong? Do you have any criticism of me apart from the atmospherics and the fact that
I have no. I'm sorry if it came off as though I was saying that I have any criticisms. Just other than you've been interrupting him a lot, and he's trying to get his point across, and he's not an attorney, and he's not used to litigation the way that you are. And I feel like listening to you speak sounds like listening to somebody on cross-examination, and it's just hard. And it's been a while. Like,
you think he interrupted me too? I mean, like, he interrupted me as well, right?
He's also just not a litigator.
Hold on. Wait. Can I enter an opinion of this? I'm so sorry. Okay, as a non-litigator, debater, retard, I think the frustrating part, and this is just a feeling that I get, I don't know if this is true in the legal world, but I imagine it's probably ubiquitous throughout all worlds. If you ask somebody a simple question and they always give you a really complicated answer, sometimes it feels a little bit like obfuscation. So I think part of Pisco's frustration, and this is part of my frustration too, was in the beginning of the conversation, trying to lay down just a really basic accounting of facts. It'll be like, in 2004, who had custody? And the answer will be, okay, well, in 2004 was this, but in 2009 he was in Cyprus, and then the quarter happened in 2007, and it's like, whoa. Like, just to try to figure out a really basic kind of facts, there always seemed to be like 10 steps ahead, and it was really, really, really difficult to just like iron out like a clear case of what was happening. Mm-hmm. In the beginning, I don't think it was like a litigator brain versus like a non-litigator, or like some hardcore cross from like some guy like on the stand fighting for his life. It was more just like, what's the basic facts? And then when people tend to like ramble and over-explain, it feels like something is being hidden.
Yeah, okay, listen, I'm calming down. I had a big cup of coffee. We're good. I guess right now, Lauren, it's nice to meet you. I'm clearing the air. Sometimes I get very... there were some things, and even now I can't recall what he did, that like he interrupted me when I said nothing wrong, and that really got me mad. But I can understand why you're like a little bit maybe uncomfortable about the style of the questioning. I'm frustrated with the fact that that you're coming on here. I assume you have some legal knowledge. Is there anything that you know that I've said that's like wrong, or that you can, as you sit there, like that you think that I'm incorrect about, or that I have like misled people about?
I just recall from family law, from basic family law. So I just remember with civil jurisdiction, in order to, change your home state, right, for like where you're domiciled, you would have to have where you would have to
domicile analysis the court is engaged in,
I remember from family law, it was very similar to domicile analysis, where you had, the child had to be away, and there was also the 6-month test. And so looking at my Barbary notes, I'm seeing something similar to what TikTok Fugitive is saying, and I didn't have the full analysis in front of me the way that you did. So I'm just going based off my Barbary and what TikTok is saying, and I was thinking that seems it sounded ridiculous to have a mother withhold a child within a state and have that be significant enough to change jurisdiction, other than maybe if he didn't hire an attorney and he answered right away and therefore waived jurisdiction. But I don't have any of the documents in front of me until just now.
It seems like I understand that, and listen, I remember the Barbary days, and good luck if you're studying for the did you study for the bar exam? Did you pass? Oh, congratulations. That's awesome.
But I'm still waiting on CNF.
It took her 10 times. Okay, not that. Congratulations.
I had to disclose a ticket that didn't appear on my driver's. It was insane. But yeah, so it can be a while and it can be annoying. So I'm sorry about that. But yeah, what the court is reporting. I don't have any special knowledge about Pennsylvania law. I'm just saying what the court's jurisdictional analysis, and it seems to not be a mandatory test, that home test. There's other ways to determine jurisdiction, and that to me makes sense, right? Because what if it's the case that there's no 6-month place that the child has been in, and there is no home state? In that case, are we saying that there's no court in the country that could hear a petition? No, of course not. And
it would be the original court, right, where the jurisdiction was originally.
Assume that there is no quote original court, right? And that just as a matter of policy and it can't be the case that this is the only test that could apply towards which court has jurisdiction over a matter. There have to be exceptions and ancillary tests for people who fall within the cracks. And just as a sort of, I don't know, as a person living in modern society, it doesn't strike me as odd that there are these other jurisdictional tests that are applied. And I think what you mentioned, it's weird to me that a mom can unilaterally move and change the jurisdiction of wherever, right? You know what's weird to me? It's weird to me that we would continue litigating in fucking Tennessee when there is no facts or people there, and we're forcing people to drive to family court in bumfuck Tennessee when it has no connection or relevance to the child's life anymore. That seems ridiculous to me. Not a court taking jurisdiction over the well-being of one of its residents.
I absolutely disagree, because I would want the court to remain exactly where it is until it gets ironed out. In that you have two disputing, you have a mother and a father disputing, and so you have to pick one in order. You'd have to just pick one. And I feel and this is just an emotional thing, I don't have any data to support this, but I feel like the women would be preferred over the men, and I just feel like it would be, in the end, unconstitutionally biased against men.
What? Is it an equal protection claim against men? On what basis? There's nothing gendered about my analysis here. It could be the same thing off the genders.
You're saying that it's ridiculous that Tennessee kept jurisdiction considering nobody is there. Now it's Pennsylvania and a completely different country. So therefore, Tennessee should have no jurisdiction. However, Tennessee is where everything had been previously established. And as a parent, I wouldn't want the jurisdiction to simply move to a new state wherever the mother's going, because then what if she does a choice of forum type thing? So for instance, if she moved to California where the laws are, for instance, if he's, I mean, this gets into the whole, because I'm conservative, this gets into the whole like trans thing, but it's a trans harbor state for people. So if the mother moved to California and wanted to do, physical procedures on her child,
you're saying like there could be unfairness in
California, and I wouldn't want that as the father. So I would not want the jurisdiction to just change to one parent because nobody is left in this previous
I understand
state.
your concerns.
So in that previous state.
Your concerns relate to, they might game the system and they might do some weird shit to burden fathers. First of all, I don't think that there's nothing, at least facially, discriminatory against men in that setup. But also, choice of law is separate from jurisdiction. There's no reason why a Tennessee court couldn't apply California state law or a California
choice of law is absolutely not separate from jurisdictional analysis. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Choice of law is separate from jurisdiction. Agreed?
I mean, they're two separate words or two separate, choice of law is something separate from jurisdiction.
What is jurisdiction and what is choice of law?
When deciding jurisdiction, the ability to choose choice of law is absolutely something that states consider. Okay,
let's run this like a civil procedure thing, okay? You agree, right, that in the Erie Tompkins versus Railroad case that you learned about in civil procedure.
Yeah. That's literally what I was thinking of when I was saying that.
Okay. You remember, right? They're walking down good old Tompkins, right? Walking down, or whatever. Is it Erie Railroad versus Tompkins? Whatever. The guy is walking down the railroad, and the question of whether Pennsylvania state court or New York federal court, which I think are the two different courts that are addition to those cases, has jurisdiction is separate from what law applies. In that case, everyone agrees that the law that's going to apply is there is a choice of law question there as well, but they're separate questions. One is which court has the power to hear the case at all, right? And the second question is the Erie question related to is there federal common law or state law, right? And so those are separate questions. And so the and that's also true of imagine in federal diversity cases where you're trying to establish.
I understand what you're saying. There's jurisdictional totally question, and then there's choice of law question. And for instance, you could use the choice of law of New York in Ohio court. I get that. That being said, jurisdiction and the ability to change jurisdiction is very much when the legislator is writing those laws, it is in order to get people to not pick forum based on choice of law in order to manipulate the courts to their favor. Otherwise, people would just go to whatever jurisdiction.
You're really concerned about forum shopping, and I'm like, okay, cool. You're concerned about forum shopping, but I mean, that concern runs both ways. I don't think it's gendered. I have no idea why the trans aspect to it is relevant at all. I mean, there could be a great many regime of laws that could potentially apply to children that could differ from state to state. But I think one of the beauties and one of the drawbacks of having a federalism and a collection of states is, different law applies, and we're not going to deprive courts or states of the ability to regulate conduct generally in their states. And so it would seem weird to give for the Pennsylvania, right? For whatever court you start in or whatever court initially has, control over matter, to forever be the court with respect to family court proceedings and custody proceedings, especially when the welfare of a child is of paramount importance. It can lead to some horrible situations where to have a guardianship proceeding for one of the children, I have to travel all the way to New York where the initial custody proceeding was filed, even though no one lives in New York, no one talks about New York. That seems weird as a setup. And if what you're saying is that Tennessee makes sense because they were first, I just don't agree. But
I think it seems weird to just change to one of the parents. How are you going to choose which parent just based off where the child, whichever parent files the first motion? I don't.
Wouldn't it be? Wouldn't it literally be that whoever files first?
If they both have significant you follow the test of whatever form you're in, but if they both have jurisdiction, you filed in the place where you file, and yeah, filing first gives you advantages. That is true. That's true in civil litigation.
Does that encourage litigation between parents?
It has. You're correct in saying that it has encourage litigation in the sense that like it's a rush to the courthouse, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, whereas
sometimes it is a rush to the courthouse.
Parents I mean, I don't know what percentage of the time, but I would imagine parents frequently split from each other and avoid the courts and just have amicable relationships. This would absolutely encourage people to rush to the courts and have the state get involved.
I'm not going to lie to you. That happens. Yes, that happens in civil litigation. That happens in, choice of forum is strategy, and it is sometimes it can result in unfair situations. But in this case, like, what is the quote unquote fair situation? Is it the fair situation that everyone goes to Tennessee, even though let's think about the kind of, okay, so now what you're proposing in what's quote fair is that all the witnesses, right? Suppose that this is like an evidentiary trial or proceeding. Custody determinations can work like that, right? There's burdens, there's evidence presented, you talk about stuff.
Okay, so like if you're talking about evidentiary, I would imagine like some crime happened at that point.
No, even just into determining who's the guardian in custody things. I had a guardianship proceeding.
Okay, if you want to change so if you want to make that point, okay, we have like the preferred court, the better forum would be over here, the better venue would be in Pennsylvania, then I would imagine that you would still at least have to make the initial hearing in Tennessee to transfer venue.
Not if they don't have jurisdiction.
They have original jurisdiction.
Well, they would have jurisdiction. That's the whole reason why the petition is being made in Pennsylvania, is to change jurisdiction, right? Or to change.
No. Guys, jurisdiction is the power of a court to have a power over the proceedings and to come to a determination. If you're talking about like subject matter jurisdiction, okay, in the traditional sense that we're talking about subject matter jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. Different flavors of jurisdiction as well, but we're talking here more about like power over the proceedings, power over the litigants in this case. Generally, can we hear this proceeding at all?
If it like, let's say something would have violate, let's say you go from Tennessee to California and somebody violates like a court order related to the custody stuff, wouldn't Pennsylvania still have, wouldn't Tennessee still have jurisdiction over that claim?
If you went to a different state?
Yeah, if you went to a different state and you broke child support payments, custodial arrangements, whatever, wouldn't Tennessee still be the forum that claim would be heard in?
It depends, right? It depends. It's not a cut and dry. It depends on the facts, right? It might actually be different for...
Well, sure. Hold on. Wait, real quick. When we say it depends, there might be some exotic reason or some reason why you change it. But like, we would assume by default that the state that has the custody arrangement where it was originally made is probably going to have some. You're going to have standing there
that state itself might think that it doesn't have jurisdiction to hear the case anymore, right? If imagine that we use the 6-month test. If that's the test for determining who's at home, does that get trumped by the initial place of filing or the initial?
Well, no. But when you say 6-month test, that implies some other litigation that hasn't happened yet, right? If a 6-month test had happened in another state, then sure, then maybe the forum would move. But if that hasn't happened yet, wouldn't you assume that custody arrangement was valid wherever?
I would think that it would be given full faith and credit, but we're talking that order might be given full faith and credit everywhere, but pursuant to the Constitution.
Hold on, let's say that here's what doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry, I'm personalizing this. So I'm trying to think of it this way. Let's say that Rachel moves to Oklahoma. Okay, let's say that Oklahoma has a law that says if a father hasn't seen his child for 2 months, the father loses all rights or access to that child. Okay, so let's say that she goes to move to Oklahoma, but she never files any paperwork. My assumption, I make my child support payments to the state of Nebraska. My assumption is if we had an arrangement set up in Nebraska, it would be in Nebraska. She couldn't all of a sudden like petition the court one day in Oklahoma to say, hey, by the way, father has been here for 2 months. I get full custody of this child. And all of a sudden I'm fighting in, I don't even know what forum I'm supposed to be in. Wouldn't it make sense that you have to petition some court to change, to give me an opportunity to respond to that change of forum?
If you're worried about that, you could decide like on a choice of law basis to I don't know. I actually don't know the answer to that. To give you the question, if you're asking
I
what
do.
makes,
I can tell you that. I can tell you the answer. Yes, UCCJEA,
Okay.
when your transfer of custody case between jurisdictions, requires one state to contact the other state and agree to transfer it over. And if there's disputes, there's mechanisms for that. Pennsylvania never did any of this. It was a temporary order which Tennessee never recognized. Pennsylvania never contacted the court after that date, but did several times prior.
Uniform codes like the UCC, right? The UCC and other kinds of uniform codes and the model penal code and all these things, those are enacted by states. Okay, they don't have separate force of law apart from where they are enacted. If they're enacted in, New York, for example, has enacted parts of the UCC, and they haven't enacted other parts. And so you can cite to a uniform code, whatever. What you need to be doing is citing to law.
Yes, and I am, and I'm telling you that there are resolutions for these. You cannot have multiple states exerting jurisdiction at the same time, and you can resolve that at the federal level. And Pennsylvania has not followed its own law regarding the transfer of custody.
Pennsylvania.
So you mentioned full faith and credit earlier, right? Wouldn't what you're saying violate full faith and credit in terms of other states recognizing their jurisdiction over the custodial case?
No. Why would acknowledging a jurisdiction over a case violate the full faith and credit clause?
Because the other state says that they have jurisdiction and they would acknowledge jurisdiction until it's changed. And
Well, hold on, wait. Acknowledging jurisdiction is different than where custody, right? Because multiple states could have jurisdiction over the same issue simultaneously, right? That's
Correct.
always, yeah.
not multiple states
for the custody proceeding
of the child for custodial sake.
Should there be I'm just going to ask this question. Should there be a mechanism for states to deprive other states, or not deprive, just assume jurisdiction over a case that another state purports to have jurisdiction over?
From my understanding, you would have to transfer from the original court. I just remember learning that in family law.
We're talking about laws in places, and if there's a rule that says this court is explicitly saying that they have an entire case law about when to take or not take jurisdiction from a court that's claiming it in child proceedings. They have an entire case law and history about what the test is on whether to assume jurisdiction, notwithstanding the fact that another court is claiming jurisdiction.
How does that not bring up the major points that Stephen made about people choosing laws specifically to harm one parent?
Well, wait, hold on. Wait, to be clear, choosing laws to harm somebody, I don't think there's necessarily anything right or wrong for that, right? Forum choice is an important part of litigation, whether we like it or not, right? We all agree on that, right?
Sure, but and also choosing without the parent's knowledge.
So that's the issue. So then the question that I had earlier, and this has kind of gotten talked past a lot, is it sounded like I saw in at least one of those court papers, or at least in the affidavit, that there was a hearing, but the guy in here, Chad, he claims that he missed that hearing. So if there was a hearing for this and you missed it...
That's not correct.
Okay, explain then. Yeah, go ahead.
There were several hearings that they've accused me of missing, including some of which they never notified me of or were allowed to attend. The one you're probably referencing is the November 6th one, which initially he ordered me to attend, but then said I didn't have to attend and my lawyers could attend. And then when my lawyers got there, he changed his mind again.
Is there clear documentation of all of that?
Yeah, I have it. I have blocked it.
Whatever.
Wait, hold on, wait. Why do you say whatever? Isn't that really important?
Because the order envisions, the custody order that he doesn't dispute, envisions that she's going to be in Pennsylvania. There's no sandbagging here, right? There's no...
No, wait, hold on. There could absolutely be reasons why he wants Tennessee to remain the original forum, no?
You don't, sorry, you're not understanding what I just said.
I'm not. Tell me.
What did I just say?
It sounds to me like you're saying he has no reason to sandbag, to just delay these particular proceedings for no reason.
You didn't understand me, so I'm going to repeat it again.
Okay. Well, don't repeat it. Explain it anyway, because clearly I don't understand. You go ahead.
The custody order from Tennessee acknowledges the fact that she moved and the assumption that she is going to be in Pennsylvania, and incorporates that fact into the order. One of the reasons why she's found to violate the initial Tennessee order is because she went to Pennsylvania without modifying the order. And
so the order was modified.
ultimately the order was modified with the expectation that the wife would be in Pennsylvania. And to pretend that what's occurring here is just some random person going to a state for the benefit and the aegis of that laws, and to sandbag someone with bad law, that's not what occurred here.
Okay,
and
but then
he had
this
every expectation that he could be hailed into court.
Okay. So then fast forwarding real quick, because what you're saying now, that addresses everything that Lauren, and I guess tangentially even what I was saying, right? And that the petitioner, would he be the petitioner here?
No. She's in this case that we're talking about. He's the respondent.
Okay, he's the respondent. So the respondent here was put on notice then that Pennsylvania might be a forum for new custody stuff.
Absolutely.
Okay. Then in that case, that should answer Lauren, correct? Right? That answers your question. This didn't just happen randomly. He was.
Hold on. This potential bullcrap. It could be like, well, she might move to Alaska because she's American. First of all, for it to transfer, even after it acknowledged that she was in Pennsylvania, she would have had to have had him there 6 months legally before they could have even transferred the custody.
You're back to that. You're back to the fucking test. You're back to the home test.
You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me.
Okay,
I'm talking about March, which Destiny was just talking about now. He's referencing when March was there that I had the expectation. But if that's the case, I could have had the expectation she moved anywhere in the world. What I'm telling you is, according to Pennsylvania law, which has been adopted, the UCCJ thing.
Wait, can I ask a quick question on that? Wait, can I just ask a quick question? Wait. Let me just ask a quick question, and then you can keep going. Okay. But did the original petition, did it put you on notice that she could have only moved to Pennsylvania, or was it that she could have literally moved to any state in the United States?
She had already moved by that point because she was in violation of the court order and found in contempt. She got up and moved and didn't tell the court where she moved at all. Now we're referencing the March when she got in trouble for it. And by that time, she was already in Pennsylvania. But she didn't have custody. I had full custody when she moved in Pennsylvania. And the way you litigate in family court is where the child primarily lives, who has the primary custody, not wherever the visitation parent is. If the visitation parent has a child 2 weeks a year and lives in Guam, it doesn't transfer to Guam. The custody generally transfers to where the child primarily lives, or where the previous court custody had it, which was Tennessee.
Envision the fact that she'd be in Pennsylvania.
It doesn't matter if she's in Pennsylvania. She was not the custodial parent.
First of all, does the order say that she has physical custody at all?
It says that she has visitation, and it depends on which order you're talking about.
Does the order refer to physical custody with respect to your ex-wife or not?
It refers that she has summer visitation if you read the final order.
Does the order refer
don't exist.
Does the order use the term, excuse me, I'm going to get this out if it kills you. Does the order use the term physical custody to refer to your ex-wife, yes or no?
I don't have to look it up, but if she has physical custody and she goes to Guam,
you're know whether it does.
Get involved, and it's not true.
Do you know whether or not it does?
Depends which order we're talking about. First of all, you could be talking about the orders before I had custody. Did you have physical custody before I had physical custody? Yes, you had custody before I had custody.
The August 2005 order from the Tennessee court.
August 2005 order? I'll have to bring it up, but you're missing the point here. Is it doesn't matter. Of course, anytime she's in his visitation, anytime he's visiting her, she's in his physical custody. That's how visitation works.
Okay, so you acknowledge that she had some physical custody, right? Correct?
Dude, physical custody of the shit that she ate and consumed it and pooped it out in the toilet. Physical custody is not the same as residential custody.
Oh yeah, what's the difference?
Custody every time he visits her.
So you had a better claim. You had a stronger claim. You had a stronger custody than she did.
Dude, she didn't have primary custody. I'm
looking
through the order that reference
time, or did you have primary custody forever?
Okay, reference. Which paragraph are we talking about? Mother, you mean the one that says a mother failed and refused to provide the minor child for co-parenting time as ordered by the court?
You think that's what
the court finds there's no evidence of the likelihood the father to prevent interference. The court finds that the father should be primary residential parent of the minor child and grants immediately physical child, and mother should be required to pay an appropriate amount of child support.
This is personal to you, and this alone
under the direction of a single parent.
And you came on here, Lauren, to defend him. You came on here to defend him.
Let me help you out. Just answer his questions as best you can with yes, no, because otherwise people are thinking it's just I hear you and I believe you and I still 100% just calm down answer his questions yes or no.
He answers questions in a leading way, and then he changes what I say afterward. He'll ask me,
Okay.
did you say A and B? And I'll say yes, and then he'll respond, so you're saying A, B, C, D, which doesn't happen.
Wait, let's ask your next question, and also, I have one question really quick. Did the Tennessee court say anything about the mother move? Like, did you have anything in the order that said that the mother couldn't move to another state?
Oh, are you asking him or me?
I'm asking him.
Okay,
TikTok.
it depends on which time frame you're asking about. And
At
again,
the
you don't
time-
want the wrong answers, but I'm answering them because you guys ask me sometimes questions that are so open-ended.
I'm sorry.
So in
At the
2004
time that she moved with your child to a new state,
yes, there was an injunction.
Was there a hearing
Yes.
in Tennessee that required, an order in Tennessee that required that she stay in Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. So then, all right, moving on.
Well, let me clarify, though, because I don't want to mislead you. Can I clarify, though? Because I don't want to mislead you on this.
Okay.
So in 2004, I got word because she was interfering with communication, and my son one time picked up the phone when she wasn't in the house. And when he picked up the phone, he says, we're moving to Cherry, and then she came in the house and hung up the phone. So I got notice that they were moving, and prior to that, she had told me, she said, we don't have anything in Tennessee, we want to move, but I don't know when, and we'll probably move to Pennsylvania, Ohio, or New York, and I'll let you know. She didn't let me know anything. So once my son told me they were moving and she hadn't told me anything, we did go to the court, and we did not try and stop her from moving. We simply went to the court and said, listen, if she's going to move, we need to know where, we need to transfer the custody. So the court issued an injunction, which she signed for and was served for, and it told her you have to appear before the court in like 2 or 3 weeks and tell us where you're going and make sure the custody transfers, because Tennessee law required, I believe it was 60 days notice at the time, of which she never did any of that. And then instead of showing up to the court and saying, I want to go to Pennsylvania, she disappeared without telling anyone where she went.
So you would have been willing to transfer to Tennessee if she gave you like an exact place. However, to Pennsylvania if she gave you an exact place, but she never showed up to court to give you an exact place, and therefore the custody should have never transferred to Tennessee.
Well, you have it backwards.
Right,
Tennessee is where it was. To Pennsylvania. Had she gone to the court and said, I'm moving to Pennsylvania, here's my address, and I'm going to follow the proper procedures for transferring the jurisdiction, yes, that would have been fine. That's all the court asked. And she said, no, I'm not even going to do that. And she wouldn't even tell me where she lived or the court. And that is how I was in full custody.
What was the court here? So what came out of that here? So when you showed up to court and she didn't show up to court, what happened from that?
They issued another court notice, but she was already in Pennsylvania. So then first of all, we had to find her because we couldn't serve her. So we had to get some private investigation involved and all these sorts of things. We found the school records, got her involved. The Pennsylvania court said, you're in violation of the Tennessee orders. You have to go back to Tennessee. She said no. So the Pennsylvania court transferred custody to me. I flew back to the United States, and we went back to Tennessee. We lived in Tennessee again, and he was enrolled in Tennessee schools. And finally, 6 months later, they had a court hearing, and they found her in contempt of court. I sent you the transcripts. You should really read these. These are the March 2004 transcripts. Sorry, March 2005 transcripts. Definitely don't just read the orders. Don't just read the orders. Read the transcripts. So they basically said to her, okay, well, we're not ready to send the child to live overseas yet, but what we will do is, since because she kept interfering with visitation every time I come to the U.S., and since she basically ran off with them, and the judge had to force her back to Tennessee, because she wouldn't go. The only reason she went to Tennessee is they gave me custody, and I had the child in Tennessee, so she came back to Tennessee.
Did you ever file, like, kidnapping?
Why the fuck did you interrupt him? Stop. Keep going on your story. Keep rambling the whole thing.
Paused. You're the last person to be the arbiter of interruption.
Wait. Tell us the whole story again.
Okay.
Please go. Why?
Did you ever file kidnapping charges against her?
I never filed kidnapping charges because when I talked to the FBI, they said they will never get involved in these cases. But then when she calls and says I came into the house and kidnapped him, which I did not do, the FBI got all over my ass and has tried to extradite me 3 times. So no, I never filed kidnapping charges, but I did go against her in court, and they found her in contempt of court, which led to me ultimately having the custody and the child being sent overseas.
Okay.
Cool. Now we're nowhere. That's why we don't let him lead where we're going, because we just get nowhere and he just doesn't answer anything.
Okay, go ahead, ask a question.
Okay, so we were having a conversation about whether or not it's possible for a court to claim jurisdiction over a case that another court has claimed exclusive jurisdiction over. And I believe the answer to that is yes, of course, especially in matters of family court and in custody proceedings where there can obviously be an immediate need. Like imagine an emergency petition. To say that a court wouldn't have jurisdiction to consider an emergency petition without writing to like some other sister court and waiting 2 weeks for them to respond and like hoping that the clerk gives it to the judge and the first thing on like that's it can't.
Yeah, I understand your hypothetical.
Like,
I understand your hypothetical as why a Pennsylvania court would come to a decision as it did. But with the facts at hand, where this woman was found in contempt of court, has violated a bunch of Tennessee court orders and didn't have primary custody and ran off with a kid and yada yada, with all of that at hand, don't you think the court in Pennsylvania came to the wrong decision?
Not unless any of that stuff is relevant to the jurisdictional test in Pennsylvania. And let's talk about that, right? So like, let me give you an example. For the jurisdictional test, if she did a bunch of bad shit in the past, does it make sense to consider that for the jurisdictional test?
It's not just in the past. She's continuing to hold a child against the Tennessee order, which required her to return home.
Or even wait, can we even answer yes to Pisco's question? Like, yeah, why wouldn't you hold that against somebody?
You wouldn't hold that someone against that.
He's ignoring the fact that this isn't a past thing, this is a present thing.
You wouldn't hold that against them in a jurisdictional sense. You would hold it against them on the merits when you're coming to the conclusion.
Never mind,
obviously, it matters whether or not you violated stuff in the past, whether or not you're a bad person. No one's saying that doesn't matter. But you keep getting confused on, and what you let him go on these trains where he's just talking about the merits and the substance and all the bad things that happened to him, and he's so unfair.
Okay, stop, Pisco. You're rambling now. Why are you doing this? Stop.
But the truth is the question is about jurisdiction, and if you have a problem with if you think that the Pennsylvania court is misstating Pennsylvania law, which is what he's saying that Pennsylvania enacted a law that is counter.
Wait.
The ruling is.
Could you refuse jurisdiction on the merits? Is that impossible?
What do you mean refuse jurisdiction?
As in somebody comes to you and they say, hey, I want to petition the court for whatever reason, and I'm seeing if you have jurisdiction here. And the court sees that you've been forum shopping on like 20 different states. Do you think that even if the court sees, so even if the court,
you're asking the deepest Civ Pro questions ever, and Civ Pro flipping
slicing. You can't stop. Okay, wait, let me shut up. I'm just going to finish my fucking questions. Okay. Yeah, so like the question is, Pisco, is like, could they, even though they see you pass all the tests for us to have jurisdiction here, however, on the merits of things that have happened in prior places, we're not going to be the forum in which we hold this, even though you do pass it. Is that possible or no?
As a matter of, so there is such thing called like forum non-convenience. There's ways to dismiss it where it's not like mandatory, where we're just not going to hear the case as a matter of prudential things. There are procedural mechanisms by which a court that, notwithstanding having jurisdiction, will not hear the case.
So I think, wouldn't that be Lauren's point, that like even if they had jurisdiction, the fact that she was held in contempt for stuff related to custodial...
No, it couldn't affect it. I mean, what you're talking about in questions of like forum non-convenience, or if you're talking about these procedural mechanisms to dismiss cases, even though you have jurisdiction, sometimes on like statutory grounds, because the court. So an example of this is for the court's supplementary jurisdiction in federal court system. For those of you familiar with the statutes of federal court jurisdiction, supplemental jurisdiction is discretionary, and the courts can decide to not.
Sure. Why would it not be relevant here, though?
So first of all, we're not dealing with what I just referenced, and second of all, that's a merits conversation about whether or not she's a good parent, whether or not an order was or was not complied with, whether or not they should like listen to an order. Like those are all questions related to substance. To the extent that those violations have a bearing on the jurisdictional test, obviously it's relevant. But then you need to point to what aspect of the jurisdictional test is implicated by these violations.
No. That was the whole point of my initial question, was that like irrespective of jurisdictional texts, could it be that somebody passes all of those, but because of forum shopping or other contempt violations or whatever in other states, they're like, listen, you passed the test, but we're not going to be the forum that we hold this in anyway?
Yes, that is possible, though it would be weird, right? It would be weird in this case where there is no other...
Wait, hold on, I don't like you loading things like that. I don't agree that it would be weird, right? If a mom was trying to flee a state and go to any other state to get custody of a child where it was contested, and if she was missing things, I don't think it's weird at all to say, like, no, I'm sorry, you need to figure this out in your state where your original custody agreement is.
In this case, it would be weird to do that, to defer the jurisdiction to another court in this particular case. There's no issue related to because there's no active petition, as I understand it, in Tennessee. The same kind of issues related to collateral challenges and those kinds of...
Well, in terms of active petition, why would he actively petition anything when apparently she violated a court order so hard that he was awarded custody?
Wait, who's assuming that this is only a question about whether or not the Pennsylvania court has jurisdiction? And so...
Wait, hold on, hold on, macro, okay? Either I'm getting lost in legal arguments because I'm just too stupid to follow the legal arguments, or you're obfuscating hardcore with legal arguments that don't make sense or don't matter, okay? This is in the broadest, most macro sense, this is my question, okay? Pennsylvania, a woman goes to Pennsylvania and she says, hey, listen, I want to change my custody agreement to this state. I want you guys to be the ones that have, I want you guys to be the ones that have, oh God, not custody, not standing, to be able to hear a case. Oh my God, the word just left my mind. Jurisdiction, yeah, Jesus. I want you guys to be the ones to have jurisdiction over this. So then Pennsylvania says, okay, I imagine there's some communication, you said with sister courts, where they draw on previous orders or previous whatever, and they look and they see, okay, well, hold on. Even though, let's say she's been there for she hasn't been there for 6 months, but she passed some other test or whatever. The court looks and they see in the other court, okay, well, hold on. You've been held in contempt. Custody's been transferred away from you at points in this other state. We are not going to be the forum by which you hold this. If you want to move or whatever, you need to go file shit with the other state first.
Okay, but that's the question. Okay, to the extent that influences that court's decision to, as a matter of prudence and policy and comedy, to defer jurisdiction to another forum, that's fine. But the jurisdictional question comes first. And one of the findings of this court order is not just that Pennsylvania does have jurisdiction, but that Tennessee doesn't have jurisdiction. And so that's a finding on the record.
But that's what Lauren is disagreeing with. She's saying that finding was wrong. That's what we're arguing about, right?
All right. So the first finding that the court makes, right, is that they're not going to defer to Tennessee court jurisdiction because they determine that Tennessee does not have jurisdiction.
Yeah, but isn't that kind of weird for them to determine?
Not weird. Why would it be weird?
For one state to tell another, sorry, you don't have jurisdiction anymore, even though this was the original state that this exists in, even though it hasn't been changed otherwise,
It's not weird. It's a fact of...
Because it violates full faith and credit.
No, it doesn't. Well, how does it violate full faith and credit?
Well, let's say that I have an agreement in Nebraska. This is where my custody agreement is. Everything is here. Let's say that Rachel goes to Oklahoma and she files something in that court 3 days later, and they're like, you know what, Nebraska, you don't have jurisdiction of this kid because she lives here now for 3 days. You don't think that's violating? Yeah.
In those instances, right? In those instances, there have been cases where there have been parallel proceedings or where people have gone seeking writs of mandamus to stay proceedings, and there are problems when that occurs in civil litigation. No question, but there is no problem in principle with a court doing that, and with a court taking jurisdiction of a custody matter and determining that another court doesn't have jurisdiction in the matter.
I agree. I'm not saying in principle. If an entire family were to move and both parents were to...
in the moment to say, does Tennessee have jurisdiction or not? Because you both agree, right? If Tennessee doesn't have jurisdiction, then they shouldn't defer to Tennessee court because the Tennessee court doesn't have the authority to hear the case.
Yeah, we agree. It's just hard that... Sorry, go ahead.
Is on page 4 of 17 of the Pennsylvania Court Opinion PDF.
Yeah, that's the one I was pointing you to.
Okay.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, as a first step, when you're determining whether to give jurisdiction to one state versus another, you're going to have to determine whether that court has jurisdiction, right? If you determine that court doesn't have jurisdiction, why would you dismiss a case on that basis? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think that the big problem for me, and maybe you're about to give me some legalese reason why this doesn't matter, but the fact that it's contested seems to be a really big deal to me. Does that not matter at all legally?
The fact that the jurisdiction's contested?
Yes.
Of course he's going to contest jurisdiction. He wants it to be in... that shouldn't surprise you. Like, people
Well, no,
contest,
I'm not saying it surprised me. What would surprise me then is the other courts say, like, okay, well, we see that it's contested here, but we don't care. They don't have any jurisdiction.
You can't agree to subject matter jurisdiction has to do with the inherent authority of the court. And it's
yeah, but they've already passed like some inherent, like they already didn't make some inherent authority. They didn't pass the 6-month test, right? So what other thing, I guess, are they using to say that like we're going to overrule the jurisdiction of the other state for the case?
They have another state jurisdictional test that has to do with significant connections, and that is to do, if there is no home jurisdictional, that a state that qualifies for the home jurisdictional test, then that's the one they're going to use.
Maybe I'm reading this wrong. Can you tell me if I'm reading this wrong? Is it because he moved out of the state? Because the last line, the child's parents and any any person acting as a parent do not presently reside in the other state. So because he moved completely out of every state in the country, is that...
Well, to be clear,
why?
Chad earlier said that as a matter of law, I don't know if he's still here or not, Chad, I believe, said that even if he moves out of country, those other forms should still be considered. I think he said in relation to this.
By law, other countries are considered as states, so they would have to evaluate Cyprus as the home state, which it clearly was.
Okay.
Can we just find a source for that? That seems to be a fact of the matter that is really important to settle. Yeah?
So just because you treat other countries as states for the purposes of your...
There's a site. Can I just give the site really quick?
Yeah.
It's 23 PA CSA section 5423.
Fuck, I didn't type this in at all.
Parentheses 2. I'm going to put that. Sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm being worn out. You've made me tired.
He runs. President Sunday right here. Here he is, boys. President Run Day.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, guys. It doesn't make sense to have this proceeding in Tennessee at all.
It doesn't make sense to allow just another state to...
Yeah, to be clear, nobody's saying that it doesn't make sense to have it in Tennessee. I think the issue is like, why was it so easily moved to Pennsylvania and not, say, Cyprus? Because that's what Chad was arguing earlier. Because you were saying
no one's denying that Cyprus might have concurrent jurisdiction on the initial, for any filing that you might have. No one's denying that. But you have a reason why Pennsylvania does not have jurisdiction.
Well, wait. Can you have concurrent jurisdiction on custodial matters?
You're gonna defer, right? I mean, like for the
wait. You're gonna hold on. Wait. You're gonna defer. Wait. What is the? I need a yes or no on that. Can you have? In my understanding, or I'm sorry, I don't even have an understanding. My question would be, if you could have concurrent jurisdiction, how would you ever reconcile different custodial arrangements given by different states?
Yeah. So the truth is, this is a problem, right? And there's no mandatory system, as I understand it, especially between different countries, to like knock out the United States jurisdiction, or to say that states have to abide by determinations of foreign courts. But as a matter of comity and as a matter of really practicality and efficiency, courts will often defer either to the first filed action, but if there's a substantive disagreement, right?
No, there's got to be some resolution.
Let me give you an example, Stephen. Let me give you an example.
Okay.
Right? So let's say that someone is doing exactly what Lauren says that could be happening here, which is they just go to California with their child. They've never lived in California. They have no connection to California.
Yep.
Everything's horrible in California. Under California law, there's no jurisdiction for the California court to have over custody proceeding. But some activist judge in California decides that he's just going to take it because whatever.
Sure.
And it's totally baseless in California law and all that stuff. And and the child never goes to California, and the child's with the father in this case. Do you think in that case, if the father brings a custody petition in wherever state that he is, that the state should just defer to California jurisdiction?
Fuck, I don't know. This would be
of
my.
Course not.
Wait, start the fuck up. I understand you're saying this, okay? This is why it feels to me like there must be some preordained system, some way that these disputes get settled. That must be the case. Like, for instance, if I get a driver's license in one state, it's automatically canceled in the other without me having to do anything, right? If there's a communication system set up for fucking driver's licenses, I would imagine there must be some. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare every time you move states. Are you telling me that every single time people move states, there's like multiple custodial arrangements that are active at any given point in time for every single split family? That sounds impossible.
No, but that's why most of the states require that you stay in the state. Like, you can't just move with your kid and change custody. Like, you usually have to have permission. So I find it odd that Pennsylvania is saying that as long as you're within their jurisdiction for some period of time, with or without the other parent's consent, or even without some period of time, just so long as you're significantly connected.
Yeah, I would imagine though, with what you're saying, if that's true, right, that you get permission, you move or whatever, that then the jurisdiction would like transfer. It just seems crazy to me that as a matter of norms or whatever, for split families with custodial arrangements, there's just multiple theaters or forums at any given time having multiple custodies of all of these arrangements. That just seems like a nightmare to me. I feel like there must be some formal system worked out. That would be my guess. I could be totally wrong, but that just sounds insane to me.
States have their own rules. States have their own rules.
Under Pennsylvania law, when you create these interlocutory orders, they have to have an expiration date, which they never added to that one, and then they have to contact the court of previous record, which was Tennessee, and arrange for a transfer or negotiate it. And Pennsylvania neither did that. They didn't put an expiration date in the order, and they didn't contact the court of previous jurisdiction. So Pennsylvania did not even follow through on its own laws.
Are you talking about jurisdiction?
Regarding the custody orders, the ability to modify the custody order.
Are you talking about jurisdiction or not?
You're so focused on this one point, you can't see the story. It's like being on the Titanic and you're
I'm focusing on an issue, and I'm not.
Seriously, you're on the Titanic. We're all screaming, the boat's going down. And he's just like, they're out of toilet paper. It's the end of the world.
We haven't resolved the question about whether the court even should be allowed to make this order.
They're irrelevant, dude.
Okay, hold on. Chat.
I want to ask one question.
No, stop. You're asking questions, not helping. Hold on. Chad, the issue that Pisco is bringing up is, as a matter of law, okay, procedure is everything. If we can feel however we want about a particular thing or feel something is right or wrong, blah, 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 but at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is like the court filings and the procedures and that things have actually been followed. Yeah, that's why Pisco is, that's why he's getting really anal on like is this the case, is there jurisdiction? Because these procedural questions are the only thing that matter in the eye of the law, right?
He's throwing out a hypothetical that if for some reason, let's say that my son said that I beat him and he had bruise marks, would they have the ability to issue emergency jurisdiction in that case? Yes. However,
why?
Hey, I'm still talking there, toilet paper man. Toilet paper man, let me talk. The problem is that what they did with that jurisdiction was not legal.
Oh,
that's the whole point.
No, you can't do that.
They did not contact the state of Tennessee to transfer the order after that. They did not put an expiration date. They did not verify the claims in any of this. They never had the jurisdiction. They had jurisdiction to do an emergency order, but that's an open-ended thing. They didn't have jurisdiction to do what they did in the emergency order.
So do you think, did the Pennsylvania court have jurisdiction to issue an emergency order if they wanted to?
That he's saying yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Can you say yes or no?
No, wait, shut up, Chad, shut them up, stop. Let me argue your case. Okay, I understand what Chad is saying now. Okay, so Pisco, Chad is saying that you keep bringing up these hypotheticals of like, what if the kid is being abused, blah, blah, blah. Chad is saying, absolutely, you should be able to do these orders, these injunctions, but one, they have to be temporary. There needs to be a limiting date on it. And two, they have to be communicated with the place that originally had custody. And he's saying that both of those parts weren't met. Now, I don't know if those claims are true, but that's what he's saying,
Ignoring the fact that there's absolutely no citation that the courts need to inform another court about the fact that
there's law. My brother is a Pennsylvania lawyer. You're a litigator. Are you a civil litigator or a criminal litigator? My brother's a Pennsylvania attorney.
I'm sorry, I was talking.
Yes,
notwithstanding the fact that he cites no law, that what the court here did was improper. I'm not saying that there couldn't be some procedure for transferring active cases, right? But this is a new case. This is a different case. This is a new petition filed in Pennsylvania. And you just told me that he concedes that the Pennsylvania court would have jurisdiction, but only for emergency petitions related to custody. Is that correct or incorrect? Destiny standing for
that's what my understanding is, yes.
Okay.
But when you say I'm
going to ask you a question, Chad. This is Destiny.
Yeah.
I'm really asking Destiny because I don't really get
it. Go ahead.
Why? The Tennessee court has exclusive jurisdiction. It said so in its order that we have jurisdiction until 18. how can the Pennsylvania, but they didn't make a carve out for emergency petitions. How can it be the case that Pennsylvania court issues an emergency order that's in conflict with an order from the Tennessee court that claimed total supreme executive?
Well, my guess would be is there is some sort of legal carve out for some sort of emergency injunction or whatever. That'd be my guess. That like if you were to read the legal, I don't fucking know. I'm not a civil litigator. I'm just a DG. But my guess is
crazy.
What?
Well, just by reading it, it's saying that that Pennsylvania gets to unilaterally dissolve Tennessee as the home state because the child is no longer connected to Tennessee and because the father moved away. And I think that's unbelievably ridiculous, and I would argue that would be unconstitutional to unilaterally.
To what?
Wait.
They're saying that you have to determine the home state of the child, and that the home state was Tennessee. However, there's further analysis, and the home state dissolves when the petitioner is no longer in Pennsylvania.
I mean, let's run that analysis, Lauren. Let's run that analysis. So you agree the home test is 6 months, right? That 6 month residency test?
Right.
Correct?
So they're saying because the child is not in, so Tennessee is no longer the home state for 6 months.
You agree with that, right? You agree that Tennessee no longer fulfills the home test?
No, I think the 6 months is for changing. So just like
what's your source for that?
Just like for civil procedure, you can't just change domicile until your initial one. So like for instance, even if you have physical presence in another state, that doesn't change your domicile. Even if you have the intent to stay in another state, if you don't have physical presence, that doesn't change your domicile. You can't change your home, the child's home residence, until the other one is absolved. And who is Pennsylvania to unilaterally resolve Tennessee?
So many mistakes there. Don't know where to stop. First, I don't understand why you are saying that the test for domicile is a test for home. At home, you already see a key difference between the domicile test.
An analogy.
Excuse me. You already see the domicile test is different in key ways from the at-home test here. For instance, the domicile test, as you just acknowledged, requires presence and intent. Doesn't require any particular amount of months. And
because like, what if you just moved to another state? You should be able to have that as your domicile as soon as you move, right? You don't have to wait 6 months to get like a license.
Exactly. So there's absolutely no reason why the rules for domicile for either constitutional purposes or domicile for state residency should be the same as the rules for 6 month at-home tests for children. In fact, there are numerous incompatible tests for citizenship and residency. Residency for purposes of tax in state places. Residency for purposes of voting might be different. A domicile test is, that's the constitutional test. Oftentimes, when you're talking about jurisdiction for persons of citizenship of states, for diversity of citizenship, among other things, but there's no necessary connection between the domicile test and the at-home test. Second, you're conceding by virtue of the fact that, or you're stating, just I think conclusory, that the at-home test and that 6 month thing only applies to changing the venue of any given proceeding. And I would like a source for that, why you think it must be that the 6 month test is only for changing as opposed to any time to search jurisdiction. Why would
another state to unilaterally dissolve another state's jurisdiction? That seems.
Well, I think the issue with like this, you keep saying like unilaterally dissolve. It sounds like all they have to do is make both parents aware of what's happening, and if nobody's contesting it, then it does seem like it would make sense to allow it to be dissolved at that point. No.
All you have to do to make it make sense, and why it would be the case that states consider other states' jurisdiction when determining their own jurisdiction for purposes of the custody proceedings, is just expand the time horizons on these things, and then think back to yourself. Right? Does it make sense? You could have a custody order from a state that's super far away and both parties agree to move to some other state. But guess what? That custody order, until there's something different, is still in effect.
Wait, nobody's disagreeing on any of this. Nope. I think the issue is just that it's contested. That's what the fight is.
Let me finish.
Okay.
So just because you have a custody order in a previous petition, a previous proceeding, it doesn't mean we're not giving full faith and credit to that custody order. What we're talking about here is jurisdiction. Which court has jurisdiction over the matter? There's nothing necessarily incompatible or wrong with a court looking at the record in another state if everything that's relevant to determining the custody going forward is occurring somewhere else. And why would it be necessary for you to start a petition in the old state you used to live in, travel all the way there, wait for them to come to a decision in weeks, and then travel back to your country when they decide to what? Transfer a case that wasn't actually started in that state?
Well, you would agree that it would make sense to do that if one parent still lived in the state, correct? Or do you think that like should somebody be able to take a kid, drive to another state, and dissolve unilaterally?
Yeah. So those are the facts. Those are the facts that you would look to, and that's
okay. And I understand, but you keep talking about like the broad overall like principle of the law. But what we're having is a disagreement, I think, on the facts. Like for instance, should Cyprus have been considered?
There's no disagreements about these facts. So there's no disagreement, and I think even Lauren would concede. No parent lives in Tennessee.
True.
There's no disagreement that the child doesn't live in Tennessee. There's no disagreement.
Yeah, but the issue earlier was nobody disagreed. I don't know why you were saying it like 15 times. Nobody disagrees with that. We all agree with that. But then the issue is whether or not another state should be able to unilaterally dissolve the claim in Tennessee, whether the petition being able okay. Well, you can repeat your point. Your opinion. They did.
I get what
you're
saying. You're saying jurisdiction is about whether or not, and I understand, obviously, jurisdiction is about whether a state can look at the case. It's not about whether or not they'll win on the merits. It's not about, however, in this case, because it has to do with family law and it has to do with custody, jurisdiction basically solely relies on whether or not the child is at home. So that's why I keep falling back.
The court explicitly says that that's not true. And do you disagree with them saying that?
Right, and it's saying that it's only not true if the father is not in that state, and that's where I'm wondering if that's...
No, they say that it's the at-home test...
The home state is preferred jurisdictional analysis for the custodial matter. It's not the sole means by which a court assumes jurisdiction. The court is required to continue the analysis to determine whether child has...
Do you disagree with that as a legal matter? Are they saying something that's wrong legally?
Well, this is their state law.
Do you have any reason to think that they're misstating the law? Do you have any reason to think that they're misstating the law?
I don't have reason to believe that the court is misstating the law, no.
So in that sense, you might have policy disagreements with that. And you might think that that's stupid. But
not that it's stupid, but that it's potentially...
And it might create bad incentives. Let me tell you, there's going to be, no matter what system you make, there's going to be ways to have bad incentives. There's no system that you're going to make that will eliminate the possibility for people to forum shop or for people to do the kinds of things that you're talking about, unless you have a singular court system with a singular law, and then you get rid of all the benefits of federalism, and you guys would be freaking out because it's a unitary system and not a state system. So
here's what's interesting. Okay, hold on. Let's just read. I know the reading is boring, but before addressing the child's significant connections to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we will address the second part of analysis for jurisdiction on the initial determination of custody, which requires the court to determine whether another state is the, quote, home state of the child. Okay, so simply because he moves out of... Okay, I'm going to continue reading. We conclude that no other state in the United States is the home state of the child. So simply because he moves out of the United States... then Tennessee dissolves as home state. And then it goes on to say, the state of Tennessee has not been
you agree that it's not the home
state of the child since March 2005. Who are they to say that the home state is in Tennessee?
That's the law. That's the rule that you cited from your Barbary books.
No, the home state required that you move there for 6 months and, hold on, let me go back to my Barbary notes.
Yeah, whatever the rule is from the Barbary notes, and from the Barbary notes don't matter, by the way. That's just repeating the common law. And what matters is the Pennsylvania state law, which probably tracks the common law pretty well. But what all they're saying is that it fails that test. It fails whatever test. It probably fails the Barbary test. At the time that the petition is filed, it doesn't. It's not the case that the child has been at home for 6 months in Tennessee, and you must agree with that. Because that's just not even this guy disagrees with that.
I don't agree. Yeah, no, I don't.
You don't agree that he wasn't there for 6 months? For more than 6 months?
I agree that the child was not there for 6 months, but I don't agree that the child was allowed to.
You actually think it's possible at the time the petition was filed? You think it's plausible? It's possible that his actual at home was Tennessee? You think that's possible?
I mean, technically, the court required that the child stay in Tennessee, correct?
No.
The court even acknowledges that the mother was held in contempt.
The order that is being referenced in the Tennessee, one of the Tennessee courts, one of the reasons they sanction her is for going to Pennsylvania. and they modify that custody order to accommodate the fact that she's in Pennsylvania. And so it's not the case that she said that she must stay in Pennsylvania, in Tennessee at the time that this petition is filed. That's why the timeline to all this stuff is important. And those of you watching who haven't been listening to the facts here, I'm just going to say it. When you're dealing with I'm just going to say it. When you're dealing with like a Rob Noir conspiracy, for instance, the Hunter Biden shit related to Ukraine scandal and Burisma, always get the timeline, because it's in the timeline that you get the true sense of what's going on, and you're not able to fudge and you're not able to lie and be like, well, she was supposed to stay in Tennessee. When was she supposed to stay in Tennessee? Was that order ever modified? That's going to reveal everything. And I guess in that sense, it's extremely relevant to whether or not you have a claim that the jurisdiction here was wrongfully acquired.
Okay, so I have a quick question, TikTok. Did you have an attorney throughout all of this?
Many. Yep.
Yeah, okay. Did your attorney respond in Pennsylvania right away?
Yep.
Okay, now Pico, I want to go back to you. Would it have been smarter for him not to respond to Pennsylvania at all and just assume that Pennsylvania never had jurisdiction and respond only in Tennessee, and therefore not even acknowledging Pennsylvania?
That's fucking stupid. What do you mean? There's no petition in Tennessee. There's nothing to respond there. There's no one thinks that there's anything. There's no judge who's waiting for stuff to happen in Tennessee.
Okay, to file in Tennessee then, and say that
in Pennsylvania. You want him to ignore the Pennsylvania proceeding and just like pretend that it's not happening and just hope, like, if he does
isn't
that,
isn't that acknowledging that Pennsylvania has jurisdiction?
Let me just short circuit this. We went through this debate. We did go through this debate. Both of you are kind of right. And what we decided to do is we sent our lawyers, but the whole time we objected to jurisdiction while we were there to kind of correct some of the misstatements they made. Because if we hadn't challenged them at all, then people say we didn't challenge them. So we did challenge all the things, including like when they said my son was born in Pennsylvania, which he was not, among the other things. So we did contest those, and we did send lawyers, but we made it clear that we were not accepting jurisdiction by filing anything.
Okay. And what was the final analysis there? What was the final conclusion?
He says, I don't care. I'll do whatever I want. This is a small county, which the two judges rule the whole county. And this guy's quite a cowboy. He's got quite a record.
What was his legal rationale?
There's got to be a legal rationale.
I didn't really come up with one. He's just like,
write in the paperwork, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. Suck a dick.
Yeah, pretty much. He's like, I'm going to do whatever I want. It's my county.
Okay, Chad, real quick, just as a piece of life advice, I don't care if you give a fuck what I say, but like, you have to be able to summarize at least what the arguments are on the other side, or else it makes it look like you're lying or concealing something, right?
Well, I have all the argument. I've told you. We did object, and the judge just basically rejected all of our objections, and he's like, I'll do whatever I want.
Yeah, but he probably didn't write that in a motion, or he didn't write that in a rejection. I'm going to do whatever I want because I own this bitch.
Yeah, no, he didn't write that in a motion.
So what did he write? What did he write down?
What he's written down.
Sure. And
what he wrote down? What he wrote down in the...
We've been talking about this whole time.
He just ignored everything.
Yeah,
he didn't ignore.
What did he write down?
He wrote... Are you talking about the jurisdiction, right? We're still talking about that? Just make sure.
Jurisdiction doesn't matter. The point is, listen.
No, wait. This super matters. It's like the most important.
But the thing is, there's dozens of pages, so I'm trying to look for which.
What are we talking about? Does that matter?
What order? So, for example, here in August 30th, he said this court is assuming exclusive jurisdiction of the case. It's hereby ordered that evidentiary hearing be held. And then he turns around. It is also ordered that Tennessee court order of October 11, 2005 be given full faith and credit. Pursuant to the order of the petitioner is to give the custody of the child and transport to the child to the respondent on August 31st, 2006, which she failed to do, and he had to send the police to remove him.
So you see where he goes off to the racist destiny. We're not talking about her.
I'm reading the judge's statement from his own order.
You are talking about her compliance or non-compliance with an order.
I read the judge's own statement right there.
It's not relevant to what our discussion is it? Do you want to stop talking about
jurisdiction? Is irrelevant, dude. This is the point you're missing. It's not about whether or not he had emergency jurisdiction in any possible.
Wait. This is my question. Wait. Hold on. Wait. This is my question. Okay, I'm getting away from all the legalese. Okay, just super basic questions. Okay, when they were starting to file for jurisdiction, when the kid's mom was filing for jurisdiction in Pennsylvania, you said that you guys were filing motions to strike things or correct facts of the matter, okay? But then you also said that you guys were contesting that jurisdiction should even be there. So assuming you can do both those things at the same time, I'll assume that, I don't know, right? What was the judge's response to you guys contesting jurisdiction? That's my question.
About it. That's what we've been talking about.
He held me in civil contempt. He held me in civil contempt. I'm reading it right here.
Well, okay,
So,
what did he say?
Yeah.
Why are you asking him questions?
Why should not be held in contempt for failure? Basically, he charged me for a failure to appear, although he said I didn't have to appear because I was overseas.
Okay, do you
And
have...
then he- and then
Wait.
The consequences.
He wanted me to
about
send the
not
trial.
appearance, or did he ask
Okay.
you about the jurisdictional arguments? What did he ask you about?
Okay, so Lauren, this is
You didn't
initially,
even
this is why I
respond to your
sided with Pisco. I don't agree with this guy's arguments, 'cause I'm pretty sure there's stuff that he's either obscuring or hiding. But I mean, I don't know for sure, but like, yeah, I can't.
And all the documents, dude, but it's going to take you forever to go through them. There are thousands of pages of court documents.
No. You keep saying there are 1,000 pages. I don't want 1,000 pages. If assuming you've been wait, hold on. This matter that you've been litigating for some 15 years now, I would imagine you would be pretty familiar with. You don't have to go through thousands of pages of documentation. It's a very simple thing.
Tell me the date. Okay, tell me which date. That's what I'm telling you. Even in the 2006,
I don't know about the date. I'm
several court hearings.
asking. My question was, when jurisdiction was being contested, you're saying this is one claim you've made. He said you didn't
Yep.
have to be there. Then he said you did have to be there. Do you
Yep.
have? Is there like documentation of that?
For some of it, I'm looking through some of it now. Some of it was oral, some of it was written. I'm looking through the 2006.
Okay, so
right
then my
now.
next question would be, if you have a representative, a lawyer that shows up in your place, and then he says, well,
Yes.
sorry, I need your actual client here, were they able to continue that, or did you just lose because you weren't there?
Well, according to them, I just lost because I wasn't there. That's what I'm telling you. He charged me the civil contempt for not being there, although I sent a lawyer because I was living overseas, and he said I didn't need to come. Then after he said I didn't need to come, he said I needed to send the child back because he was concerned about the child's welfare.
Okay,
But if he was so
then my
concerned about the
question-
child's welfare,
Yep, okay,
why did
no,
he put it
wait,
on
don't
the
go
plate?
off, don't go off. Okay, so this would be a very, very basic accounting of facts. Is do you have proof of? Because those claims that you're making right there are pretty explosive. He said you didn't have to go, and you didn't. Then a lawyer showed up, and then he said, "Wow, he's not here. Fuck this guy. I'm holding it in contempt, and now everything is fucked." That's a really big claim. Do you have proof of any of that?
I have proof. I'm looking through the Pennsylvania order. The Pennsylvania order, let's see, is when let me see where he ordered me to appear or not. That is, let's see, so there's an order 830. Okay. So August 30th, he says, it's hereby ordered evidentiary hearings held on Monday, November 6th, at which time the named parties, the party's child, and the child's advocate are to appear. So on August 30th, he ordered me to appear, and he ordered my son to appear.
Okay.
But
Now,
in the same order,
real quick, as a matter of law or norms or whatever, for Lauren or Pisco, when parties are ordered to appear, can that include just lawyers, or does the actual
You
client?
have
It depends. It depends.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, sorry. Okay, then
ask the
keep.
judge.
Okay, then
Be
keep reading.
sure that the judge gives you an answer, and definitely if you're potentially going to be in jail or held in contempt, you should absolutely be there.
I couldn't. It gave me. I was living in Turkey or Cyprus. I don't know at that time. No, that was Cyprus. We're living in Cyprus, and he's like, "You got to show up to court." And Microsoft was like, "You're going to lose your job." So we sent lawyers, and we asked the judge, "Do I have to appear personally?" And he told my lawyer, "No, the lawyer was enough." And then my lawyer showed up, and then he said, "Oh well, he's not here."
Okay, do you have an order of like the contempt thing or whatever, or?
Yep, that is. Well, there's actually several of them because he kept reiterating them. But that's
Wait.
November 6th.
Are you saying when you say reiterating, do you mean he gave you more chances to show up?
I have to look exactly what he wanted. We had, let's see, hearing with contempt. No, I think she went back for, let's see.
This is one of the parts where this is what Pisco was harping on earlier, and I agree it's important. This is where like these procedural parts are everything.
Yeah,
They're very
I'm looking.
important. Yeah.
I just sent you something, Destiny, but essentially, okay, at any point, TikTok, did you try to enjoin Pennsylvania from having jurisdiction? Because it looks like Tennessee would relinquish jurisdiction anyway if there hasn't been enough physical presence or sufficient connections to the parent or the custodial parent.
Well, there's two things in
mind. He argued that the judge issued a written order.
I thought she asked me the question. Did she ask you the question, or did she ask me?
Oh my God. Why? Of course he contested jurisdiction. There's a written order.
I think she asked. Hey, Pisco, is your name Chad? Because I think she was speaking to me. Do you do this in a judge in court?
Oh, wait, TikTok. Calm down. I hear you. I would be mad too. Go ahead, TikTok.
Okay. So the Tennessee thing, first of all, the judge in Tennessee was well acquainted with the case, and that's why he said he held it till 18. He was not going to transfer it over to them if Pennsylvania just requested on these grounds alone. And according to the law, Cyprus would have had it, and we would have discussions with them.
Wait. Can I just bring up? Real quick. As a matter of law, okay, it seems to be the case, unless what Lauren is like me, unless I'm misunderstanding. I'm like,
he had court hearings till 2012.
Wait. It seems to be the case that Tennessee actually will unilaterally relinquish any custodial or any jurisdiction relating to these custody things if certain conditions are met. One of those being that, so it says, except as otherwise provided in another subsection, a court of this state has jurisdiction to make an initial child custody determination only if, 1, the state is the home state of the child on the date of the commencement of the proceeding, or was the home state of the child within 6 months before the commencement of the proceeding, and the child is absent from the state, but a parent or person acting as a parent continues to live in this state. So it seems like that's not met, right? The child had been out of the state for at least 6 months, correct? Correct. So 1. 2, a court of another state does not have jurisdiction under subdivision A1. So it seems like that
no one has jurisdiction under subdivision A1.
Cyprus had jurisdiction. You keep forgetting that part.
Wait. Cyprus, you did not file anything formally in Cyprus for jurisdiction.
File formally in Cyprus because you can't file unless you're going after somebody for a violation.
Okay, that's fine. Let's say that. Wait.
Anyways,
sure.
You're saying
let's say that is the case.
Tennessee would have given it up, but Tennessee had court hearings in 2012 against her.
What?
That might be the case. Wait. Well, let's just wait. Why can't we just get through this law? This is important. It has. Okay.
When did your child go back to Pennsylvania after being in Cyprus in 2006?
In 2006, he didn't go back to Pennsylvania after that because she had conflicting court orders and she disappeared. She disconnected her phone and got rid of her address and we couldn't find her.
Wait a second. When did your child was in Cyprus from when to when in the years of 2005 and 2006?
We traveled a lot, but our house was in Cyprus, so basically he was in school in Cyprus.
When?
It's easier to ask when he's out of the country. So October 2005, because she ignored the August order and because she ignored the March order, in October I got physical custody of him mid-October 2005, and then he went back to Europe with me. He was there until June of 2006 when I accompanied him to Boston for a summer visitation. Mm-hmm. I did not proceed on to Pennsylvania in June. I stayed in Boston for approximately 1 week and left. Then at the end of summer 2006, less than 3 months later, he was returned back to Cyprus by the Pennsylvania judge holding up the Tennessee.
At the end of June?
No, it was September 2nd.
September 2nd. Okay. When was he in Pennsylvania in those periods?
He was in Pennsylvania from approximately June 10th until September 2nd.
Okay. So you agree that he does not fulfill the 6-month rule?
For Pennsylvania, he does not agree to. He is not.
No.
For Tennessee.
For Cyprus.
Oh, sorry, for Cyprus.
Dude, listen.
June, July,
June
August,
minus October.
September.
Do you need a calendar? Because June to October is farther than 6 months.
Wait.
Cyprus prior to that.
The time of the petition is September of 2006. June, end of June, July. There's at least 3 months there. You agree? July.
Dude.
Wait, I don't know why. I don't know. Wait, I don't know why this necessarily matters. I think what we can establish is, at the very least, Tennessee does have the ability to relinquish, like unilaterally, their.
They have the ability, but not the desire. As I told you, there were court hearings in Tennessee establishing their jurisdiction up until 2012.
Okay, but for the court,
they were still exerting jurisdiction.
Okay.
No, read the section again. A court of another state does not have jurisdiction under
subdivision A1, or a court of the home state of the child has declined to exercise jurisdiction on the ground that this state
so that
is
doesn't apply.
Okay.
I will also tell you the federal courts have said that Tennessee still had a valid order. The federal courts have decided that too.
Wait, where are the federal courts?
No one's talking about. No one's talking about orders. No, people are talking about jurisdiction.
Yeah. And Tennessee had jurisdiction. They still had the order. That's the part you're talking about.
It's your point that Pennsylvania. It's your point that Pennsylvania gave full faith and credit to that order. We're talking about jurisdiction.
Yes.
Okay. So then shut up.
You create a conflicting order. How does it make any sense to say the other state still has an order?
The order.
We talked about
the was given full faith and credit at the time.
Jurisdiction of what they did. It's one thing to say a court has jurisdiction in any possible harebrained scenario.
It's very different.
In this scenario, where the child and the child's parents, or the child and at least one parent or a person acting as a parent, have a significant connection with this state other than mere physical presence. That's under Tennessee statute for their own jurisdiction to make custody determinations. Under that test, this court in Pennsylvania absolutely did have significant connections with the child's parents and the child more than mere physical presence. Correct?
Still requires Tennessee to transfer the jurisdiction, which they never relinquished the jurisdiction. You can come up with all the hypotheticals you want.
Wait, can we? That's a fact of the matter. Wait, that's a fact of the matter. Where is anything stating that Tennessee has to transfer jurisdiction?
There's nothing that says they have to transfer jurisdiction.
Then what are you talking about?
Then why are you saying that? It seems like it doesn't need to be that Tennessee has to transfer it.
He's saying they can, but he's not saying they have to. He's talking out of his ass.
Wait. This is just a really important fact of the matter, okay, that moves us forward in the conversation, okay? So if it's the case that nobody's living in Tennessee, which we all agree that is the case, and that there is a strong attachment to Pennsylvania, the mom is living there, it seems like she has the ability to file in Pennsylvania to have jurisdiction on this particular matter. You guys were responding to those filings in Pennsylvania. So if you're not making did you guys try to make, here's a question, did you try to make like a counterclaim for Cyprus to say like, well, hold on, I want to say that, and what happened? What did the judge respond to with that?
He just blew it off like everything else he did.
Okay, so when you say blew it off, you mean he didn't respond to the motion? That you filed something and he just didn't respond?
No, that one was done as a verbal. We tried. There were some other motions. I'll have to dig through everything. But that was a verbal one in the court.
Wait. Can I ask? Hold on. Can I ask the lawyer people in here? What is a verbal? I don't know what that means.
Can you just orders orally, and you can have them written. And there's a written order, Destiny.
Yeah.
That says, that gives rationales for why jurisdiction is proper in the case. He just doesn't like that Pennsylvania law disagrees with him.
Okay, yeah, but then I guess my question was, when they refused to have Cyprus be the place that would have jurisdiction over this issue, why?
Under their analysis, under the Pennsylvania jurisdictional analysis, it's not a balance of forums test. And
okay, gotcha.
Cyprus,
it's the only thing that matters is if Pennsylvania meets their test. It doesn't matter if another place might meet it more. Correct?
More, right.
Correct.
Unless that court has already assumed jurisdiction, and then they have to analyze.
So then,
that's why
yes, I got it. I understand. So to bring this all the way back, as shitty as it might sound, but as Pisco mentioned earlier, there's probably not going to be one system that guarantees fairness to everybody. This might be a case where rushing to file something is the only thing you can do, right? That the first filer would have an advantage here, but there's just no way to get around that. So, like, if, for instance, if you had filed...
lie about the child's birth date.
I don't know if the birth state, the problem with the birth state typo, or the problem with the birth state being incorrect, is it doesn't seem like that was a necessary part of determining whether or not the child had significant connections. Yeah, so if that's not mentioned in the analysis, like, this is, I think I saw this on my own divorce paperwork. Sometimes people, like, type things wrong, or they make a typo, or they'll say somebody's from the wrong county or whatever.
Typo, he not only mentioned the state, he mentioned a county. He says Crawford County.
But what I'm asking, what I'm saying is that it doesn't seem like that was a determining factor. For instance, let's say, for instance, they write that your son had the wrong middle name. If in their analysis of why they're granting a particular forum custody, or a particular forum jurisdiction over an issue, if the middle name didn't matter, even if they got it wrong. If the kid being born in Pennsylvania wasn't relevant, and it sounds like in this case...
Answer that hypo. No, actually answer. Do you think that it should matter if you get the middle name wrong and doesn't factor into the analysis, do you think that should make the order invalid?
I think it would depend on the situation. Again, you're asking to open...
Shut the fuck up.
Well, wait. So the question... So the claim...
And they arrest Brian Joseph Smith, and I'm Brian James Smith. I think that's a pretty big thing. So again,
oh my God!
Wait, no. Wait, it's not if they arrest the wrong person. It's like, let's say they arrest the right person, but on the arrest report or in the court documents they say we're charging another person with a crime, but they get the middle name wrong. Does that mean that you're completely let off the hook, or do they go, okay, well, this was not a big issue, we'll correct it in a future filing or whatever?
Well, that particular one, but we're not talking about a state. We're not talking about a middle name. We're talking about an actual state, and the whole judge's whole point is he's trying to establish...
Wait, hold on. Yep.
He's still trying to establish, his whole order is about, he's trying to manufacture connections of Pennsylvania that don't exist. And one of them is by him stating that her parents live in Venango County, Pennsylvania, which they don't, and by stating that he was born in Crawford County, Pennsylvania, which he was not.
Okay, so,
and by not putting an expiration date on the temporary order, which he's required to do.
Yes, I understand. I'm just going to cut you off because it doesn't matter. Okay, I understand. I'm just going to cut you off because none of this matters. Okay, on the actual order itself, Can you guys both look, because now you have a disagreement on a matter of fact that we should be able to resolve very quickly, very easily. On the order itself, is there a section where the judge writes out, these are the reasons why we're taking... Yes, Pisco?
Yes.
Can you, okay, Lauren,
now
Pisco.
3 times.
Yeah, can you link me or just read that part? Just read that part.
We conclude, Pisco, do you agree that it starts with we conclude that no other state in the United States...
Which order? Can you give me a date?
The same order, the September 6th order.
I didn't ask you the same order, I asked you the date.
I just said it, September 6th. September 5th is on the file name, okay?
Yeah, the same one that he mentions he was born in Pennsylvania. He starts out.
Bro.
Let's see.
All right,
Wait, no. Okay, Lauren, shut up. Let Lauren, stop. Let Lauren read it. Just let Lauren read it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. We conclude that no other state in the United States of America is the home state of the child. The state of Tennessee has not been the home state of the child since March of 2005. Since March of 2005, the child has either resided with the petitioner in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania or with the respondent in Cyprus. The child has only traveled through the state of Tennessee pursuant to court orders and custody exchanges issued from that state. The next step of the analysis, assuming jurisdiction, requires the court to determine that the child and at least one parent has significant connections with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and that there is substantial evidence within this jurisdiction concerning child care protection, training, and personal relationships. Significant connections must be applied flexibly, taking into account the unique circumstances of the particular child or children. The child's connections to the jurisdiction are determined only from the time before commencement of the current proceeding. The analysis does not balance the child's connections to one state over that of the connections with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
No, that's not even relevant. Keep going.
No, it is.
It's not a balance. We know that it's not a balance. We understand it's not a balance. I just want to know if they bring up the birth thing. Keep reading.
Okay. The petition for modification of custody was filed on August 11, 2006, so we are only permitted to view the significant connections made by the child and the petitioner before that date. First, we find that the petitioner moved to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania because her parents reside there. The petitioner, as of September 2003, had no reason to reside in the state of Tennessee. By that time, the respondent and she had acquired a divorce ordered, and the respondent was working overseas. We find that the petitioner removed back to be near her extended family to create a more stable financial setting for herself and her child. Finally, the petitioner has not relocated her residence outside of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania since her move in September of 2004. Thus, we find that the petitioner is a resident and has significant connections to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Wait, the child analysis is important, so the next part's the child.
Oh, go ahead.
We also find that the child has significant connections to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. His mother and both his paternal and maternal grandparents reside in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. He has also attended public schools within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania during the 2004 through 2005 school year. In the summer of 2006, he resided with the petitioner, and at the August 28, 2006 hearing, 2008, hearing, the child's court-appointed advocate asserted that the child desired to stay here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with his mother. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is also the location that evidence can be acquired to the child's care, protection, training, and personal relationships with family, teachers, and schoolmates. The third portion of the analysis on whether the court has jurisdiction to determine the initial custody is that of the original state court must relinquish jurisdiction. The Tennessee court, who has original jurisdiction of this matter, has not relinquished jurisdiction of this court. In fact, the Tennessee court has stated to the contrary when the Tennessee judge asserted that the state of Tennessee has exclusive continuing jurisdiction in the matter until the child reached the age of 18 years old.
Okay, so is that all of it?
No, our analysis does not end here. If the original state court will not relinquish jurisdiction, then this court must determine whether the Tennessee court has jurisdiction of the matter pursuant to a law. We conclude that the state of Tennessee does not have jurisdiction in this matter, as stated above. Child's home state, quote, is not the state of Tennessee. The child has not resided in the state of Tennessee since March 2005. In addition, neither the child nor does either parent currently reside in the state of Tennessee. And they're all of these laws that they're citing, by the way, that I'm skipping over because quotations are annoying, are Pennsylvania laws. They're not quoting any Tennessee laws.
Okay, so real quick, okay, hold on, wait, because I've got to fucking start a show kind of soon. Okay, okay. So my question is, if there's anything further that it sounds to me like the birthplace of the child was not relevant in the legal test that Pennsylvania applied here to figure out if there are like significant attachments.
Of course not. He's
okay,
just
wait. Okay, so Pisco, okay, now I'm chiding you. If this was the case, you should have just read this part like 5 hours ago so that he would never bring this point.
This part hours ago.
Okay, then I didn't listen and I'm retarded and you should have just kept saying we read this and it's not relevant, okay? So I didn't hear you read this. If you did, then I just didn't listen because I was too busy masturbating to your mom. Okay, so TikTok Fugitive. The birth date, whether even if they said your child was born on the moon or was born to the literal king of Tennessee or Pennsylvania, it seems like that's not relevant in the legal analysis that they applied here. So it doesn't matter if they wrote that incorrectly on the legal order.
Well, first of all, it's in the same document, although it's just not in the same section.
Oh my God.
Hey, dipshit, let me talk. So, first of all, it's in the same order, which he put in there to establish more of that type of contact. Did he quote it in the conclusion? No, he did not quote in the conclusion. But he also made a bunch of other mistakes.
Can I ask you a quick question? I don't have much time. Quick question. Just a quick question. You said he brought it up in the court document. When he brought it up in the court document, was it mentioned in passing or was there an implication that there was a significant reason why the child had ties to Pennsylvania?
Oh, no, there's an implication. It's right here.
Oh my God. What's the implication?
Yeah, what is the implication? Read.
In the parenting plan, parties agree on the custody arrangement since Eros Charles Oberlander born in Crawford County, Pennsylvania. The petitioner removed the child from the state of Tennessee. He's establishing there are ties to Pennsylvania, which there are not.
No. Okay, that doesn't sound like that doesn't sound like it's part of the analysis. It sounds like they're just listing facts about the child. Yeah.
Background to the analysis, however you want to put it, it's in the same order.
It's not a fact that's cited.
Then why is it in the order at all? But even more to the point, he says Pennsylvania is more convenient for
I didn't know there was a typo
school relationship. But then it goes on to say he was in Cyprus school for the previous year.
Okay.
Sure, but you're not fine. Wait. Hold on. Wait. This is so clear. You're not helping. Pisco, stop. Pisco, I'm holding you in contempt. Okay, listen. Whether or not he was in Cyprus or anything doesn't matter. In that court order specifically, it states that this is not a balancing test, meaning it might be the case that your child lived 362 days of the year in another state, went to school there, has a family there, fought and bled for that state, et cetera, that none of that matters. The only thing Pennsylvania cares about is whether or not that particular child meets the threshold and the mother meets the threshold for them to have jurisdiction over these matters. It doesn't matter if they might have jurisdiction somewhere else. Well, it does, but you don't have it in Cyprus right now. So that was one of the things they checked for, and they said that Tennessee would relinquish it, et cetera, right? But it's not a balancing test. All Pennsylvania cares about is do you meet enough of our threshold to do it? And he does.
That's what I'm telling you. We've said this from the beginning. Jurisdictionally has the option to do an emergency order, but the facts of the case, let's forget the birth state.
Hold on.
Okay?
You have to show that.
You're incorrect as well.
You haven't. Hold on. I understand what you're arguing. You're making an argument to back up a legal argument, but we don't know what law you're citing, where it says they can only do an emergency injunction.
He's a sovereign citizen, and of course he's not going to admit he's wrong.
No, I'm not a sovereign citizen.
It would implicate. He's essentially a sovereign citizen.
Are you a civil litigator or a criminal litigator?
He's essentially.
Are you a civil litigator or a criminal litigator?
Carantos, you better be corralling people up to the keeping waiting room. Carantos, corral them.
Not that it matters. Not that it matters.
It does matter. What state?
He would never admit that he's wrong because it implicates.
Why can't you answer the question?
It implicates his criminal matter.
Why can't you answer the question? What state you practice in? That should be an easy question.
If he admits that there is proper jurisdiction,
what state do you practice criminal litigation in? This is a simple question.
And those orders were valid.
Your credentials.
It could be prejudicial.
You can't answer what state you practice in, can you?
That's why it's impossible to get any answer.
You are not a Pennsylvania attorney. My brother is a Pennsylvania attorney. I've been through all this. You are not a Pennsylvania attorney, which you said at the beginning. You said you do not know Pennsylvania law, you do not practice in Pennsylvania, and you will not even tell us what state.
I actually think that, you may have a theory of the law that you think is applying and that you have your reasons why.
You're not a Pennsylvania lawyer
typos
at all, which you said by your own admission.
Typos should be acts of abuses of discretion from courts.
Are you a Pennsylvania criminal lawyer? Yes or no?
I understand that you think
You're
that
a
if a
Pennsylvania
court
lawyer,
gets
yes or
its
no?
facts wrong,
Have
that
you
the
passed the
whole
bar in the
order
state of
should be
Pennsylvania?
missed.
Simple yes or no. Have you passed the bar in the
That's
state of
not how the
Pennsylvania?
real world
Yes or no?
works.
Yes or
I
no? Yes
hope
or no?
that you
Have you
have a
passed the bar in the state of
wonderful life
Pennsylvania? Have you
and
ever
that you
practiced in
figure out what's
Pennsylvania?
going on
Have
with
you
the
been admitted
extradition
to
order.
Pennsylvania?
But honestly, it's
Have
been
you
a
been
big
admitted
waste
to
of everyone's
Pennsylvania
time.
other than
I
in
think that you're
time?
insane and that you really should have no business
Have
being
you
on
been?
Okay,
Are you
hold on,
a
hold on, real quick,
lawyer?
because we have a proud.
I have to go, yeah.
I love you, buddy. We
And
have
you guys have
a proud family specialized attorney here. Real quick, as I cut into the minutes of my show, the lead attorney. Do you have any opinion you would like to submit to the court of DGG
No,
here?
I just want to be an orbiter.
Oh, fuck you! No, you're literally the most qualified person in the room. You have to give us a fucking opinion. Go, motherfucker! You litigate these issues, don't you? Go, tell us.
Yes, listen,
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what the fuck was going on with this case, and I've handled cases like this. It's pretty well. I don't want to say cases like this because for me to figure out the facts of what's going on, I would have had to rewind for the 4 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for y'all who don't know me, I'm a 20-year divorce attorney down here in Atlanta, in Georgia, right below Tennessee. And what happens a lot of times is you will have parents that move away, and so one parent will live in, let's say, Atlanta, and then the other parent will move to New York. And there'll be visitation. So the father's in Atlanta, and he'll, go to the airport to pick up his kid, and his kid will be in bad shape, and he'll say, well, I don't want to return the kid. I want to file for custody of the kid. And so normally what would happen is if you want to file for custody and the child lives in New York, then you would have to file there. But you can invoke this special provision of this emergency motion where you can file for custody in Atlanta, in Georgia. And then the Georgia judge will have to speak with the New York judge to figure out if the emergency is warranted enough that the case can be heard at least temporarily in Georgia. All of this presumably is to safeguard the best interest of the child, right? But again, I'm not sure if that applies so much because I would have had to listen to the last 4 hours. But it does get very intricate when you talk about jurisdiction and where you're going to file a case when custody of a child is involved.
Yeah, I think
Very
the
true.
primary disagreement here that Chad has is Chad was living overseas, abroad, and there was a custody agreement that was filed in the state of Tennessee. And the issue is that the mother moved from Tennessee to Pennsylvania, and then she petitioned the court of Pennsylvania to assume jurisdiction of these custodial agreements, I guess. And what Chad is arguing is Pennsylvania shouldn't have been able to force Tennessee to relinquish that jurisdiction without some input from him. But it sounds like Tennessee will do that if neither parent is living there. And it sounds like the judge in Pennsylvania, for whatever reason, I haven't really gotten a good one from Chad yet, apparently didn't want to hear his contesting of the jurisdiction being moved to Pennsylvania. So then jurisdiction was moved to Pennsylvania. That seems to be, yeah.
Okay, yeah, and your summary of it is awesome. And I think that's exactly right. Tennessee does not want custody of this case. If the child doesn't live there, if the parents don't...
They do. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The court order says they're going to hold it till he's 18 in the court order because of the mother's history of noncompliance. And not only that, but there were court hearings all the way up till 2012 in which Tennessee still held jurisdiction. And the Pennsylvania court did not contact the Tennessee court after the emergency jurisdiction declaration, not one time.
Yeah, but
the
I don't.
Pennsylvania court order says that they recognize that Tennessee wants to keep custody over the case until the child turns 18. Then they do some further analysis that apparently determines that the child had no custody or had no connections to Tennessee anymore because the father was not physically present in Tennessee.
Okay.
And therefore dissolves Tennessee. And then if you look at Tennessee law, it appears as though Tennessee would absolve itself from the case, but there's already court orders saying that they didn't want to absolve themselves from the case until this child turns 18.
That's interesting. That would lead me to believe, and respectfully, that the mother's, pretty shitty, to be honest.
Bingo.
Because when a judge and says, you know what, I want to keep this case until the child turns 18, it's usually because there's been a long history with this case, and the judge feels like he knows the history better than some new judge coming in, and this is a special case where there's been a lot of back and forth involved.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's my question then, lead attorney, is if that is the case, and he says the mother has a history of contempt, of missing hearings and being held in contempt for that court, why is Pennsylvania not recognizing that? And then that's where the answers become like, well, because the judges are assholes or whatever, but I'm not getting a clear answer there. And then apparently the problem then comes is that he's missed hearings that he's been called to in Pennsylvania. So then it's like, well, I don't know what's going on at this point. If a lot of procedure is getting fucked up, and I don't know what the responses are to the judge in Pennsylvania for why they're assuming it from Tennessee when Tennessee apparently says they want to hold on to it, which, yeah.
Stephen, I just have a quick question for the lead attorney. Lead attorney, does the preferences of a judge of wanting to have a case and have it be in front of them, does that affect any jurisdictional analysis? The desires of a judge to have a case before him?
Technically, no.
No,
technically,
right? No. So you agree
Right.
that what you just said is totally irrelevant to jurisdictional analysis, right?
No, I don't agree.
You don't agree? You just said that the whims and desires of a judge to have a case before him doesn't affect jurisdiction, correct?
That's not what I said. I said technically no. Like you said, does it affect the legal analysis? Well, it shouldn't affect the legal analysis, but we have to remember that judges are people. All right, judges are absolutely people. And
in a formalistic sense, as the law is written, does it affect it?
No, as the law is written, no, it should not affect it at all.
Thanks.
Well, I think Pisco. Wait, so what? Fuck. Okay, I'm sorry, the lead attorney. So here is a question that I have for Pisco that he didn't answer satisfactorily to me. So Pisco earlier did bring that up, that on a purely procedural, on paper level, the preferences or contempt or prior issues or whatever, that none of this actually has an impact on who has jurisdiction. But then my question would have been is that when a judge is actually signing orders or when he's actually reviewing case files, because I imagine he's gotten something from Tennessee, that the judge might take that into account. So for instance, if you show up in Pennsylvania 2 weeks ago and you're like, hey, I want to file for you guys to have jurisdiction of this case, if the judge is looking over prior orders and is like, well, hold on, you've been held in contempt 3 times and a judge at Tennessee says he's wanted to look till he's 18, is there not a chance that the judge would be like, no, we're not going to have jurisdiction over this, you're going to have to go back to Tennessee and dissolve it there or do a more formalized process to get it relinquished? That would be my question.
I hear what you're saying, Dustin. I think you're right. That would be the sentiment. That would be what a judge typically wants. Let me just back up and say that there are a lot of
discretionary.
Yes, and it's not going to seem that way, but there are a lot of motivations. Like this Pennsylvania judge could take the approach where, hey, as I read the statutes, this case belongs to me. You're in Tennessee saying that you're going to hold on to the case. If you're saying that you're going to hold on to the case, maybe that means that you think that I'm not equipped or I'm not sufficient enough a judge to make a proper ruling. So, jurisdiction lies with me and I'm going to take it from you. I don't care what you've seen in the past. I've been practicing as a judge. I've been on the bench for 15 years and, I can make a proper ruling in this case. It's my case. Give it to me. Whereas the Tennessee judge may say, listen, you're just coming in. You don't know the facts. You don't know the history. People have been held in contempt. We're going to hold on to this case. And so you'll see this a lot of times with the police, especially state and federal, where they'll be fighting over a fucking case, right? Mm-hmm. You can often have that. That's just human nature. You have 2 people, 2 organizations, 2 groups, and they'll be fighting over power. And it does happen from time to time when people fight over cases. Now, usually you would see a Tennessee judge saying, hey, take this case, because my docket's full and I've got too many cases as it is. No one lives here. The parents don't live here. The child doesn't live here. Just take it. If people live in Tennessee, if the mom lives in Tennessee, the child, take it. In this case, though, if you have a caring judge, the judge might say, listen, man, I've been through it with these people for so long. I know the history. I can make a better ruling than the judge in Pennsylvania, so I'm going to keep the case. So the judge in Tennessee thinks he can make a better ruling, and the judge in Pennsylvania says, you can't make a better ruling because I'm a judge and I've been on the bench for 15, 30 years or whatever. So you might have a dynamic where they're fighting over a case. So if the gentleman says, well, The judge said basically this is my courtroom and he's going to keep the case. Obviously, in the paperwork, that's not what he said, but that might be the kind of the impetus underneath what he said, right?
But the analysis allowed him to just say, even though the Tennessee law or the Tennessee judge wants to keep jurisdiction, we're doing further analysis and determined that
Shut up, Knut. Move up. Hello, welcome. Hey, hold on. We're just waiting for contestants to join, man. These guys are being real lazy, but we're rounding them up. Okay, guys.
So kind of late here. Thanks.
Kind of late where? Aren't you on the West Coast, Jaw?
Yeah, we're late. Like, it's supposed to start at 5. It's all good, man.
No, we said 5:30. Actually, you probably there was a typo in your invitation. Actually, were you even invited to this?
Got him. I pretty much begged.
Didn't you get in here because you're like a friend of a friend of a friend? And we only said you could join if you brought CuteBot. Is she here or?
No, she's not here actually. She's here, but not like on the screen. So.
Yikes, fam. We got a lot of.
She's under the desk, if you want to see.
Q,
how is my microphone volume compared to the others?
The mic is okay, but your accent. I'm just kidding. It's
Same.
You're fine. We'll figure it out.
Am I drowning everybody out this time?
Listen, if you're.
Your mic is really loud. Can you lower it a bit? Okay.
That's good.
I noticed everyone has like these screeching weird COD lobby mics. Is that like a requirement for this? Because I was doing some VOD study.
You were doing VOD study?
You be respectful, you dumbass. Look at yourself.
Okay, I'll be back.
9. But it's not just that. Pennsylvania. See, when he was in Pennsylvania, he was there on a summer visitation. The child actually lived in Cyprus at the time. And if there was a home state that wasn't Tennessee, it would have been Cyprus. And so the judge basically just rammed straight in. And this same judge in Pennsylvania had deferred to the Tennessee court and ordered the mother back to Tennessee 2 times before he had to order her back to Tennessee. So Tennessee had a very long history of this case, and they had communicated with the Pennsylvania courts. But when they took emergency jurisdiction, the Pennsylvania court never consulted the Tennessee court. And the Tennessee court, in the court order, when they started holding 18, is because of the extensive history of the case. We've been in this case through courts for years and years and years.
Yeah.
And by the way, this also, you're probably not familiar with this part, this whole custody battle, the feds picked it up, and the feds have said both custody orders are valid, but they charged me with kidnapping, and they have an Interpol red notice for me, and they've tried to extradite me from 3 countries unsuccessfully. And I have local court orders even here in the Caribbean now that say I have custody. And they came here to the Caribbean and tried to get court orders, and they lost here. And the FBI sent an RSO to try and kidnap my son when he was 13 on foreign soil. And yes, I have legal records of that, and a member of the U.S. Embassy was expelled. And yes, I have legal records of all that.
Okay, real quick.
Wait, let me just jump in. How old is your child?
27.
Destiny is going to keep her kid.
What?
Yeah. I'm sorry, the show's over. Wait,
hold on. I'm just saying real quick because we gotta go do other things. You guys keep fighting here all you want or whatever. I love you. Listen, if you want to keep arguing about this later, we can come back tomorrow. Because
wait, just really quick though, is the child really 27?
Yeah, and he's done news interviews saying he was never kidnapped and everything. They had him on the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, said they don't know where he is.
Hold on, wait. To be fair, with that indictment, the top of it said that it was the fact that you retained him when it was
No, the indictment does not say that. No. The website says that. The indictment says that I removed him.
It says removed. It says removed and retained on the front.
And retained, but yes. I did not remove him. That is invalid. I did not remove him.
But you don't have to physically remove him for it to be considered a removal. Like if you told him to go join you, right?
I did not. The judge put him on a plane. The judge.
Okay, I understand that. I know you said that. I'm just saying. Okay, yeah. But also, the lead attorney. This case is like 20 years old. They've been litigating this for a long time. A lot of these dates are like 2004, 2006. Like that's what this is. Yeah.
All right, listen, Destiny. Thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Anytime. Be careful, guys.
I'm gonna check out. All right.
Bye.
Carantos, are you awake?
I sent you a friend request for Carantos.
I'm here.
Carantos. Okay, where's Harley from Epic Mealtime?
Okay, first of all, you can't give me a hard time about Harley because he gave me public confirmation that he'd be on. So wait,
no.
TikTok Fugitive, Destiny will drag you up to kick or keep waiting room. We'll come to you there.